Hey guys, today we're going to be talking about the new Frankenstein movie and exploring the occult world of Frankenstein. It's easily one of the most famous novels ever written. It's way beyond its time, and it's considered the first modern horror novel and first science fiction novel. It has become a cultural archetype, a pop culture icon. We literally learn about this as children. However, there's so much about the story that is yet to be unveiled in detail. I mean, it's literally early 1800s Luciferian propaganda. The amount of references and symbols within this narrative is insane. I mean, we have Hebraic Magick, AETHER-TECH, homunculus, resets, and the pursuit of creating an entirely new race of man. Not only that, but what if I told you the book was most likely never even written by Mary Shelley? It's basically a Victorian allegory created by a Freemasonic Luciferian cult to promote Luciferian ideals to the masses under the guise of Mary Shelley, the bold young feminist voice crafted into the perfect feminine figurehead and public author that sold the story to the world, aka Sophia. But we'll break that down in depth. Originally, I planned for this to just be a movie review of the new Frankenstein movie that came out last month on Netflix. It's a great movie, and I have a lot to say about it. But as I was researching for this, I realized this project needed to be a look at the entire history of Frankenstein and how it morphed into what it is today, comparing the symbolism throughout its different adaptations, starting from the original novel. I mean, most people don't know the original novel is called Frankenstein, the modern Prometheus. Prometheus? What does that have to do with anything? Well, it'll be blatantly clear by the end of the video. Prometheus is Lucifer, the Lightbringer, but it's way deeper than that. This ties directly into galvanism and how experimenting on corpses helped spark the creation of the first continuous current battery, the voltaic pile. This is almost kind of like an iceberg with several layers of symbolism and references. So, this video is more than just a movie review of the newest Frankenstein movie. It's also Frankenstein Unveiled, and we'll be using the new 2025 version to highlight all the symbolism that's prevalent throughout almost all the films. Now, I'm trying something different, but I think the best way to do this is let's start with the 2025 movie, and keep in mind, this is directed by Del Toro, so there's a lot coded in here. It's not exactly like the novel, but it's close enough, and it'll be a great way to tell the story for a modern audience. After that, we'll move into Frankenstein Unveiled. That way, the video can attract new viewers who want to see the symbolic breakdown of the movie, and after that, if you want to learn the strange history, you can, which I honestly find even more interesting, occult, and alchemical. When people hear Frankenstein, the majority of people think of the monster, not Victor Frankenstein the scientist. This is largely due to the 1930s Hollywood movies that turned it into what the majority of us now know today. The green monster with bolts in his neck and staples in his flat head. He's also technically a giant, so keep that in mind. But this image of the monster that we have in our heads, that we see in cartoons and Halloween outfits, is a creation of Hollywood. That's not how it's described in the original novel. We'll talk about the 1930 movies, because there are many secrets in those films as well. But many movies throughout the narrative's history have taken different artistic directions with this. However, the 2025 version is somewhat faithful to the book, so it's a decent starting point. The new Del Toro version of the movie is highly rated, and if you guys don't know, he directed Pan's Labyrinth, so he definitely knows the symbolism. Honestly, it's a great movie. Good cinematography, amazing sets. I do have a few issues with it, and I'll point it out, but other than that, I honestly think you guys are going to like this one, because as I was saying, it has to do with resets and AETHER-TECH. But with that, let's begin. The movie begins and we're in the Arctic. It looks as if a captain and his men are stranded on the ice. They're on some type of expedition to the north, and they seem to be Dutch. It seems the time period would be around the early 1800s or late 18th century. The captain in the story is already talking about glory, a great ambition to push past the limits of man, already giving enlightenment hints as he commands his men to get the ship out of the ice. The captain then walks to his cabin as we see an 8-spoked wheel in the background. Later that night, he's in his cabin when he hears a noise. He stands up and we see the same 8 spokes with a window now. We'll see a lot of this 8 symbolism. He goes outside, looks through his binoculars and sees that there's a man out here in the Arctic. He's shocked as they're pretty much in the middle of nowhere. There should be no signs of life out here. Yet there's a man with a sled of dogs, and they find him injured in the snow. Interestingly, in this one he has a prosthetic leg. Then, a second later, they all hear this loud roar nearby. So they hurry up and take this man back on the ship. They get their guns out to shoot whatever this thing is making noise. And then they start shooting at it, and we see what looks like a large man in a black robe, almost looking like the Grim Reaper. So they keep shooting, but it doesn't really do much. The monster starts going crazy and killing the men, throwing them around with ease. And he approaches the man that they found in the ice and points like death, saying, "Victor." Well, they shoot the monster with a shotgun, and now it's really mad and starts to lift the entire ship, so this thing's very strong. The captain then shoots the ice, cracking the ground where the monster then falls through into the water. So this man that they found injured is Victor Frankenstein. He's now in the cabin in front of this window with 8 sections. This is symbolic, as we'll see. He says he can't destroy it. This thing does not die. And he tells the captain that it will come back for him and that he and his men need to leave now. The captain says, "What manner of creature is that? What manner of devil made him?" Where Victor then says, "I did." Victor says some of what I tell you is fact. Some is not, but it is all true. He tells Captain about his name, which highlights how there's symbolism to the name itself, to be a victor, to conquer all. And it all started with his father and his mother. And now we enter part 1, Victor's tale. So basically now Victor's telling this captain his story of how he ended up in this whole situation. We start a new scene that's this extremely wealthy mansion residence. There are many servants, and we follow this woman with a red dress and red veil. Now I'll be highlighting this throughout the film, but Del Toro uses colors to represent different stages of this allegory. Now already, we can see something about this feels very occult and secret society oriented. I mean, yes, they're wealthy and clearly elites, but we'll see a lot of the symbolism. The veiled robes, and look at the maids, they also have the white veil, representing a mix of purity along with the red, which is also hinting towards blood and sacrifice. We then get a shot of the grounds with more of that white and red symbolism. So Victor's father was a baron and a very successful surgeon, and we're introduced to him wearing this black robe, representing death and Saturn. And if you go watch it, I'm sure many of you guys will notice this too, but a lot of these scenes are very surreal and occult. His mother's wearing red and veiled as his father returns. Now there's a scene that makes this symbolism even more clear. They're at a table eating when the father demands that Victor's mother eat this very bloody steak, that she needs to eat for 2 because she's pregnant, but this is a blood sacrifice reference. It even shows blood dripping from her mouth as she chews with this trance-like state. She also seems to be wearing a bone or ivory necklace here. Now this movie's very on the nose. They do that a lot nowadays, they don't really know how to be subtle anymore. But right after this scene where blood drips from her mouth, the very next shot is Victor praying to an angel. A guardian angel? Who is this angel? Well, look at the wings. It'll become obvious soon. But yeah, he's asking guidance to this angel. Okay, but why is this here in the first place? It's not like he put it here. Meaning this is a tradition. His prayer is interrupted by the fighting between his parents, and apparently his dad despised them both. His father is this older elite guy who basically got a younger elite family woman to be his wife, but all he really cares about is his estate and his name, Frankenstein. This is Victor's early training stage. They're in the library, and the father's asking him a bunch of medical questions to prepare him for being a doctor. But it's symbolic. Well, first, he's holding an anatomical figurine, which we'll be seeing later. This is an actual real anatomical figure from the 1600s. I found a similar one online. In this shot, Hermes can be seen in the background. And notice the colors here, black and white. Saturn in death teaching the new pure initiate. But the big part of the scene is after challenging his medical knowledge, his dad makes a comment about he needs to hurry, that the patient is losing blood. You don't have enough time to think. This is foreshadowing. Interestingly, after this, the mother, who's still in red, is playing cards with Victor in white. However, this is when she begins labor. The mother is in pain and she's losing a lot of blood. His father takes her into another room where he stands outside and notices the red on white, blood of the pure, tainting of the pure. This is the moment that transforms Victor as the pure innocent child that he was. Then we get this ritualistic funeral scene, which clearly has secret society motifs. Everyone is in black and the mother is in this white coffin with a red interior. I see this as her being ascended after death into a new figure. The outside white cloth symbolizes her now becoming angelic and passing through. But the inside suggests that this was done through blood and sacrifice. All the veiled robes and very strange looking scenes, and then they put this mask headpiece over her face to completely seal her in. But this is foreshadowing for her essentially becoming a goddess. The Sophia Gnosticism stuff will require me to explain more in detail, so I will do that towards the end. But not only does this represent her bloody birth, it also represents the new creation of Victor. Remember that 8 symbolism. This is the birth of the demiurge. Notice now Victor's in black with a Templar cross. So now he's changed. He now has a black coat and a red tie, signifying his corruption and his tie to this blood loss ritual event sacrifice. And during the scene he has a new idea. The idea is, what if you can defeat death to reverse it? So he challenges his father and says, you let her die, where he says no one can conquer death. But Victor's determined. He will conquer death. That is what he decides as a young boy who just lost his mother. I mean, I know he's being trained to be a surgeon, but where do you get an idea like that? The reason why I'm highlighting that is because literally the very next scene, after saying I was born anew, he says, I had a vision. He saw, for the first time, the Dark Angel. And then it shows this CGI scene of a demonic looking red statue with wings inverted. Meaning, this is clearly Lucifer. And Del Toro actually is the one who makes this Luciferian symbolism more clear than any other adaptation. We haven't even begun the story. What does this Lucifer stuff have to do with anything? Well, we'll see, it's the whole basis of the story. And that's somewhat obvious with the challenging God stuff, right? But no, it's even deeper than that. We're talking about secret societies who essentially worship Lucifer or look up to him as a role model. Lucifer is their god in a way, their idol. Think about it, why was he praying to the statue? This must run in the family. The whole family of Frankensteins are Luciferians. Think of the meaning. Victor is being initiated into his career as a surgeon, but before he can start, he must sacrifice something he loves, aka his mother. And this is the first steps of being initiated into doctorhood, becoming a man. Remember, this is about reputation and success, the Frankenstein name. And as I told you, the movie literally spells it out for you. Because after he wakes up from this dream or vision, it's talking about how he would become a surgeon like his father, as he stands before this Lucifer statue. If you didn't know, surgeon is code for secret society members. There are secret societies of surgeons going back to the medieval ages in London, otherwise known as the Barbers. Also notice the chess pieces in the background, black and white, secret society coding. Clearly, this is Lucifer worship, and I'm surprised they would make it so blatant. I think they get away with it because it's almost seen as something Del Toro added, but it's not. This is in almost every adaptation and the original novel itself. The next scene is the monster making it out of the icy water as he continues to tell his story to the captain. He talks about how his father died, and then it shows these strange coffins again. But notice how the father's is black, and black in the inside. He also looks much more sickly. I think this is just meant to represent death and the breaking of the family. But again, there is more secret society stuff with this funeral. They are chanting like a cult, and now Victor's wearing his father's coat with red gloves and the same red tie. Victor also has a brother, William, who he hugs here before they were separated. So from here, he goes to London and then goes to Edinburgh for his studies, which he says was to expand the narrow limits of academia. So it's not Ingolstadt in this one, but it's a similar theme. I should also note that they played with the dates here. Now Victor is giving a demonstration at a college to a tribunal, and apparently the year is 1855. Now we know the outfit's symbolic because he still has the red tie. He's about to show off an experiment where he says, let's ignite a divine spark in these young student minds, to teach them defiance rather than obedience. It's the same Promethean stuff, essentially hinting that this experiment is blasphemous or a challenge to God. Also note the interesting battery tech used here. He even passes a sketch to one of his superiors, and it looks like a portable voltaic pile, which is one of the things that I love about these Frankenstein movies. It's showing you old world tech. Victor's saying that man can stop death, and he's showing essentially a galvanism experiment. We'll discuss that later, but this is actual real history, and I wouldn't be surprised if the experiments that were told in mainstream history went even further than we know. Of course, there are some sci-fi elements to this version. The experiment involves a carcass that's missing an arm. It's just like parts of a torso and spine, but he has all these wires hooked up to the nerves where he can control each muscle contraction. In this version, the organs reanimate and he starts breathing. And it's kind of shock horror because it's like coming alive for a moment. Interestingly, they explain this as Frankenstein discovered a new way to apply galvanism. He has it flowing through this energetic system and even references chi, which is interesting because it's basically acupuncture. They even call it galvanic trickery, and this is when Frankenstein proves it's more than just previous galvanism experiments. He throws a ball at the dead corpse, and the corpse actually catches it, showing capabilities of thought and decision making. Frankenstein's confident that this will change the world. He wants to study it and push it to the limits, but it seems his superiors find it to be an abomination. They call it unholy. They say that God creates life and God takes life, but Victor says that God is inept. And sure, you can see this as science versus religion, but like I said, it gets deeper than that. This is a play on challenging God, a rebellion, hating God, but also pretending to be God. During this experiment, there's a man in a blue coat carrying a cane with a white handle. This guy is actually interested in what Victor's saying. And when Victor unplugs the experiment, it's kind of symbolic because it literally dies in a very graphic way, meaning it suffers, and Victor doesn't even care. Highlighting that he doesn't really feel sympathetic towards life anymore due to his beliefs being shaped by science. He kills it with no emotion. It's just an experiment. On one level, he's playing God. He can kill and bring his creation back to life whenever he pleases. But it's more so trying to set him up for being a demiurge archetype. Victor then leaves the demonstration heading home when he meets the man in the blue coat from earlier. His name is Heinrich Erlander, and he has a letter from William, Victor's younger brother. He's wearing a blue coat and yellow gloves. This signifies that Erlander is the illusion of safety and a guiding authority figure for Victor. The gloves are a warning sign for what's to come. Erlander has something to discuss with Victor, so they go into his apartment which is his laboratory. Interestingly, notice the triangle pyramid with the circle in the center in the background? You'll see this later too. Meaning, this is hinting that this is connected with elites and secret societies. The apartment looks very alchemical. Erlander tells Victor that William wants to introduce his fiancée to him, Elizabeth, who's Erlander's niece. Erlander says, I saw your article in the Lancet. You think you can do it? Assemble a man, a full new body, and give it life? Right when he says that, you can see a man's face in a jar, so perhaps that's a homunculus reference. Interestingly, there were articles around this time in the Lancet, so that might be referring to a specific article. I'm not sure which, but Erlander says that his presentation was a crucifixion. He was done before he uttered a word, meaning that they'll never accept his word. Yet why call it a crucifixion? A blood sacrifice? But listen to this. Erlander tells Victor that he thought it was brilliant, but he's still acting like a child, too excited about his new pet that he's actually strangling it. And then, Erlander says word for word, can you contain your fire, Prometheus? Or are you going to burn your hands before delivering it? He's comparing Victor to Prometheus. Remember, Frankenstein is the modern Prometheus. So the movie is nodding that it understands the symbolism here. Victor right now is playing the role of Lucifer. Erlander says that in 3 days he will change Victor's destiny. And as he says this, we see the pyramid in the background, which is no accident. The next scene, Victor goes over to Erlander's place as told, shows him some of his sketches, when Erlander tells him that he used to be a war surgeon himself. But notice the key symbol here. Erlander's questioning his experiment from earlier, and Victor says, wait, are you a surgeon? Meaning, are you in the club? But after being a surgeon for the war, Erlander ended up securing a large fortune owning multiple ammunition factories. This is when he brings up the Evelyn tables, which is a real thing. In the 1600s, these 4 anatomical preparations on wooden boards were acquired by John Evelyn. We don't know who made them, but they were acquired by the Royal College of Surgeons, which is interesting because they could be much older. But in the movie, Erlander says yes, but there's a 5th one. As if it were a secret, he calls it the most compelling one. The 5th one is owned by Erlander, and it's the lymphatic system. He says Muslim medics called it the secret circulatory system. And then, he points to the heart area and points out how there's an ethereal structure around the heart. It can distribute but also store energy. Victor basically realizes that if he can control this energetic system of the body, he can make life eternal, immortality. Upon hearing this, Erlander says, I will endow your pursuit with unlimited resources. Also, Erlander's a photographer, which I find interesting. You can see his glass slides here. Frankenstein says he'll consider it. A few days pass, and Victor returns to see his brother William, and Elizabeth is posing as a muse in a vibrant blue dress. Now this is deeply symbolic. She's wearing a blue dress with a headwear that looks like upside down horns with feathers as she's holding a skull. This is Elizabeth, Frankenstein's little brother's fiancée. Now this blue is typically an introductory color when meeting someone who's typically going to be seen as safe. It also could be seen as water, feminine energy. But the interesting part is the contrast. To me, those are clearly upside down horns, and she's holding a skull, which is foreshadowing, but also showing she has clairvoyance and strong intuition. This is the Sophia archetype. So they're at dinner, and Frankenstein's trying to talk about the importance of this experiment and the implications of being able to revive life. But Sophia, or Elizabeth, scoffs and thinks Frankenstein to be but a fool, which is an interesting dichotomy. Here, a woman sounds more mature and wise than perhaps one of the smartest men in the world. She says ideas are not worthwhile by themselves. He literally says, enlighten me. And so, Sophia Elizabeth uses the war as an example. She says honor, country, valor. She says surely these are elevated, worthwhile ideas in themselves. Yet, look at what men are willing to do to achieve that. Men who were fathers, brothers, and sisters, nursed by their mothers, sacrificing themselves in order to support an idea by men who live far away from those provoking the war. Basically, she's saying that the soldiers who follow these ideas blindly are fools, and she's comparing this to Frankenstein's ambition to recreate life. It's a warning. So that's what I think the blue really is here. She's trying to protect him. She is showing him motherly care. She is the feminine Luciferian spirit, Sophia, the feminine form of Lucifer. I'll elaborate on that later. But just in case you think that's a reach, literally, as Frankenstein leaves, the narrator, Frankenstein on the ship, says, "How strange it is when a man meets a devil or an angel, only to find it's all an illusion." That's a huge line because it means she's kind of both at the same time. It's the same entity. The illusion is the game, his pursuit, the game of chess between himself. This is talking about ambition here, which is tied to the story. We're back on the ship now, and one of the crew members is saying that they saw something in the ice. They all want to go home, but the captain is determined to continue. He's just like Frankenstein, but it's interesting. His goal is to reach the North Pole, to reach the furthest limits of the known world. So he tells his men everything will be okay, but then we get a shot of the monster in the distance. He survived falling in the icy water. Now we go back to Victor's story. Erlander takes Victor to his new laboratory. He calls it the Tower, his destiny calling. And this is a pretty crazy structure, very Tartarian looking, but almost factory-like. Erlander did say that he owned multiple ammunition factories, so this must be one of them. He doesn't say that he built it though. There is text on the building that says Aqua est Vita, which is Latin for water is life, which ties back to the blue color-coded symbols from earlier. But it's more than that. I don't want to spoil it just yet, but we'll see what that's referencing shortly. So this Gothic tower factory structure is Victor's new laboratory, or the hall where he pursues his great work. The lab area is the specific room, and across many adaptations, we'll see there's a very similar layout. But essentially, Del Toro combined the original novel's description of an apartment along with the pop culture iconic Frankenstein castle, so it's kind of a merging of the two. When he comes to the main room, we can see the same 8-segmented window. That's like 4 times now, and that's what I mean by on the nose. Sometimes it's not the blatantness of the symbol, but the repetition. Obviously the 8 has significance. It's Saturn, Yaldabaoth, the demiurge. It's also cyclic in nature, hence the wheel or circle. Del Toro takes us a step further and adds a feminine goddess component to the symbolism. We see a demonic female goddess. To me it looks like Medusa, the serpent-haired Gorgon. It's this large relief sculpture on the wall. We can also see what I would describe as a hidden eye of providence above the arched walls, clearly tying this to Illuminati references. The symbol is a triangle wrapped in dual snakes on each side. In the center is a circle or an eye-like shape, so in his lab, there's even a shot where he's visualizing all the things he's gonna need, like large batteries, and he even makes this cross pose while wearing his red gloves and red tie still in front of this window with the symbolic 8. Also notice that it's in a flower-like design, hinting towards birth or the creation of life. But I'm telling you, it's about to get insane. He starts talking about creating a lightning rod system of pure silver that telescopes down into the lab. And I know most of you already know the whole lightning story, but when we look at this from new eyes, it's clear this is some old world advanced tech. Next scene, we're back in the city, and Victor's looking for dead bodies for this experiment. During this scene, Elizabeth is now wearing a blue dress with a yellow scarf and top, holding a red umbrella. Here the movement or transitions of colors start to form their own symbols, It was a vibrant, perfect blue, but now it's fragmented by darker colors. The yellow scarf around her head and neck signify warning, but it also is fragileness, something about to happen or be lost. We see this with the red umbrella. That's what will happen, that's what's looming over, stopping the pure water from falling on her head, blocking deep wisdom. But this is a symbol for Victor. As Elizabeth goes to confess in church, Victor sneaks in and pretends to be the priest without Elizabeth knowing, because he thinks she's secretly attracted to him and is going to confess her secret lust for Victor. However, instead, she confesses that she absolutely hates Victor, but more specifically hates his ideas. But notice, you can see the yellow through the cross. Clearly she's trying to warn him here. This is another Sophianic allegory. But the thing is, she knew he was there the whole time. So it's almost like she's actually into him. But it's more than that. She's the guiding force behind the whole thing. You'll see this as we continue. So then they go out to dinner together, and now she's wearing bright green with a red rosary necklace. This is interesting because she's representing nature here and the sacrifice inherent within that. It's about moving with nature, the rhythms of God, which explains the cymatic patterns on her dress. It signifies that yes, there is blood and death in life, but it can be beautiful. It is the rhythm of life, and we must put our faith in God or that system, which is contrasting Victor, whose purpose is to defeat nature. And then they dance. Victor is dancing or playing with nature. Victor became more interested in life than death now. Then it goes into somewhat of a montage of Victor doing his experiments, and we see he has a new galvanic machine. Literally, that's what it is. It's a biomechanical machine wired up to a battery. He's now acquiring all his materials, and we get a close-up to some of his AETHER-TECH. And yes, it is literally AETHER-TECH. It'll become clear later. So Victor tells his brother William to stay behind while he goes on a date with his fiancée. Where now they're at a park in nature, and her dress is slowly turning lime green or more yellowish. And there are yellow butterflies here. This is nature, free, the feminine spirit let loose. So they're installing the AETHER-TECH, and now his lab has these huge green batteries. This is an interesting component, but William is essentially getting Victor anything he needs, and he even gives him what looks to be a casting of the lymphatic system, or some type of metallic plate that's designed to transfer electricity to the main conduction points of the lymphatic system. In many of the films, there's always this kind of pre-Frankenstein. In this galvanic machine he's practicing with, he's attempting to use his new knowledge of the lymphatic system and current in order to bring this corpse back to life. However, there's something he's missing and he can't get it to fully move. In the next scene, Elizabeth is playing piano, and she has a deep blue indigo dress with black feathers pointing down. I see this as depth, even a somberness, death and darkness on the horizon. It signifies the soul descending. Victor's at this party and he goes to the bathroom. He's wearing a bright red coat, and Erlander comes to the bathroom to talk to him. So they start having a secret conversation while Erlander pees in a porcelain toilet. Erlander tells him he needs to hurry up, that he can't fund this project forever. And this is interesting. The next scene, Victor's in his lab when Elizabeth shows up. And she shows up in a red and green hoodie, almost like Red Riding Hood, which connects to Grimm's fairy tales. She also looks around the room with the triangle in the background, and she's fascinated. So she really loves the macabre. She looks at the galvanic machine and talks about God's design and symmetry. Then Victor confronts her about his feelings to her, believing there's this deep connection between the two. But she denies him, saying believing something doesn't make it true. He says, "Then why are you here?" Notice how she's in red. Well, she ignores him. She doesn't answer that question, and changes the subject to this butterfly and a lamp, which she brought over for some reason. The reason she's come is not only as a warning, but she's actually the cause of all of this. The butterfly in the lamp is nature trapped, the feminine spirit trapped and locked away, meaning Elizabeth here represents something else. She's transforming from a nature feminine spirit into a Luciferian spirit of enlightenment, hence the lamp, and that is why she was wearing red. She represents the dark red angel, and we find this isn't a stretch at all. This is the literal symbolism because in the very next scene, Victor's mad about what just happened with Elizabeth. He thinks the whole experiment's over, his time's running out, he can't get the corpse to move, Elizabeth doesn't want him, so he takes a bath to relax, and as he's thinking, he remembers something Elizabeth says. The symmetry, and a light goes off in his head. He wasn't applying the electricity symmetrically throughout the body. Remember, we had this earlier when he had a vision, so this is the feminine spirit guiding him again. She's the snake in the garden. Then, the body finally comes to life. But it's kind of a jump scare. It's not a full body yet, missing parts of its jaw, and it starts screaming. This scares Frankenstein, and so he immediately turns it off. He's found the key, which was literally given to him by Elizabeth. The next scene is him collecting bodies from a snowy battlefield. We see crows and multiple wheel symbols, representing cycles and reset events. The death of the past is being used to build life in the future. Erlander shows up with a top hat and yellow fur scarf. When Frankenstein starts talking about how he wants to make his creation a giant because he believes it'll be easier to work with scale. They're now in a crypt back at the tower, where they're storing many bodies, but it'll become clear that they're actually using dozens, if not almost hundreds of bodies in this process. So he's back in his lab, he's about to get to work, when we get a shot of Medusa again. But it might not be Medusa, it almost looks like a winged female head wrapped by dual serpents. It's dual nature, with hair coming out like rays. Lucifer. Interestingly, he's pulling on his tie in this scene for no reason, but it's symbolic. He's being pulled by this red force. Now I can't show this part, it's extremely graphic and surgical, but he's kind of like this insane Leonardo da Vinci, but mixed with vivisection, so it's kind of like Dr. Moreau. In other versions, he kind of just stitches multiple parts together, but in this one it's much more detailed. He's literally constructing parts of the body, like the tendons in the hand. So it's interesting, but it's very graphic. Probably the most graphic out of all the films, honestly. But one thing I really found interesting is Erlander's taking photos of this whole process on glass negatives. I don't know, it kind of made me think, like, what if experiments like this were going on to a certain degree in the 1850s and they did take photos or footage of it, but it just got lost? I would guarantee that's actually a real thing. So this is essentially the creation scene. And by the time he's done, there's blood everywhere. And this is why I was talking about one of the reasons on why Frankenstein is connected to resets. He's made from hundreds, if not thousands of dead bodies from the war. And Frankenstein's completely numb to any emotion of this. His whole lab is flooded with blood and dead bodies. I mean, the stench has to be horrific. Yet he's so blinded by his ambition, he can't see there's something terribly wrong about all of this. This messed up apartment happens in every movie, but this one's by far the worst and bloodiest. Interestingly, he gets rid of all of the unused parts out this drain or tunnel which goes to the water. He even still has that anatomical figure from when he was younger. It's sentimental to him, because it represents his mother, which is the first feminine influence in his life that was followed by the vision of the Red Angel. Remember, the mother was wearing red the whole time. That's another ode to a feminine Lucifer. And this is when the symbolism even gets more complex. The next shot, while he's still holding the object, is of this newly created being. And in the background is the Medusa sculpture, which, as I explained, is Lucifer. So this shot is showing you Frankenstein holding his anatomical object, which is a Luciferian object tied to his mother, who, by the way, is the same actor as Elizabeth. They're the same person. We see an alchemical lab to the right, and then we see the creation of Prometheus, Adam, the new man. But even more interesting is the idea of transfer, as a new creation will later take on this same symbolism. Also note how the monster is always wrapped up in bandages in every version. This ties Frankenstein to mummies obviously, but it's almost inverted. The mummy is coming to life. Interestingly, in this one he's kind of like Iron Man, or he has this cage around his chest. It's just a device to charge the body, but it has this battery right in the front of the chest. So, some interesting tech, but right as the scene is finishing, we see light shining through the 8 window. Victor is the 8. This is the Demiurge's creation. But it came from Sophia. So he pulls a lever, and we get to the moment we've been waiting for. Frankenstein's about to create life. And it's crazy. Del Toro actually decided to put the monster on a cross, which to me is clearly satanic and blasphemous. That's because it's saying this is the Son of God. Sure, that could be representing Victor's actions being rebellious to God, but that's a bold move to go that far with the symbolism. It's a very strange device. It's a cross with a pure silver casting of the lymphatic system used to charge the corpse. There are 3 red batteries that the whole thing's connected to, along with some rods hanging by the hands. This is one of my favorite shots of the film. It shows the cross device, Victor, and the Medusa sculpture all in one scene. He's all ready to start. He goes to get Erlander, when we find out Erlander's actually very sick and he's about to die. He asks Victor to get his white cane, and inside he has mercury, which is used as medicine here. But it's crazy that they would even bring it up since we are dealing with AETHER-TECH here. But something I wanted to know is, why is this red angel in the bedroom? It's been there the whole time, even in earlier scenes. I just didn't bring it up because it was a background object. So wait, he purposely requested this statue to be with him? By his bedside? This proves without any doubt that Victor's actually a conscious Luciferian. Maybe not religiously in the sense of a church, but yes, this is obviously his idol or role model. There is no explanation for why this angel is right by his bedside. And this will become blatantly obvious in a second, because Erlander's basically dying or has syphilis, and then he says something weird. He's taking his mercury medicine, and he says, "One night with Venus, a lifetime with Mercury." Now this is deeply symbolic, and clearly tied to secret societies. I pointed out the Hermes sculpture earlier. But Venus in this instance is Lucifer, the morning star, which is another reason Del Toro probably used the Jesus cross for the monster. A night with Lucifer? A lifetime with Mercury or Hermes? What is he talking about? He's literally talking about immortality. Erlander says, as we give life to our new Adam, I want to be placed in this new perfect body. Whoa, hold up. So in this adaptation, Erlander is supposed to be the brain. Not really, the writing is weird, but in other versions, basically, Victor needs a brain to complete the experiment. And Erlander here is essentially saying the same thing. He wants Victor to use his brain, or soul, and transfer it over into the new being or the monster. Now this is insane because this isn't the only version of the movie that makes that a part of the storyline. Meaning, this is elite mind-body transfer. They're showing how this was possible in the 1850s. But interestingly, in this one, Frankenstein refuses and doesn't even want to do it because he's diseased. So then, Victor goes up this spiral staircase, goes to the top of the tower to start installing this AETHER-TECH. We get some nice shots of the castle here, and this is one of the reasons why this film is one of my favorite versions. It's because they don't just raise Frankenstein and let lightning strike his body or whatever. This is literally technology connected through the building as if it was designed for it. There's this whole silver rod, but look at the whole building as a capacitor. Victor comes down to finish the final installation of the system, and Erlander confronts him again begging him to do this soul transfer. He still doesn't want to do it, but we find out Erlander planned this from the very beginning, and in order to achieve this, he was willing to give Victor his niece, Elizabeth, who is about to get married to his brother. All of this so that he could continue living immortality. Victor still says no, and he's installing an interesting component. It's almost like it consolidates the electricity to this point, but Erlander's really mad, and so he takes the final rod and threatens to throw it down this tunnel. They start fighting, and what do you know? Erlander falls into this wormhole-like tunnel and dies. Basically a sacrifice before the ceremony. We're gonna see this in a lot of different versions too. I mean, this is right in front of the cross as well. Victor doesn't even use his body. So that was all for nothing? He just died for no reason? No, it's a sacrifice ritual. But the tunnel is interesting because it kind of shows the whole building was designed for this. Here we see how the device works. It's connected to an arched metallic frame and can maneuver to the center where the electricity will be concentrated. And now we get to the crazy AETHER-TECH scene. A rod comes down and opens to 4 separate sections, which in this specific shot does happen to look like a square and compass. The same thing's happening on the roof. It's collecting atmospheric electricity during a storm. It then gets struck by lightning, and this is transferred down to the lab, and we get these electrical arcs. So Victor is basically a mix between Leonardo da Vinci and Tesla. There's a lot of electricity going through this, and interestingly, it shows the battery on the cross charging up. And I know it's not the same amount of Sephiroth, but it does look like a Tree of Life layout. Then we get a close-up of the monster, which does look like Iron Man. And I don't think that's an accident. I think similar symbolism could be applied to Tony Stark. I mean, he creates an artificial man, and Jarvis, Iron Man, the new Adam. We then get a visual of the organs coming to life. There's even a triad shot here. The Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. But in this case, it's Victor, the monster, and Lucifer. Frankenstein at this point is hiding right behind this alchemy table, and the new man is being created. The electricity is less intense here, but he brings it down, takes it off the charging machine, and off his chest and head, and he tries to listen to the heartbeat, but it's still not alive. It seems the experiment didn't work, but that's because something's missing. So pay attention to this. So Victor thinks the experiment failed. He then goes to his bedroom with the angel, shirt off but red gloves on, and the top of the bed is also red. But notice the bed is veiled. This is a secret society reference. He's about to go through his next rite. Notice the window in the background. He lays down in shock that his experiment didn't work. Erlander's dead, and the experiment was a failure. Then he looks at the angel and says, "You lied." And as he says this, there's a fire that's rising outside the window. But this isn't real. He's in hell. He's burning. He's talking to Lucifer. "You lied to me, Lucifer." Everything becomes engulfed in flames, and we witness the red dark angel again. It's a 3D model, but it's still pretty cool. And then it's revealed it's a mask for death, meaning Saturn. He wakes up from this nightmare, and he has his red glove, and he's covering himself with a red blanket. I see this as his hands are dirty with sacrifice and blood, and his blanket is him being wrapped in this cult or influence of Lucifer. Think about it, he said, "You lied." So this is almost a battle with his guiding spirit or daemon. But the symbolism's clear, because he wakes up from this vision, and the monster's standing right in front of him, the rising sun. So wait, why did the vision of the red angel need to happen before it worked? Because essentially, Frankenstein created a body for this spirit, as we'll see. And the monster still has the mummy wrappings on, so this is Lucifer's new body? This part is weird because he has the red glove on, takes it off, and the creature starts mimicking him, matching his movements. The creature's a giant, and he's also afraid of light, which interestingly, there are a lot of connections between Frankenstein and vampires. I don't know, this part's actually really weird, because Victor's being like a father, babying him, is like in love with him. He tells him to face the light and says, "Sun is life. This is the morning sun." And he's in this cross pose, showing Del Toro clearly understands that symbolism. And so this is like imprinting. This is interesting because it shows the dual nature between Frankenstein and the creature. I mean, notice the stab wound on the side, just like Jesus. Frankenstein was playing Lucifer, and now he's teaching that to the creature, or passing it along basically. But Victor loves his new creation like a son, and he starts acting like a dad, saying, "Can you say Victor?" And then he points to his heart and says Victor too. And then they hug as Victor listens to the creature's heart. In the next scene, Elizabeth is in that green outfit playing with bugs. So we're back to nature, birth, rhythm. Remember, he was just listening to his heart. William gets a letter and Elizabeth suggests that they pay Victor a visit. Meanwhile, Victor brings the creature to a crypt holding a candelabra where we get more Prometheus symbolism. Victor, the one with the fire, is teaching the creature the basics of knowledge, how to be aware. This is water. This is fire. Don't touch this. That's hot. But it's kind of messed up. He changed the creature in kind of a sick way, like he's a child and they're playing a game, which is again doing this rebellion thing in a cycle. The creator is imprisoning Lucifer in the crypt. The monster's now locked down here, and he's still at this very primitive level of consciousness. He looks at the water and starts to see his reflection. Everything's new to him, and Frankenstein is here to mold him. But Victor now sits in this decay and is confused now. So we're back at the ship, and the captain says no matter the cost, we'll be sailing forward once we get out of the ice. And Victor says, "You share my madness," meaning they have the same ambition, and it is fate that Victor's sharing the story to him. There's a lesson to be learned. Now the creature's growing hair now, and I don't know, this Frankenstein looks weird to me. I'll go with my thoughts on that later. But there's an interesting shot here where we get the Medusa head, Victor, and the creature showing how they're all reflections of each other. He shows self-awareness and we see one eye in the mirror. So now the creature has started to heal, but there's this very weird part where the creature grabs Victor's razor for no good reason and starts gripping it tight, making his hand bleed. But it's weird that it's shaped like a square and compass and symbolizing shed blood. He's kind of like a child, but also like an animal, like Victor's pet in this one. But Victor's starting to get irritated with his creation, and then he notices the creature has healing abilities. The cut on his hand has already healed. This is one of my favorite Elizabeth outfits, but she has a yellow dress, blue veil, and magenta shirt with some type of deep red headwear. They're on the way to visit Victor, and now Victor's starting to be very mean to the creature, starting to think that the creature's too stupid or that there's something wrong because it can't say anything other than Victor. Victor's like, "Say anything." And weirdly, he even says to say blood here. He gets so mad that the creature starts to get scared. Then Victor's like, "Oh, you're afraid of me, your maker?" I mean, he's clearly going insane, but it's supposed to be referencing the God of the Bible as a mad god or Yaldabaoth. Then Elizabeth arrives, and he answers the front doors that are painted bright red. He opens the door and he's actually excited to see them. He wants to show them what he's been working on. He's like, come, follow me." And as he's bringing them upstairs, Elizabeth hears something in the distance and secretly wanders off. It's kind of hard to fully decode her colors here. It could just be for color aesthetic, but I do see it as another warning of nature, a blue veil over the inner magenta. She hears the creature and now it's sitting in an arch. They meet, and this part's kind of weird. There's clearly some type of tension between them, which is intentional. Here, the yellow becomes more green, as she's presented as a symbol of nature. He's Adam. This is his Eve. We see he really likes her, or at least feels very comfortable around her. She takes off her veil, revealing herself, but it's not just that, it's a womb symbol, representing birth, but it's also sexual in nature. She takes off her headgear and is still wearing the rosary beads, which makes her a Mary figure. She is the mother figure for this creature. In Gnostic tradition, not only is Mary the mother of Jesus, but she's also his partner or wife, Mary Magdalene. She realizes that he's just an experiment, so she storms upstairs and is shocked. Victor says, "I gave him life," and now wants to show William the experiment. But it's strange because he's showing off Frankenstein like he's some circus attraction and he can follow simple commands. Elizabeth's like, "Why is he in chains?" And Victor says it's because he doesn't know any better. When Elizabeth responds, "But you do." The creature is intelligent. This is interesting because, again, as I was discussing earlier, Elizabeth, or Sophia, is about to influence things again. Right now, she's showing him nurture, applying emotions to him. But what she's actually doing is changing the creature's mind. Sure, it's the right thing to do, technically it's a living thing, but as we'll see, this is actually influencing the creature, similar to the snake. He does represent Adam, which, in medieval times, the snake was always represented as a woman. She's showing Adam nature and beauty. Remember, at first I didn't know what to think, it was just an experiment, but now she is altering his perception. They're back upstairs, and William is looking at the photos that Erlander took of the process. And notice how the monster has one eye open here. William then tucks Victor into sleep. Are we gonna get another Lucifer visit? Well, not quite. But William asks him, out of all the parts that make that man, which one holds the soul? And Elizabeth, who's now sleeping in Victor's red-veiled bed next to the Lucifer statue, sits up as soon as he says the word soul. This explains the last scene. She is the soul, Sophia, Lucifer, who was added into the creature. And we see this because Elizabeth hears this and decides to go downstairs in her blue see-through nightgown. She goes down to the crypt with the candelabra, meaning she has the fire now, and so this is basically a triple Lucifer reference. You have Lucifer, Sophia, and Prometheus symbolism. And as she's walking down, the creature's learning about the flow of water. But this is a feminine reference, as it's flowing into a tunnel. We even get a shot of the tunnel, and this happens as she's coming down the stairs. So there is this strange lust component here. We do know that she's into the macabre, and there is something romantic about this scene. The creature is learning about women, the warmth of a woman, the care. But as I said, there's an erotic undertone as she tells the creature to grab her throat to feel the sounds as she speaks. Elizabeth is personifying Sophia and Prometheus here, as she is essentially teaching him lust. Which, it's not clear in the movie, but it makes sense once you connect all the symbols in this context. She leaves and now that warmth and light is gone. Victor's awake now, and again he's been spying apparently, knowing that she went to visit the creature. And here, she literally references the creature being Adam, a pure spirit, a primitive intelligence. He isn't a monster, Victor's the monster. Only monsters play God. The creature, or Adam, is purer than the common man. He isn't tainted. This is an interesting dynamic because it's essentially a Gnostic play. Sophia is rejecting Yaldabaoth or Saturn here, and essentially bringing the fire to man to enlighten Adam out of his slumber in prison. Sophia is saying that Adam is actually more pure than you. Your creation is filled with more of the divine and purity than you, the creator. And of course, this infuriates the mad god. So Victor goes to the crypt and starts beating the creature and punishing him. The next scene, Victor's trying to get William to leave so he can finish the experiment. He doesn't think the creature's lifespan will be that long. And then we get a shot of the building where we can really see the scale of this thing. But basically he's gonna kill the creature and he needs Elizabeth to leave and stay out of the loop. So he starts pouring gasoline everywhere. And Elizabeth on the way back knows that he's gonna do this. So she decides to go back because Victor's gonna kill this creature. Victor gives the creature one last chance to say any other word than Victor. But the creature can't do it. Or actually we find out that he chooses consciously not to. As, when Victor walks away, he says under his breath, Elizabeth. And Victor hears this and realizes that the creature is actively deciding to disobey him. Meaning, he knows it's intelligent. But he's jealous that Elizabeth likes the creature more than him. Which is what I was saying. She's the cause behind all of this. If she just would have stayed out of this whole thing, it would have probably gone in a very different way. So, Victor then lights a match and starts the fire. The place quickly goes up in flames, and the creature's still chained and trapped. Victor closes the doors, and they are the red doors. This is hell. So technically the creature's the devil. The creature's now screaming, begging for help by screaming Victor's name. Victor hears it but ignores it, and at the last second, he changes his mind and runs in to go save him. But it's too late. The front door explodes, blasting Victor back, breaking his leg. Elizabeth returns, but it's too late. We're back on the ship now, and Victor says, "Seeking life, I created death." He's telling the story when the captain gets a knock at the door, and it's the creature. He now has long hair and is about to kill the captain when Victor begs for him to stop. What's weird is the captain wants to be killed. He also has what looks to be an infinity logo on his hat, with the window in the background as well. But notice how the creature sounds like a demon now. In this version, we now get the creature story about what happened after the fire. And right before the creature begins the story, it shows one eye with a glimmer of red. We begin with the creature's tale, back in the tower during the fire. Well, he breaks out and goes out that tunnel or womb, so he slides down the tunnel and is born anew. He comes out these gargoyles and then falls into the water. And this scene right here reminds me of Alien Prometheus. But this is now his journey into the wilderness. He's out of his cage now, out to face the harsh world. He's left the Garden of Eden. He's in the woods when he picks up a skull. He finds a soldier's coat and then runs into this elk, and the creature's fascinated by them. He doesn't seem to have any fear of him, starts feeding them berries. Then out of nowhere, the elk gets shot by some hunters. Then they shoot the creature as he runs off. He's just experienced the murder of innocents. He runs off and ends up at a cottage, where he hides in the mill grinds. It seems to be old and not in use, so he gets some rest and is awakened by a family who lives in the cottage. He can hear them clearly through the wooden boards, but they don't know that he's there. These are the people who just shot him. They go inside, and there's a young child and man in a black robe. This is the blind man, or the hermit. This is the stage where the creature learns language. The blind man is giving a lesson to the child, and he's holding up a circle-shaped picture of the letter J with a cartoon boy. As he says, "Pay attention, what is this?" The child says, "A boy." He flips it over and says again, and we see an illustration of the green man from English lore. Then he does this again, but this time it's the letter A and an I. Clearly secret society symbolism. And then the camera turns around, the creature spying through a peephole that's shaped like an eye. This is symbolic, the journey of the wild man. He's being initiated into the mysteries. So the creature starts learning everything about this family, connecting with them from a distance. He notices they need help, and so at night, he collects firewood for them, starts doing random deeds around the house, and they're extremely thankful. They believe that the spirit of the forest is the one doing this. This ties back to Green Man symbolism, which is connected to secret societies. Remember, Frankenstein is green in multiple versions, but essentially, the wild man is the untamed man, the uninitiated man, the untamed force you must master before entering higher mysteries. This is the phase where he goes from monster to man. Interestingly, he says he became their invisible guardian. This next scene's really weird. Basically, the family's home when we hear this rumble and notice the white pyramid window, when out of nowhere a large pack of wolves attack the home and livestock. It's extremely gruesome. They rip the animals apart and the wolves kill or sacrifice the sheep. This is where the creature learns an important lesson. He learns that the world will hunt you just for being who you are. So the family decide to go on a hunting trip for a month or so, and they leave the old man behind because he didn't want to go. Interestingly, they even call him a stubborn goat. That seems on purpose. The creature plans on introducing himself to the blind man because he feels that he won't judge him because he's blind. So he walks in through the two pillars with the green man symbols, enters the home, and the blind man welcomes him, offering him drink and bread. The blind man realizes that he's different and hurt, and he also knew he was hiding in the mills the whole time, and that he really wasn't the spirit of the forest. So now the hermit is like his personal teacher as he reads all the old man's books, starting with the Bible. He learns about the snake in the garden. A few days go by, and the creature's learning many new things, and he's read most of the books. But there's one he hasn't read yet, Paradise Lost by Milton. Now this is an important reference, and it's kind of the key to the original novel. I'll break that down, but this proves Del Toro understands the symbolism completely. It's basically an old book about man questioning God, but it's really the first Lucifer novel. The old man then says something interesting. Forgive and forget, the true measure of wisdom. Because the creature is still in a stupor, he doesn't really remember anything. But the monster has dreams. He just doesn't know which are his, as each body part he's connected to has different memories. But he can remember the word Victor. The hermit then tells him to go to it so that he can find himself. So the monster goes back to the destroyed castle, and this is when he discovers Victor's notes. He realizes what he is. He can read now, he can understand the notes. He realizes that he's just an experiment, a monster. And he even finds the photo of him being made with that one-eyed symbolism. He also finds the letter for Victor, where he then gets his address. So he comes back to the old man, but this scene's kind of scary and ritualistic. The wolves are inside trying to kill the old man. The creature goes crazy, throwing the wolves around until they run away, and the hermit's now on the floor dying with this orangish red triangle in the background. The hermit's barely alive, and the creature tells him that he knows what he is now, that he's a child of the charnel house, a wreckage. But the hermit says, "No, you're my friend." But unfortunately, the hunters return from their trip and see the monster with the dead old man, and they think he did it. So they shoot the creature, and then he gets stabbed with a sickle as he makes his way outside under this triangle-shaped wooden structure in the snow with the green man symbol. But they come after him and kill him. However, the next day he wakes up, so he dies and then is reborn under this wooden frame structure. Now, he's a new person. The only friend he had was taken from him, and that was his only chance of being normal. Basically, the creature is immortal. He can't die. Back on the boat, we find out that envy built up in the creature, and that he then would come to Victor and ask him for a favor. He wanted Victor to make him a bride. As he says this, we go back to the story, and Victor is sleeping in flames, and Lucifer is at his bed. He pulls the mask off to reveal it's also death. Victor wakes up now, and we're back following him after the whole losing his leg and burning the tower. William and Elizabeth are about to get married. Outside of the event, it seems the creature has shown up. Victor goes to Elizabeth, the bride, to wish her the best, but that's not the only reason. She tells him no more lies. Notice how she has the mummy wraps around her arms. That's not by accident. There's also a mirror in the background, showing she is a reflection of himself. Victor then tries to reveal his love for her, but he gets slapped. They show the mirror a few times in the scene, and Victor looks at the mirror and we see elks in the background, another secret society symbol. He then notices that the door is open and starts to get paranoid. He immediately suspects that the monster must be here, and then the monster or demon comes out from the shadows. This is the scene where the creature comes to his creator, Victor, to ask for a companion, someone like him. So, Frankenstein's bride, which is another thing that has multiple symbolic undercoatings. Well, whose bride is it? Frankenstein's or the creature's? You'll see that there's this kind of correlation between them both. The creature wants Victor to create another monster to give him his Eve. But like I said, it gets deep. This is about procreation, meaning reproduction. It's about a scientist being able to create his own race of beings. It's not that clear in this version of the movie, but you will see that clearly that this is the secret to the Frankenstein's bride stuff. Victor's disgusted by the idea. Death begetting death. He says, a race of devils propagated upon the earth. So there you go, they do kind of spell it out there. But he says he won't do it. Never again will he create something so horrible. That horrible will that birthed and condemned the creature in the first place. See, but here's the thing. The movie's pointing out the demon-like nature of this entity. That is clear in the original novel. It seems like some type of demonic spirit. Well, Victor still doesn't want to do it, so the creature throws him across the room when Elizabeth comes in. Also notice the checkerboard floor and the background scenery. This hints towards this scene being ritualistic in nature. But what's weird about this version is Elizabeth seems to have feelings or attraction towards the monster. We talked about that earlier, but now it's blatantly clear. She's like in love with him or something. The music changes, the bride shows up, and his whole demeanor changes. And she's in the mummy wraps. So in this version, Elizabeth is the bride of Frankenstein, which is not how it is in the novel, but is clever because it points to hidden symbolism in the novel. And even crazier, Victor shoots a gun and it hits Elizabeth. Now you could say he was trying to hit the creature, but it's his disregard for the chance of even shooting Elizabeth that kind of shows a contrast here. In the novel, Victor is almost the victim and the creature is the evil bad guy. In this version, Del Toro flips that. So Victor shoots Elizabeth, others come into the room, and Victor blames it on the creature, saying it attacked her. William shows up thinking the creature did this, tries to attack the monster, only to get thrown, and he bumps his head hard on the wall. But it's even weirder. Elizabeth asks the monster to take her, so she wants to get kidnapped by the creature in this one, and she's clearly into him. I mean, keep in mind this is supposed to be a dead corpse. The monster then carries Elizabeth through a dance hall, through the two pillars. But think about it. This was Elizabeth's wedding. So the symbolism here is this is really the wedding between the creature and Elizabeth, who's now dying. William's dying when he tells Victor that he's the real monster, which explains the mirror stuff. It shows the layers of how these symbols reflect upon each other. Victor gets mad, grabs a shotgun, and chases down the monster. The creature's now carrying Elizabeth outside in the snow to a cave. He lays her down almost on a slanted altar where she has a white and red grating on her dress. She is not of this world, and she's already bringing up love. Better this way to fade with your eyes gazing upon me. So basically they're in love with each other, and the creature and Victor really just both lost their love. Victor shows up to the cave and sees that Elizabeth is dead. Now the monster's mad and breaks Victor's nose, and now the monster's going to be the creator's master. So another inversion. Now the creature is full on Satan. He's rebelling against his master to where now he haunts Victor. Victor is his slave. Then the monster runs off, to where we're kind of back to the moment where the story began. Victor's basically in this endless chase with the monster. He ends up following him for a long time, eventually ending up in the Arctic, where the captain found him. But this makes sense if we see it as him chasing his own shadow, his own inner demons. He's chasing his guilt, his ambition. But on a deeper esoteric level, it's almost like the initiate cannot outrun the daemon he created. This is typical in homunculus stories. It quickly becomes out of control for the alchemist, but it also represents a force of karmic debt. Once you make your allegiance to Lucifer, you must walk with him for eternity. Or in this case, Satan. This is Victor's hell. There's even a scene where the creature looks exactly like the Grim Reaper. He tortures Victor and even attempts to explode himself with dynamite. However, nothing can kill the creature, which is a hint. It shows he isn't some freak science experiment, but instead, it's more likely he is some paranormal phenomena that can manifest materially and present himself to others. Even after that dynamite blast, we get more one-eyed symbolism, which is all throughout the movie. And so it makes you think, why is this movie associated with Illuminati themes? That will become obvious as we break this down. So we loop back to the beginning of the movie, and now the creature is finishing his story, when Victor tells him that he's truly sorry and that he regrets it. Maybe it's just me, but the creature does look like death or even a Shinigami with this outfit. That's what I thought during the scene. But yeah, he's the Grim Reaper, aka Lucifer, or in this case, morphing into Saturn, a Satan archetype, the same entity that brought Victor on this path. It's about to take his life. But I say Lucifer because it's almost like he's overcoming his god, his creator, Victor. God in this case. He says, "Forgive me, my son." And this is the Lucifer symbol. The creature almost reminisces on what the old man told him. Learn to forgive and to forget. True wisdom. But this ties back to Paradise Lost. The creature was confused about his nature in relationship with his god. And in this moment, they're kind of resolving it. He forgives the demiurge. After saying Victor one more time, the creature kisses his forehead, and Victor is dead. The captain now realizes he must turn back. He's learned his lesson from the story and no longer wishes to chase his ambition to the detriment of others. They let the monster leave, and the creature even helps them out by lifting up the boat and pushing them out of the ice. They head back home, and the creature walks off into the sunrise, meaning the morning sun, Lucifer. But what I thought was extremely interesting is Del Toro actually leaves a quote at the end of the film, and I don't think it's an accident at all. He decided to choose Lord Byron. That means Del Toro most likely knows. I'll explain them in a second. Okay, so that's the new Frankenstein movie. And honestly, I enjoyed it. The only thing I didn't like was how the creature looked like. Kind of like that alien in Alien Prometheus. In this one, it's just a guy with makeup on. And I don't know, it wasn't that bad. But to me, it kind of took away from the cinematic experience and made it feel kind of like a play or something. I mean, for a Netflix movie, it was great. I'm just nitpicking. But I'm also comparing it to other versions. Essentially, the film is the journey of the initiate through different stages. Initiation leading to the ultimate work of joining with Lucifer. It's hidden Luciferian propaganda. I could break down the symbolism even more in this film, but before we do that, we need to familiarize ourselves with the original novel, and even what I would consider some possible alternative history surrounding its origins. Okay, I'm just gonna say it. There's no way Mary Shelley wrote Frankenstein. And I get it. People will say, oh, she had notes on the novel. Well look, I'm just going to present to you why I don't think it's the case that she wrote the novel, and you can come to your own conclusions. It's basically a PR stunt in a type of way for secret societies to get their ideas out under the guise of a female writer. But just think about the implications of that for a moment. The greatest Victorian Gothic horror novel of all time was written by someone else, and they purposely lied saying it was Mary Shelley. I mean, that would be a pretty big deal. But just in case you don't know, the original novel, Frankenstein, which was called Frankenstein, or the Modern Prometheus, was originally published anonymously on the 1st of January, 1818. It wasn't until 1821 that Mary Shelley's name was credited as the author. So 3 years after it came out, they decided to say Mary Shelley was the mind behind the story. So let's quickly break down the original novel. In the preface, it does make an interesting claim. Quote, "The event on which this fiction is founded has been supposed by Dr. Darwin and some of the physiological writers of Germany as not of impossible occurrence." End quote. In the book, they're referencing the grandfather of Charles Darwin, Erasmus Darwin, who wrote on the possibility of reanimating dead matter. Meaning, they're telling you from the start, this novel isn't entirely fiction. And even more so, it's possible this stuff actually happened. This is not a supernatural story. This is a scientific story. And in the preface, it does talk about the 1816 summer competition, but it doesn't say who wrote it. We'll come back to that if you don't know what I'm talking about. The novel starts with this whole North Pole exploration stuff, which is kind of weird. Captain Robert Walton is writing letters to his sister, Margaret Saville, in England, during an Arctic expedition, and that's how we're introduced to this whole story. I find it interesting that this idea of finding the ends of the Earth, or as Walton puts it, finding the magnetic secret to the Earth, is associated with this occult tale. But this is the first set of symbolism. Walton imagines the North Pole as a paradise of eternal light. But not just that, he wants a paradise of his own creation. It's clear they're setting up this Lucifer Prometheus myth already. It's the same man versus nature theme that we'll see throughout the novel. Forbidden knowledge disguised as exploration. So Walton and his crew get stuck in the ice, and later the crew finds Victor Frankenstein on the ice. And this is when Victor tells Walton the story we know as Frankenstein. He's pursuing a giant, his creation, who had fled across the ice. Victor refuses to come on board until he realizes that they're actually going to the North Pole, which shows Walton's ambition is still alive. But interestingly, Victor literally calls the creature a demon, which is important. That doesn't mean demon, but it hints to the creature being an astral entity or a metaphysical intelligence. Victor agrees to tell Walton his tale, so that he may avoid the serpent that stung him, tying the creature to the Garden of Eden and the devil. We talked about this in the movie, but the same way Victor and the creature are reflections of each other, that's kind of what we're seeing now with Victor and Walton. So we begin the story now. Victor is Swedish and from Geneva. His cousin is Elizabeth, and his best friend is named Henry Clerval. They grow up together, and when Victor reaches the age of 13, he suddenly has this spark of obsession with the occult. This is interesting because it is hinted to in many of the films, but not explicitly described, except for one example. Meaning, Victor's learning about real occult authors, Agrippa, Paracelsus, Albertus Magnus, alchemical authors. Obviously, he's learning about deep occult topics such as the creation of a homunculus. And this is at 13 years old. That's a very important detail because it ties his later work to the occult. But I suspect this is actually one of the secrets in the novel, because this is his first real work of study. He says, quote, "I entered with the greatest diligence into the search of the Philosopher's Stone and the Elixir of Life." End quote. Literally telling you, at age 13, he was deep into the occult. It even says that wasn't his only vision. The raising of ghosts or devils was a promise liberally accorded by my favorite authors, the fulfillment of which I most eagerly sought. Basically, Victor's saying at 13 he was obsessed with summoning demons and spirits. The books promised if you followed these rituals it would work, but nothing happened. Instead of blaming the books as wrong, Victor concluded he just didn't do it right, not that the books were wrong. He was literally trying to perform demon summoning rituals. On the surface, the book brings this up to highlight how science is practical and the occult is superstitious. He then starts learning about different science experiments, like an air pump and even electrical experiments. He describes electricity as a fluid. They had a kite that would draw down the fluid. And there's a part where he witnesses a violent thunderstorm, and an oak tree gets reduced to ribbons by fire from heaven. But this is an important change in Victor. It's almost an initiation. This leads him to studying electricity. As he became initiated into this scientific world, he begins to describe his overthrow of the previous occult obsession. So, the story's trying to frame it as if this occult stuff was just BS, and now he's learning the real science. Electricity equals the new life force. It replaces the mystical spiritus or vital spark of alchemy with a natural, testable energy. But it's more than that. We'll see without his occult foundation, he would have never been able to create the creature, which implies a lot. Then, when Victor turns 17, he becomes a student at the University of Ingolstadt. This is a very important detail that we'll come back to. I know I'm saying that a lot, but be patient with me, I'm gonna lay everything out. This is another important part of the story. Victor's mother dies from scarlet fever after caring for Elizabeth. So this loss is a turning point for Victor as it seeds his obsession with reversing death. So, he goes to Ingolstadt, a real Bavarian university, and he encounters two main professors. Kramp is kind of like this materialist gatekeeper. He mocks Victor for studying Agrippa, Paracelsus, and Albertus Magnus. He's dismissive of these mystical traditions. Victor feels limited by this and starts to see modern science as having very little promise. They're limited to observation and measurement, not creating worlds. Then there's Professor Waldman, the Hermetic scientist. Waldman has respect for the old mystics. He tells Victor that even though they were wrong, their zeal laid the foundations of discovery. It is the origin of science. When Victor sees Waldman's lab, this motivates Victor and awakens Victor's earlier occult ambitions. But now, it's kind of hinting that he's forming a link between alchemy and modern science. He's now ready to penetrate nature's secrets. And now we get the famous scene that we all know, the creation of the monster. But let's see how this unfolds in the original novel. So he studies under Waldman for about 2 years, and the book is very secretive about how he came to his discoveries. First, it says he started asking the question, where does life come from? From this, he concluded to understand life, you must understand death. He became familiar with anatomy and would observe natural decay. He basically goes through a series of observations involving watching things decay and corrupt. He says how I saw the worm inherited the wonders of the eye and the brain. So he starts talking about parasites, and then right after this, he talks about the change from life to death. And then somehow or another, a sudden light broke in upon me. A light so brilliant and wondrous, yet so simple. He had discovered a great secret. The book doesn't tell us what the secret is. It doesn't say anything about it being technology. He seemed to have discovered some type of occult secret here, and the use of light so brilliant hints to this being some type of Luciferian revelation. If this is your first time hearing that, you might think it's kind of crazy, but we just saw this in the 2025 movie. It's literally the same thing. He has some type of vision before the discovery. In the book, it describes it as a great light. He even makes an analogy to the sun here after saying secret. He says, I'm not recording the vision of a madman. So this is a vision. And then it says, the sun does not more certainly shine in the heavens than that which I now affirm is true. So he's comparing this truth to the brightness of the sun. Clearly Luciferian in nature. So after this vision, it says, after days and nights of incredible labor and fatigue, I succeeded in discovering the cause of generation and life. Nay more, I became myself capable of bestowing animation upon lifeless matter. Then we get a fourth wall moment. Even though he's talking to Walton, it's obvious that this is to the reader. It says, I can see in your eyes that you'd expect to be informed on this secret. But Victor refuses to reveal the secret, for the reason that will be revealed at the end of the story. Which we already know he's saying this secret will cause great pain, so I'm not going to tell you. But this is when it gets crazy. He literally wants to create a new species of man. See, a lot of this stuff gets lost in our pop culture version of Frankenstein, even though it's secretly coded in. When we look at the original novel, it's even more insane. So Victor basically discovers how to reanimate dead matter, calls it a secret and won't tell us how, but we do get a few hints. And he also calls it a power, interestingly. So he's convinced that his goal is actually possible. And so he sets his pursuit on creating his own human being, but this would be a new human. He for some reason decides that he wants it to be a giant, about 8 feet tall. Then he begins to collect his materials. This is when he's thinking about his project and says he will create a new species that would bless him as its creator and source. This is when it gets dark, because in order to do this, he has to go to graves, even mentions torturing the living animal to animate the lifeless clay. He says that he lost all his soul chasing this pursuit. Then he sets up a solitary chamber at the top of his house or apartment. So the lab scene doesn't happen in a castle. That's another thing that's crazy. When you read this, it makes you think like they were probably doing insane experiments in their apartments and stuff. So that's the setup chapter. And then next, the actual creation chapter 4 says that on a dreary night on November, which is interesting because that's during the month I worked on this project, but Victor collected his instruments of life and he infused a spark of being into this lifeless thing that lay at his feet. So nowhere does it say that he electrocuted the creature, but it does say spark. It seems to be implied that this does have to do with electricity, as it was mentioned earlier with the tree, and it's one of the key pivot points of Victor's transition from studying the occult to now embracing modern science, electricity as the force of life. However, there is a reason the occult was brought up, and I suspect it's not just electricity. Victor blended the two and did some alchemical or even black magic working here during the creation of the monster. My reasoning for that is it becomes clear this is some type of demonic entity, or a daemon as the book calls the creature, meaning it's similar to an astral entity. The creature is described with having yellow skin, and another detail is apparently the original monster had long, black, lustrous hair. Another strange detail about this chapter is after he finishes, he immediately feels horror and disgust, calling it a catastrophe. Then, he collapses into his bed and has a bizarre nightmare. He has a dream where he kisses Elizabeth, who then turns into his dead mother's corpse wrapped in a shroud with worms. Remember, the mother died taking care of Elizabeth, and we saw this type of layered symbolism in Del Toro's film. They both share a similar archetype, as in the film they're played by the same actor. So Victor wakes up and the creature's standing by his bed, grinning and reaching toward him. Victor freaks out and is followed by the creature as he runs into a courtyard, calling it a demoniacal corpse. The next morning, Henry Clerval suddenly shows up at the apartment to surprise him, and Victor's trying to play it cool, but he's obviously not well. They go upstairs and the creature's gone, vanished, and then Victor has a mental breakdown. He ends up having a fever for months while Henry nurses him back to health and keeps Kremp and Waldman away, and by the time Victor can walk again, he's just pretending like none of this ever happened, but he is terrified of what he actually did. What's weird about the book is that the creature basically goes on this killing spree, but to me it's very ritualistic in nature. It almost seems like the author is hinting towards sacrifices with different phases of initiation. So Victor gets a letter from home, heads back to Geneva, learns that his little brother William has been murdered, and he sees the creature in a storm that night and knows deep down that the creature was responsible for this murder. But it's interesting to note that Victor decides to keep this a secret. And we see another symbol right after this, because they don't know who murdered William. The family servant Justine is accused because William's locket is found on her. We find out later that the creature planted it, but Justine is convicted and then hung. It's a hanged man symbol from 1818. We see this to be the case because this is where the hanged man references come from in later films. It's another secret society reference. Victor's filled with guilt and runs to the mountains. On the Mer de Glace, the creature confronts him and asks to tell his side. So after Victor abandons him, the creature wandered through the woods alone, surviving on whatever he can find until he discovers a small cottage with a family living inside called the de Lacys. He hides in a shed attached to their house and secretly watches them for months. By listening to them speak, he learns language, and when Safi, a foreign woman Felix is teaching, arrives, he learns reading and writing. He eventually finds a satchel of books in the forest containing Paradise Lost, Plutarch's Lives, and the Swords of Werther, and these end up shaping how he understands literally everything about himself. And it's weird because the entire novel basically revolves around Paradise Lost. It's quoted right at the beginning. It has this line that's basically saying to God, "Did I even ask you to make me?" That's the whole creature's existence. This is where it becomes obvious that Frankenstein isn't just a Gothic horror story. It's a full-blown play on Paradise Lost. The poem is all about creation, rebellion, abandonment, the fall, the questioning of God's authority, Adam's innocence, Lucifer's revolt. And in the novel, Victor's playing the role of this flawed, mad god or demiurge who creates life and then panics and runs away from it. So the creature reads this stuff, and suddenly this reality starts to make sense to him. He sees himself in Adam, born innocent, abandoned, wanting answers. But he also sees himself in the fallen angel, rejected instantly, punished just for existing. And then he sees Victor mirrored in the creator, who refuses responsibility and disappears the moment things get difficult. This is Milton's mythology being used as a blueprint for the emotional and metaphysical core of the novel, clearly Luciferian in nature. Then he finds pages from Victor's journal and realizes with horror how he was actually made. He realizes that he wasn't made out of purpose or love. He was stitched together, hated immediately, treated like a mistake. And now his archetype shifts from being a newborn Adam and becomes the rebellious, rejected Lucifer, the one who decides that if he can't have love, he'll embrace the role of the outcast and punish the one who made him that way. After building up courage, he tries to reveal himself gently by speaking to the blind father alone. And it almost works, but the rest of the family returns unexpectedly and drives him out of fear. His one chance at having a normal life was just completely ruined. So they abandon the cottage, and when the creature finds it's empty, he burns it down. There is another strange detail here. After burning the cottage, he continues wandering around and saves the girl from drowning. But in the novel, he's actually trying to save the girl and then is shot by a man who thinks he's attacking her. This is when his heart hardens supposedly. But I find that interesting because this reference transferred into the later movies, but it became inverted. Eventually, the creature travels to Geneva, where he encounters young William in the woods, and we find out what actually happened. After seeing the child, the creature had hoped that the child might not judge him. But William, Victor's younger brother, called the creature a monster and cried out the Frankenstein name. The creature hears the Frankenstein name and then strangles the young boy in rage. I mean, I don't feel like most people realize that the creature in the original novel is like a maniac demon that is literally killing children. This is when he plans to lock it on Justine while she sleeps, framing her for the murder, which also gets her killed by hanging. But that's when we get to the crazy part, because the creature eventually confronts Victor, recounts his story as we just went through, and now he demands that Victor creates a female companion for him, promising to disappear forever if Victor agrees. Victor agrees to the creature's demand at first, but this is where the novel makes it clear what's really at stake. this isn't just about building a bride. What's actually being referenced here is he's creating a second being capable of reproducing, which means creating an entirely new species, a race that could multiply, evolve, and potentially replace humanity. Victor knows this. He even admits that if he finishes her, these two beings might flee into some remote corner of the world and start their own lineage. So, he travels with Henry through England under the excuse of research, but really he's searching for an isolated place to secretly construct this female creature. But the more he builds the female body, the more the implications of race creation consume him. He imagines them breeding. He imagines a population of beings stronger and smarter than humans. He imagines the consequences getting out of control. And then one night, he looks up and the creature's watching him through the window, making sure that he stays obedient. This is when Victor freaks out and destroys the female right in front of him. That's when the creature tells him, "I will be with you on your wedding night." Victor then dumps the remains at sea, ends up in Ireland where he's arrested, and then he's forced to look at Henry Carval's strangled body on the table, who was murdered by the creature as a direct retaliation. Victor for some reason decides to still go through with the marriage to Elizabeth, even with the creature's threat. But it's strange, so he still goes to the wedding, but he's convinced the creature's still coming for him. So on the wedding night, he's extremely paranoid, checking corners, waiting for an attack, and then he even sends Elizabeth to her room for her safety, which ironically delivers her straight into the creature's hands. And then the creature kills her. Victor hears her scream, rushes in, sees her body thrown across the bed, and the marks of the creature's grasp on her neck. One thing unique about the novel is the monster's completely insane. I mean, Victor looks at the window and the monster's just pointing and laughing hysterically, like mocking Victor, which to me makes it seem like a demonic entity. Victor's father dies immediately after from the shock of it, and that's what finally breaks Victor completely. He swears absolute vengeance, and the rest of the novel is basically one long, brutal pursuit of Victor chasing the creature across Europe, through mountains and forests, until the chase pushes them both into the far north, which is when Walton's ship finds him. And this is where the entire confession we've been reading has been taking place. Or that's what the novel is. Victor telling the story at the very end of his life about how he created this demonic monster, and then we find out that the creature is still out there somewhere on the ice. Walton learns from Victor's story and decides to not pursue the secret of the magnetic north. Then Victor dies on board. After this, the creature climbs in at night and mourns over Victor's body, says he never wanted to be a fiend, and vows to burn himself on a funeral pyre out on the ice before disappearing into the dark. Okay, so in essence, the entire thing is almost like a warning to the public so that they do not look into these secrets. Like, that's kind of the end result. Walton hears the story and turns around. We're supposed to use him as a role model, as we're receiving the story from him. The actual story itself is about how a Luciferian named Victor sought the secrets of life and essentially created a demonic homunculus. He didn't actually revive a dead body, but the spark hints more to an alchemical working involving some type of philosopher's stone. The creature is referenced as a demon or daemon several times throughout the novel, and is only seen by Victor, suggesting that the creature is actually metaphysical in nature. Not to mention, it seems to have the strange ability to always be able to find Victor wherever he may be in the late 18th century. This expands into a larger theme of ritual sacrifice and secret society initiations. Victor is being initiated as a surgeon. Let's keep in mind, he literally goes to school at Ingolstadt, which is the birthplace of the Bavarian Illuminati, which we'll break down. This without a doubt ties secret societies to the novel. So what we're actually looking at is a story about Victor's initiation into a brotherhood with occult scientific knowledge. And through the enlightenment he received, not only was he punished, but forced to return the favor and sacrifice. This journey is then used as fear propaganda to persuade the public into never looking into these types of matters. And that's still surface level, because it then expands even further into the concepts of resets and artificial humans made for a new world. Now I'm condensing that, but let's start to break all that down, and we'll see how this is exactly what manifests in the movie adaptations that follow, almost as if they're all picking up on the same thing. So let's start with Mary Shelley. Now, listening to that breakdown, does that really sound like a feminist writer in the early 1800s wrote it? I'm not trying to be harsh or anything, it's a valid question. And this becomes more apparent when you actually read the book. But it doesn't really sound feminine at all. We're talking about alchemy, surgery, anatomy, secret societies, Luciferian Promethean symbolic overlays that seem far too advanced with someone with no literary history at 18 years old. The novel is clearly written in a male tone. Let's establish that, with the exception of a few examples like Elizabeth. But literally, out of nowhere, Mary Shelley just comes in at the age of 19 and writes the greatest Gothic horror of all time? I don't know about that. But there is a reason I'm saying that. It's not just based on what it sounds like. You see, Mary Shelley was married to Percy Bysshe Shelley. It's much more likely that Percy and his group of occult friends are the real writers behind Frankenstein. And this is actually a very interesting story. Now, to be fair, Mary Shelley did come from an intellectual family. She was almost designed for this purpose. Her mother was a pioneer feminist philosopher called Mary WollStoneCRAFT. Also notice how they both share the same name? Reminds me of Elizabeth and Victor's mother. Her father was William Godwin, who was an anarchist philosopher who wrote Political Justice. So she comes from a family of radicals basically. She grows up surrounded by radicals, reformers, and all these eccentric thinkers, and she supposedly had access to this huge library where she spent her time reading about galvanic ideas, early natural philosophy, old writings on chemistry, and the history of alchemy. All sorts of strange material about life and creation. And it would seem this is where they claim she picked up a lot of the background knowledge that later shows up in the themes of Frankenstein. So, the story we're told is that Frankenstein was written by Mary Shelley as a way of dealing with the loss of her child, where she had dreams of bringing the baby back to life. And due to this and all her other influences, she somehow ended up writing Frankenstein in 3 days during the 1816 summer writing competition on ghost stories. Okay, but I have some serious questions about all this, because when you actually look into Mary's early life and even her mother's history, it gets even stranger, because they tell us that Mary Shelley is reading all this heavy material before most kids her age even know basic literature. So she's basically being shaped into this perfect symbol of the radical new woman author, even before she writes anything major. And, strangely, her mother dies less than 2 weeks after she's born. So Mary grows up without her and ends up being raised in Godwin's household instead. When she turns 16, she meets Percy Shelley. Now this guy's interesting. Percy Bysshe Shelley comes from a wealthy Sussex family. He's sent to Eton and then Oxford, and he gets expelled from Oxford almost immediately for publishing a pamphlet called The Necessity of Atheism. That's really the first big public sign of who he is. He's openly challenging religion, authority, and institutions at an early age. He's literally Victor. After that, he keeps writing political pamphlets, poems, and essays aimed at criticizing monarchy, organized religion, and the way society controls people. And then there's some weird stuff. Percy apparently walks out on his family for Mary. He leaves his older wife Harriet in a really dangerous position for women in that era. And then she becomes fearful because once Percy is gone, she has no legal standing, no financial stability, no protection from the social humiliation that comes with being publicly abandoned. So she's getting letters from Percy pushing radical ideas about free love, and she's getting pressure from her own family to either leave him entirely or come home. And now she's raising 2 children alone, while everyone in London knows her husband ran off with a teenage girl from a famous intellectual household. But this story gets kind of dark. In 1816, she changes her name and starts living under Harriet Smith, almost like she's trying to vanish. And then on December 10th, 1816, after she disappears, her body is found in the Serpentine in Hyde Park. and she's pregnant with a third child. They end up ruling that she was unalived, but there's no note, no witnesses, and no explanation for how she ended up in the water. And then it gets stranger. Not even 3 weeks later, Percy marries Mary on December 30th, 1816, the moment Harriet is gone. While Harriet was alive, Percy couldn't legally marry Mary. The second that Harriet dies, he marries her, regains access to the children, and the biggest scandal around him conveniently disappears. And even Percy knew how suspicious all this looked, because afterwards, he's writing letters to his friends, telling them not to blame him and insisting he acted according to principle. Sounds like he's paranoid. So yeah, that's kind of a weird story about him and his first wife mysteriously dying while pregnant. But another thing is, Percy seemed to be openly Luciferian to a certain degree. They didn't call it that at that time, but that's essentially what it was. He had an obsession with overturning religious authority, tearing down hierarchy, breaking inherited systems, and replacing them with a new vision of pure reason and human liberation. You see it all over his writings. One of his early works, Queen Mab, is basically a manifesto disguised as poetry. It attacks organized religion, monarchy, law, tradition, and even the idea of God itself. It's not really subtle. He's literally trying to burn the old world down in the name of a new one. And that poem ends up being banned, circulated underground, and it becomes a secret text for radicals all across England. Then, he does this later after Frankenstein, but he ends up writing Prometheus Unbound, which is literally the myth of Prometheus rewritten to celebrate the rebel god who defies heaven and brings forbidden knowledge to mankind. It's pretty clear. Percy treats Prometheus as a hero, a role model, a liberator, someone who breaks the chains of divine authority and hands power back to humanity. Okay, but let's break down why Percy and his circle look way more like the writing engine behind Frankenstein than the clean story we're told. Well, first, Mary was not an established author when Frankenstein was released anonymously. Imagine you wrote this at 19. Wouldn't you want your name on it? Her first published work is basically a travel book that they put together, history of a 6-week tour in 1817, and it comes out anonymously and it's mostly journals and letters from their trips. Then, Frankenstein drops January 1st, 1818, also anonymous, and the first edition literally opens with a preface written by Percy and a dedication to William Godwin. Right at the gate, the public is being pointed toward Percy and Godwin's orbit, and early readers actually assumed Percy wrote it. Percy, on the other hand, has a real paper trail as a writer before Mary is even in the picture. He gets expelled from Oxford in 1811 over the necessity of atheism, so he's openly taking the anti-church position in print as a teenager. He's already written and published Gothic material like Zastrozzi and then Saint Irvine, or the Rosicrucian, which is straight up about a secret order, forbidden knowledge, an immortality obsession. It's the base template for Frankenstein, but we'll talk about that later towards the end. Then on top of that, he privately prints the occult-coded Queen Mab in 1813, where he's going after religion, monarchy, and the system. So it makes far more sense that Frankenstein was actually being drafted by Percy or someone in his group. I mean, think about it. He's been doing it for years, and he's literally covering all these same exact themes. Okay, but it gets more interesting. I actually got this whole idea about the false authorship from another novel you probably know, Dracula. I did a video on Vampires Unveiled last year, and that one's still one of the best videos on the channel if you haven't seen it. But while I was researching the origins of Dracula and its connections to secret societies, I came across an earlier esoteric vampire story called The Vampire by John Polidori. This is when it gets deep, because this undoubtedly connects vampires and Frankenstein together. Both books come from the same exact circle. Both are loaded with the same esoteric symbolism and secret society themes, and both have weird authorship issues. What made me start thinking this is when The Vampire came out in 1819, literally 1 year after Frankenstein, The first edition wasn't even credited to Polidori. It was credited to someone called Lord Byron. This is key. And honestly, I started thinking that Byron might be the real author behind both stories, and Polidori and Percy were more like his assistants in a larger project that he was driving. So Byron's like the director. Percy Shelley, John Polidori, and Lord Byron were not just random writers who happened to be on vacation together. They were friends. They traveled together. They wrote together. They shared manuscripts. They argued philosophy every night. And Polidori was a confirmed Freemason. We know that. He got initiated in 1818. And he becomes Byron's personal physician, basically living inside Byron's private life. The main vampire in his book, Lord Ruthven, is based directly on Byron. And Byron's own family background has its own strangeness. His great uncle was literally called the Wicked Lord, and he was a Grand Master at the Premier Grand Lodge in the 1700s. This guy held ritualistic gatherings at Newstead Abbey, a full Gothic estate, and apparently he straight up killed a man in a duel and walked away with the fine because of his status. So we have Byron's noble bloodline, Polidori's a Freemason, and Percy's like a radical Luciferian atheist. So they all get together in 1816 during the summer at Lake Geneva. This is the exact night Frankenstein and the vampire are born during what they call a ghostwriting competition. According to the mainstream story, they expect us to believe that both Frankenstein and the vampire were somehow conceived, outlined, and drafted in a matter of 3 stormy nights while everyone was trapped indoors. And guess who suggested this whole idea? Lord Byron is the one who throws out the idea for a ghost story contest. And somehow, the 2 stories that survive from that night just happen to be the first modern science fiction novel and the first modern vampire story. Seems planned. Almost like they were consciously creating stories loaded with their ideals: Promethean rebellion, forbidden knowledge, Luciferian themes, enlightenment taken way too far, royalty and blood rituals. We'll see that later. There's a reason they published them anonymously. First off, no one in 1818 would have believed Mary Shelley wrote Frankenstein. She had no published history. She was 19 when the story was drafted, and the book is filled with philosophical arguments, scientific speculation, political references, and classical knowledge that people simply didn't think a young woman with no major works could pull off. So publishing it under her name right away would have either tanked the book or exposed the real authors behind it. That's most likely the first reason. The second reason is Percy and Byron were banned writers. Both of them had reputations the British establishment absolutely hated. Percy was expelled from Oxford, he was constantly attacking religion, and Queen Mab had already been circulating underground because no publisher wanted to touch it. Byron was buried in scandals, accused of sedition, immorality, and basically everything you can accuse someone of in that era. Parliament despised him. His name on anything remotely controversial would have triggered censorship, legal action, or just instant rejection from booksellers. And on top of that, the public itself wasn't ready for these kind of ideas. So they slipped it into Frankenstein and the vampire. Open atheism, scientific blasphemy, Promethean rebellion, hints of occult knowledge. These ideas would have caused massive backlash if people knew Byron or Percy were behind them. The public already viewed them as dangerous radicals. Anything this on the nose coming directly from their names would have been shut down. If not by society, by the government. So they realized they had to be secretive about it if they want their ideas to actually spread. So publishing anonymously, or under the wrong name, a fake author, was a way around both the government and the crowd. Look, it may sound like a stretch, but what's interesting is one of the most famous Frankenstein movies literally hints to what I'm saying right now. It's possible even some Hollywood directors have considered this. And I mean, regardless, it's clear Percy influenced the book. That's a fact. He writes Mont Blanc during the same 1816 trip and gets it printed inside the travel book. So he's producing major work in real time while they're in the exact landscapes that Frankenstein uses. It seems clear that Percy assisted Mary at the very least with her notes and helped her with several corrections. But they try to frame it like he's just a supportive husband. But he's the most experienced writer in the room, already obsessed with atheism and Prometheus-style rebellion and Rosicrucian occult framing. He's also the guy who wrote the preface and helped push it through publication. It's kind of funny actually, because I think Percy Shelley was too on the nose with it. He ends up publishing an anonymous poem the same year as Frankenstein, actually just a few months after its release. So get this, the poem he puts out is Ozymandias, which is literally about a great creator whose works survive but his name gets erased, forgotten, buried under time. That's the whole metaphor, a creator who can't take credit for what he built. And when you read it that way, it almost feels like Percy is low-key talking about himself. Like this is his way of saying, I created something monumental and no one will ever know it's me. And it does fit the timing as well. So if he did publish Frankenstein anonymously, it would follow that he couldn't legally put his name on something that radical without getting destroyed by the public, and so right after, he writes this poem about a powerful figure whose legacy exists but whose identity doesn't. That's exactly how a poet would confess something without ever actually saying it. But that's not all. And this is pretty crazy when you look at the whole background to the real history, because that's not the only strange connection. It would seem that Frankenstein is actually secretly a novel about the creation of the Illuminati. They secretly encoded that into the story. And this is where Mary Shelley's mother comes in, Mary WollStoneCRAFT. Kind of a weird name, right? WollStoneCRAFT? StoneCraft? The name itself seems related to the occult or secret societies. And Frankenstein supposedly means in German, Stone of the Franks. We'll talk about that later, but Mary Shelley's mother was probably the biggest feminist of her time. She was pushing for women's rights in the late 1700s. She wrote A Vindication of the Rights of Woman, clearly Masonic in nature, and she was involved with radical political circles during the French Revolution. Another thing is that she dies shortly after giving birth to Mary Shelley. It's a convenient story, almost too clean. But one of the strangest parts of it all is Mary WollStoneCRAFT's connection to the Bavarian Illuminati. Mary WollStoneCRAFT was accused of being a part of the female Illuminati, and that's a historical fact. We're about to look at multiple sources, but first, we need to address this whole Illuminati thing. Because the mainstream angles would just see this as a joke or just seen as a conspiracy theory. So here's a quick version of the actual history. In 1776, Adam Weishaupt starts the Order of the Illuminati in Ingolstadt, Bavaria, the exact city where the monsters created in Frankenstein. Very important to note. The whole point of this group was basically enlightenment. It's the same exact Luciferian Promethean stuff, but it was framed as reason over tradition, reason over the church, reason over inherited authority, and the idea that the old order is the thing keeping humanity in a kind of controlled darkness. But what exposed this is something much deeper were the works of Byron and later Robinson. They were basically the conspiracy theorists of their time. However, what they're saying is extremely detailed, and they're not treating it like a meme. They're treating it like a real covert project, exposing the Illuminati as a secret society structure who were building these secret networks and spreading their ideology through existing social systems. That's literally what Frankenstein is. It's Luciferian propaganda. So what ends up happening is that in 1785, the Bavarian authorities banned the Illuminati. And so the mainstream take is, well, it got shut down. End of story. However, Byron tells us that this is actually the beginning of the real story. Because now, after being banned, the Illuminati simply went underground. 4 years after the Illuminati was banned, the French Revolution erupts. Coincidence? This is its own subject entirely, but Byron claimed that the French Revolution was not some spontaneous uprising. It was engineered on purpose by these Illuminati circles working with their Freemasonic counterparts to destabilize Europe and destroy the old order. Which is pretty wild because this is being written in the late 1700s when everyone involved is still alive. So it's not like a hindsight conspiracy, he's literally pointing fingers at the people of his time. So for a quick introduction to anyone who might not know about this, in the late 1700s, there was a Jesuit priest named Augustin Barruel. He wrote during the French Revolution, and he's basically the main person everyone cites when talking about the origin of the Illuminati conspiracy. He was literally describing something like a new world order in 1798. And he makes some very interesting claims that can't just be brushed off. The weird part that never really gets mentioned is, well, Barruel himself was a Jesuit, but apparently he was a self-identified Freemason. He gets exiled from France in 1792. He ends up in London, which is the center of British intelligence at the time, and this is where he writes his massive 4-volume memoirs. He had access to British government archives, emigre networks, former French aristocrats, and basically anyone who had a reason to hate the revolution. His publisher in London was funded by the crown, and the British government literally bought thousands of copies of his books and shipped them across Europe as anti-revolution propaganda to justify going to war with France. So Barruel is writing about secret societies while being bankrolled by one of the most powerful states on earth that also has its own secret societies. So there's that. But what's interesting is that Barruel wasn't actually the first person to publish a full breakdown of the Illuminati. His 4-volume work comes out in 1798, but the year before that, another author had already laid out the same material. Barruel basically stole the material. That writer on this subject was John Robison, a Scottish professor of natural philosophy at Edinburgh, secretary of the Royal Society, and a long-time high-ranking Freemason. After reading the seized Bavarian Illuminati papers in 1796, he became convinced that this group infiltrated Masonic lodges. So, in 1797, he publishes Proofs of a Conspiracy, completely on his own, without exile networks or government backing. But what's weird is right after this, Barruel releases his huge multi-volume version the very next year. And you can clearly see him drawing from Robison's material, but framing it through a Catholic monarchist lens. Basically, Barruel took this information and used it to frame it as an anti-Christian conspiracy, and then that was used as propaganda. But Robison's is more from the angle of corruption within Freemasonry. Was Barruel some type of counterintelligence? What we now call controlled opposition. But it's the same story. A 3-part plot involving the Philosophes, the Freemasons, and Illuminati to cause the revolution. That's important because it ties the French Revolution to Freemasonry, and Mary WollStoneCRAFT was directly associated with this plot, or at least that is what was claimed during the time. She was essentially a female Freemason. The French Revolution began in 1789. Then, in 1790, WollStoneCRAFT publishes A Vindication of the Rights of Men, defending the revolution and attacking the old aristocratic order. In 1792, she publishes A Vindication of the Rights of Woman. It's honestly a strange read. It's literally a Masonic feminist manifesto. Total rework of the household, education, virtue, marriage, the mental training of women in the future of society. In the book, she's arguing for the illumination of the female mind. Quote, "It is time to effect a revolution in female manners, time to restore them to their lost dignity and make them as a part of the human species, laboring by reforming themselves to reform the world." Quote, "To render women truly useful members of society, I argue that they should be led by having their understandings cultivated on a large scale." End quote. Interestingly, she wrote this when she was 32 on her 33rd year. The reason people saw her as a dangerous radical is because if women are illuminated by reason, the same way men are, then marriage changes, obedience changes, inheritance and family structure changes. church authority changes, and basically the entire social order loses the control mechanism it has relied on. I mean, think about it. It kind of makes sense with the modern state of feminism. Mary WollStoneCRAFT is said to be the founder of the modern feminist movement, or you could at least form a strong argument that is the case. A Vindication of the Rights of Women laid out the first systematic demand for women's equality based on reason and education. Just to be clear, I'm not saying I have an issue with that idea. However, it's the intent that matters. She wanted women to be like men. This treats men and females as equals when they're not. They have completely different roles in society and in the household, and WollStoneCRAFT was intentionally trying to destroy these boundaries. So on one level, it kind of makes sense when you look at this history, that Mary Shelley comes from this history of radical feminist history. However, just like Frankenstein has this weird authorship stuff going on, I suspect that even WollStoneCRAFT, particularly her political writings, were actually the writings of male Freemasons. One of the main reasons is just the leap from her earlier works to her political writings. WollStoneCRAFT spends her 20s writing children's books and love novels that nobody remembers. Then, in 1789, the Declaration of the Rights of Man and of the Citizen drops. This is the foundational document for the revolution. And there are illustrations and paintings from that time. There are multiple, but one of the most famous ones clearly shows the Eye of Providence and the Phrygian cap. This is undoubtedly the work of Freemasons, and that's exactly what people thought at the time. But right after this, in 1790, Edmund Burke responds with his reflections on the revolution in France. And he's basically a conservative, and he's saying that the rights of man is dangerous garbage, and that the revolution is really just a mob of animals, and that France is done, praying that Britain doesn't get the same disease. But I bring this up because 28 days later, after this big shot conservative writer, Burke, releases his book, literally less than a month, Mary WollStoneCRAFT writes the fastest political pamphlet ever and drops A Vindication of the Rights of Men. So she's the first to respond out of nowhere, and she rips Burke to pieces defending the revolution. But there's no build up to this. She was basically just a quiet teacher, and out of nowhere she's writing the largest defense of the revolution in the entire country. To me, what makes it obvious is just their writing styles. It's like two different people. Before her political stuff, she wrote Mary, a fiction, in 1788. Wait, so she literally titles her novel after herself and calls it a fiction? That's kind of weird. The whole book is basically her fantasy version of her life. Sad rich girl, forced marriage, meets perfect dying guy, never has sex, just pure soul love. Then she travels helping poor people and has these spiritual visions waiting to die and join him in heaven. It's super emotional, super flowery, the sentences go on and on forever, lots of dashes. It's basically a 1780s crying novel. Okay, and now compare that to Vindication of the Rights of Men in 1790 and Rights of Women 1792. Complete 180. No more tears, no more visions, none of these pretty long sentences. It's aggressive, cold, logical. She's straight up roasting Burke, throwing facts, building arguments like a courtroom. It reads like some seasoned political dude wrote it, not the same girl who was writing weepy diary novels 2 years earlier. So clearly WollStoneCRAFT was plugged right into these networks. The whole radical publishing machine in London that was cranking out pro-revolution stuff. And it makes sense when you see how fast her political voice pops up out of nowhere. And it's the same stuff as Paine and these French texts that are coming out of the Johnson shop. Then, 1797 hits. She marries William Godwin, gives birth to Mary, and dies just 11 days later from complications. So that's the WollStoneCRAFT timeline. What's so wild is that right in the middle of all of this, during her peak years in the 1790s, there were straight up accusations flying around calling her a member of the female Illuminati. And they weren't just rumors. These were coming from major conservative presses, preachers, and magazines that were dead serious about tying her to this big Illuminati conspiracy. So apparently, the term female Illuminati was used in 1798 The same year, Godwin drops the memoirs of WollStoneCRAFT's life, spilling all the tea on her affairs and her unaliving attempts, which just fueled the fire. Which is pretty insane when you think about it. Because basically, Mary Shelley's father was William Godwin. In 1798, Godwin publishes Memoirs of the Author of A Vindication of the Rights of Woman in January 1798, literally 4 months after she dies. And in it, he admits that between 1794 and 1795, she's in Paris and shacks up with an American adventurer named Gilbert Imlay, gets pregnant out of wedlock, and has a daughter named Fanny. Imlay starts cheating and then ghosts her. This is her first unalive attempt. She swallows opium in London when Imlay dumps her. Her second attempt was in May 1796 when she jumped off a bridge and the fisherman had to pull her out. During 1796 to 1797, she starts sleeping with Godwin while they're both still preaching this no marriage philosophy. She gets pregnant again. This time it's Mary Shelley, only then to marry in March 1797, basically to make the kid legitimate. So in this one book, Godwin confirms that she had 2 kids out of wedlock, 2 unalive attempts, serial affairs, and she only put a ring on it when she was already knocked up again. So the conservatives used this and lost their minds. But to them, they saw this as proof that her rights of woman philosophy meant sleeping around, breaking marriages, and unaliving yourself when free love didn't work out. Interestingly, we see a lot of these exact themes in Frankenstein, and in particular the new 2025 adaptation where Elizabeth chooses the monster. And so all of this gets handed off to Mary Shelley, which is the part that matters for Frankenstein. WollStoneCRAFT dies almost immediately after Mary is born, and Godwin raises Mary in a house that's basically an intellectual hub. Her mother's name is everywhere, her mother's books are everywhere, and her mother's reputation is everywhere, including the backlash. So even if you don't claim some literal membership card connection to Weishaupt, you can still see how the accusation itself becomes part of the inheritance, and then later, Mary just so happens to write a novel about forbidden knowledge, creation, consequences, and a new being released into the world that no one can control. That's what we're dealing with. Another thing I left out is a bunch of her stuff only came out after she died because Godwin put it together. And get this, one of her early books from 1789 is this giant reader for a young woman full of moral extracts and poetry, but it's published under the fake name Mr. Creswick, teacher of elocution. It's a pseudonym, a male pseudonym, the same year she's still writing weepy novels under her own name. So technically, she's already hiding behind a dude's name while compiling improvement lessons for girls. Also, Mary WollStoneCRAFT also apparently wrote an unfinished Gothic novel called The Cave of Fancy that Godwin dug up after she died and stuck in her posthumous works. It's set after a shipwreck. Some old sage finds a half-dead teenage girl washed up, nurses her back, and starts telling her long stories about dead souls, reincarnation, and how women get crushed by evil men in society. But look at what it's actually doing. A powerful older man literally creates a new woman by saving her life and then educates her into a perfect enlightened being, all in this isolated cave away from the world. That's the exact Frankenstein blueprint, just flipped. Victor digs up dead parts, stitches a new person, tries to educate it with zero love, and the creature ends up a monster because it's abandoned. But in this novel, the sage saves one girl with wisdom and care and gets a saint. So it almost seems like Mary Shelley takes her mom's abandoned cave story, flips the creator into a cold, arrogant scientist who runs away, and turns the whole thing into a horror show about what happens when men play God with new life and then ditch it. And she has another unfinished novel from the same period, Maria, or The Wrongs of Woman. Same deal. Godwin publishes it after she's gone. It's about a woman locked in a madhouse, her baby stolen, and just like Frankenstein, it's told from the point of view of telling her life story to the jailer. She's also full of pure rage at marriage laws, forced sex, and men who treat women like trash or property. If you put the two together, you have the full monster recipe. WollStoneCRAFT writes Maria as the woman version of that abandoned creation, raging at the system that animated her and then rejected her. I honestly suspect that Godwin may have had something to do with this, and then that base was kind of the pre-Frankenstein novel that evolved into the sci-fi version through Percy and his Masonic affiliates like Byron and Polidori, with Mary Shelley being chosen as the face of it all. Okay, but now that we've covered how Shelley's family and friends were associated with the Illumined ones, let's take a look into the occult history behind Frankenstein. It is clear we can tie secret societies to the creation of the novel. However, what makes that stronger is the strong occult foundation it was built off. Well, I wanted to start with this weird connection between Mary Shelley and the Grimm brothers, the famous authors behind Grimm's fairy tales. This is interesting because it connects Frankenstein to Hebraic Magick and Kabbalah. So Mary Shelley's stepmother was Mary Jane Claremont. What's with all the Marys? At first I thought it was a coincidence, but once you go down the family history, you see the same names everywhere. Anyways, there's a rumor that Mary Shelley's stepmother had something to do with the first English translation of the Grimm fairy tales. The 2-volume German popular stories, published between 1823 and 1826, came out just a few years after Frankenstein. Modern scholars deny that she actually translated anything, but either way, the book was published by Edgar Taylor, a close friend of Godwin's circle, so Shelley would have undoubtedly been familiar with the tales. The actual Frankenstein castle isn't in the novel, but the reason it gets shown in the movies is because there is a backstory here that's kind of now lost in legend or in rumors. But it is clear that this castle, which is real, it's in Germany in a place called Darmstadt. So it would be kind of weird to name your mad scientist Frankenstein when there is a well-known castle going back to the 13th century. You would think she'd at least have to know about it. And what makes it stranger is that long before Mary Shelley writes anything, this castle already has a reputation for alchemy and bizarre experiments. In 1673, there's this guy, Johann Conrad Dippel, who was literally born in the castle, and the stories about him are pretty insane. There's a legend that he created an animal oil known as Dippel's oil, which functioned like an elixir of life. And then there are other legends about him digging up bodies and doing these same kind of Frankenstein-like experiments. And I mean, obviously he was chasing immortality. So in the background, a castle named Frankenstein in Germany, steeped in occult legends that are all about the same thing as Frankenstein, but the mainstream says there's no proof. Mary Shelley was said to have been 10 miles away from the castle in 1814, but again, there's no evidence that she visited. Well, maybe they didn't want people to know. Because it's interesting. Another rumor associated with this, apparently, the Grimm brothers visited the castle and learned this secret occult lore, and they told the stepmother of Mary Shelley. Then, in 1814, apparently she did visit the castle. Again, this isn't proven. People usually freak out about this stuff, saying there's no evidence. But what we do know is this. It's not a part of their main fairy tales book, but in 1808, Jacob Grimm wrote for a journal in Germany discussing the Jewish tale of Prague, the rabbi creating a clay servant animated by the word Emet, truth, on its forehead, which comes to life to protect the community. But in order to deactivate this artificial servant, in case it were to get violent, you have to change the word to Met or death. The Golem is a very well-known story, but it's interesting how it relates to Frankenstein. And it even seems that Shelley may have borrowed from this famous legend. But is it really just a legend, or is there any truth to it? If you don't know the famous Golem of Prague story, it's kind of a strange story, honestly. The main modern one that gets told in the modern day comes from the late 1500s, the Jewish community in Prague. In some versions of the story, the community was being accused of certain accusations. So in response, a rabbi named Judalo bin Bezalel, the Maharal, decides enough is enough. So he does this ritual at night by the river with 2 assistants and molds a giant man out of wet clay. He walks circles around it 7 times 7 while chanting secret letter combinations from one of the Book of Creation. He finishes the ritual. He writes the word Amet on the artificial man's forehead to activate it. The clay man opens his eyes, stands up, and becomes the guardian of the ghetto. It's basically under the control of the rabbi. He can make it do anything he wants. Until one Friday, the rabbi forgot to deactivate the clay man before Shabbat. The creature then goes berserk and starts destroying everything. The rabbi then has to rush out, chase it down, and erase the first letter, so now it reads Met, or death. The creature is deactivated. To most people in the modern day, this is just seen as a legend. But what if this is a lost occult art form, in which through ritual and a specific reality framework, this is actually possible? The idea of creating an artificial intelligence, an artificial body. This is real occult history, with several prominent writers throughout history claiming they could create a golem. If you haven't seen Homunculus Unveiled, this subject is connected. But in this case, Frankenstein more so represents the idea of a golem. You are gathering together materials and then embedding them with life. That is a golem. You aren't growing it in a jar, but a golem is a type of homunculus. It's the same occult tradition and framework. This idea that you can create a body for another intelligence, whether that be on the astral level as a mimetic entity or even a tulpa, or on the physical level, an actual material being animated by aether or life force. This is the secret of Frankenstein. It's a real occult ritual. Interestingly, this is hinted to in the 2025 movie. Remember, there are 2 types of transfers. One is the Red Angel or Lucifer, and the other is referencing Erlander wanting to go through elite clone transfer. Mary Shelley, or I should say Percy and his group of friends, would have been well aware of the secret. In fact, it tells you in the book. Victor studies Paracelsus and Agrippa. They both mention how to create a living homunculus in their works, which is clearly why the book brings them up. Frankenstein is a golem. Even the depiction of the golem looks exactly like Frankenstein. But let's go into this history. Did you know that the actual word golem is in the Bible? Like, it's literally in it. Psalm 139 verse 16. In the King James Version, it says, "Thine eyes did see my substance, yet being unperfect." The newer versions say unformed substance or my embryo. But in the original Hebrew, that word is galamai, which means my golem. David is talking to God saying, "You saw my golem, my raw, unshaped lump, when I was still just a ball of clay in the womb, and you already had every single day of my life written down." So David casually calls his fetal self a golem, like everyone already knows what he means, which is wild because that word only makes sense if the ancient creation by letters tradition was already floating around when that psalm was written. Either David himself knew the secret ritual tech, or the scribe slipped in a little Kabbalah wink. But that's not even the wildest part. The most famous creation story of all time, Adam in the garden, is literally a secret golem reference. Genesis 2 verse 7. Everyone knows this. God forms man from the dust of the ground and breathes life into him. But in Hebrew, the wordplay is Adam, man, from Adamah, ground, red clay. God is molding a clay statue. In the Midrash, Genesis Rabbah 14:8, it straight up says Adam is a golem. Quote, "When the Holy One, blessed be He, created Adam, He created him as a golem, stretching from one end of the world to the other, as it is said, 'Your eyes saw my golem.'" Psalms 139 verse 16. End quote. Which is crazy because the rabbis are using that verse I just showed you as proof of this. And it's even in the Talmud, Sanhedrin 38b. They say Adam was created as a golem, stretching from one end of the world to the other. No soul, just a massive clay body waiting for the divine breath to come in. Now keep in mind, in the mainstream timeline, these are the writings of Hebrew rabbis from the 5th and 6th centuries, so almost 1500 years ago. You have rabbis saying Adam is a golem. But what are they referencing if this legend only goes back to the 16th century? Well, it seems clear they're actually talking about a secret occult ritual. This is ancient Hebraic mysticism, meaning rabbis were trying to copy the act in order to create their own golems. So technically Adam is the first golem. Adam is Frankenstein. And that's literally what all the adaptations call the monster or make some reference to Adam. Even the 2025 version most explicitly. But the writers are all aware of this esoteric tradition. God is the original rabbi doing the forbidden ritual, clay plus secret breath, which is code for secret letters. Even old medieval engravings show this knowledge with Adam rising out of a rock. And this is kind of crazy, but the Talmud talks about it twice actually. In Sanhedrin 65b, we see that this is a ritual being used by the rabbis. Rava says, if the righteous wish to do so, they can create a world, as it is stated, but your iniquities have separated between you and your God. In other words, Rava is explaining if you have no sins, you can become God. So Rava is Victor, but in this case, it's a 4th century Babylonian sage, which is pretty crazy. So apparently, Rava was able to create a full artificial human using the letter combinations from the Sefer Yetzirah. He even shows it off. And like Frankenstein, it couldn't talk at first. Rava created a man, a golem, using forces of sanctity. Rava sent his creation before Rabbi Zierah. Rabbi Zierah would speak to him, but he would not reply. And then the rabbi said to him, "You were created by one of the members of the group, one of the sages. Return to your dust." So this is the golem story. There is a way to activate the golem and then deactivate it. But the passage continues and it says something pretty insane. Apparently it's not just artificial men, but they could create an artificial calf for a ritual every Friday to eat for dinner on Shabbat. It might sound crazy, but we are talking about the concept of creating worlds. It's kind of like they were hijacking reality with these secret codes, like they're reprogramming reality and creating a new world. Quote, Rav Hanina and Rav Oshaya would sit every Shabbat Eve and engage in the study of Sefer Yetzirah, and a third-born calf, Igla Tilta, would be created for them, and they would eat it in honor of Shabbat. End quote. What's interesting is right after the Talmud drops the story of Rav Hanina and Rav Oshaya making a calf every Friday and eating it, the very next lines, Sanhedrin 65b to 67b, basically is explaining how this isn't technically sorcery. The rabbis in a very litigious way are saying, this isn't sorcery or forbidden witchcraft, because those guys use demons and illusions. But these Hebrew sages are doing it purely with the Sefer Yetzirah and the power of the holy letters, meaning it's permitted meditative creation, not black magic. And their proof is Rava's golem had no soul and couldn't talk, so it's not real deception, just a technical miracle. Essentially, the whole section is the Talmud nervously drawing a line saying, well, you can technically make a golem or a calf if you're holy enough, but don't call it sorcery and don't try this at home. These rabbis are using a specific framework, an ancient esoteric book called the Sefer Yetzirah, the Book of Creation. This book is from before the Talmud was finished, and it claims that God didn't just speak the world into existence with "let there be light." He built everything with a system of 10 invisible numbers, the Sephiroth, and the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. This is like the root of what the later Kabbalah tree of life is based on. The spheres are the Sephiroths, and the paths are the letters. There are different analogies used to explain this, like each Sephiroth is a name for God, or version of God. I think an easy way to understand it is that these are different attributes or genres of God, similar to astrology in a way, how each sign has different personality attributes. Well, each Sephiroth is an attribute of reality. They are the numbers, and the letters are different paths or flows of these energies. The spheres are like the power centers or the binary code, and the letters are paths or tools that you use to combine them, the coding language. It's just like software programs, like building blocks, and that's why it's magic. You spell out a word. According to the Kabbalists, this was the DNA code of reality, and if you mastered the exact combinations, pronounced them in the right order, while in total purity, you can literally rerun Genesis on a small scale. But it's also gematria. Every Hebrew letter has a number value, so every word is secretly a mathematical formula. So, it's a source code for creation, and gematria is the debugger. This is actually the basis of the entire Western occult system that was revived with the Golden Dawn, tarot, and modern astrology. Even in the Sefer Yetzirah, it explains how Kabbalah is intimately associated with astrology. It discusses how he engraved and carved with them the 3 mother letters, 7 planets, 12 constellations, and he bound them to his spirit, to his soul, and to his tongue. This explains why Hebrew letters are associated with tarot. According to the Sefer Yetzirah itself, the origin of the Hebrew language is steeped in mysticism. The 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet are the proof of this. The 3 mother letters are the 3 elements: air, water, fire. The 7 double letters are the classical planets, and the 12 simple letters are the zodiac signs. This is even confirmed in the Mishnah, chapter 2. God engraved and created the universe with these letters, so our reality is a golem. But what's interesting about this system is the Sefer Yetzirah isn't being allegorical. This is why I'm saying it's a framework. Literally, the Hebrew letters are the exact letters that God used to build the universe. So, to these rabbis, this ancient Hebrew was the original programming language of reality, and somehow they got access to that knowledge and was using it to create these artificial servants and apparently ritual calves. After the Talmud gets sealed, we don't really hear anything until the Middle Ages, which to me also hints towards phantom time. But fast forward to the 12th century in Germany, there was a rabbi named Eleazar of Worms. He was a Kabbalist who basically exposed how you could use the Sefer Yetzirah for practical ritual work. He's really the first one to lay out the process in a clear way, almost like the first tutorial on Kabbalah, and even explains how to create a golem. Before this, it was always hinted at or coded, but Eleazar's a huge deal. He's one of the most respected halakhic authorities of the entire Middle Ages. His book, Sefer HaRokeach, is still printed and studied in yeshivas today. So this isn't a fringe figure. This is a top-tier rabbi and a serious legal authority telling you how to build a clay moon. Apparently this was a deep secret. His compendium, Sodei Razaya, Secrets of Secrets, is where he drops his most intense material. This is his golem recipe. You need 2 adepts who are completely pure and haven't sinned in years. Then, you take virgin earth from a place that's never been touched, mix it with living river water, and mold the entire body limb by limb, while assigning letters from the 231 gates to each part. Both adepts chant the permutations while circling the form, and after the final sequence, you place a parchment with a divine name under the tongue or on the forehead, and the thing wakes up. But this is where it gets interesting. There are different types of golems you can make, depending on the purity of the practitioner and which divine name you use. That will determine the soul level that the golem receives. The basic level is the mute clay servant, the one that just performs chores for the rabbi. Then there's a middle level where the golem can speak a single word, usually one of the names of God. And then there's the highest level of animation, where you bestow a nefesh chaya, a living animal soul. which gives the golem a kind of instinct, hunger, emotion, and obedience, even though it still doesn't have full human intellect. But there is also a danger state. If the practitioner is impure or the ritual is off, Eleazar warns that the form can attract a Ra'ah, an evil spirit, and the golem will begin to grow uncontrollably, speak falsehoods, and become hostile. The only way to stop it is to remove the name and collapse the structure back into dust. Eleazar doesn't use the Emmet Met forehead trick from the later Prague versions, but it's the same principle. You activate and deactivate the form with a specific Hebraic formula, and once you're dealing with the higher soul level, you're basically creating a vehicle that anything can enter, not just the soul you intended. Eleazar also preserves the tradition that his teacher, Rabbi Judah the Pious, created a golem that served the yeshiva, carrying water, guarding the door, cleaning, until it started to grow beyond control and had to be dismantled by removing the divine name. This theme of the golem growing chaotic or exceeding its purpose is already present long before the Prague story, and obviously shows up again in Frankenstein. Then, Eleazar drops some pretty mind-blowing stuff. Apparently there's already a cosmic golem in the heavens made by God himself, out of the leftover light from creation. It's a giant humanoid shape, the measure of the body, and every letter of the Torah is inscribed on its skin. When people sin, part of that body fall away and become demons on the earth. When they do mitzvot, the letters glow again and repair it. Eleazar also slips in these strange name permutation formulas for controlling the elements. He doesn't call it magic, but that's basically what it is. You have chants tied to 4 winds, combinations of divine letters you repeat until the atmosphere itself reacts. There are instructions for opening the gates of rain, stopping storms, shifting the winds, all embedded right inside the mystical writings like it's normal practice. I mean, reading it, it does feel like they had some type of early weather manipulation tech using these magic letters. There are some even stranger, I would say even more occult rituals described by Eleazar. One of them is the Metatron ritual. Metatron is the angel form of Enoch, the scribe of heaven, the prince of the presence, and the only being in the entire celestial hierarchy allowed to sit on the throne next to God. In Eleazar's view, Metatron is basically the living embodiment of the divine name, a humanoid body made entirely of letters. The early Merkava texts say his height spans the universe, his bones are sapphire, his blood is fire, his face is brighter than 1,000 suns, and his eyes are like blazing wheels filled with the names of the angels that serve under him. Entire legions of fiery angels surround him just to dull the radiance so creation doesn't collapse. The Tetragrammaton is carved into his heart, and this is the same being Eleazar claims you can draw down. This transformation story is already strange on its own. Enoch walks with God, gets taken alive, and is basically rewritten into an immortal being made of letters. Third Enoch describes how his flesh burned off, his veins turned to fire, and God stretched him out until he filled the heavens. This is why later texts call him the Lesser Tetragrammaton, because he carries the name in a way that no other angel is allowed to. Eleazar gives these procedures where you chant specific permutations of the name while focusing on Metatron's crown, which itself is a crown of letters. And the visualization is that the letters ignite across his form one by one. When the letters line up, he descends. It's the same letter system at work. The same system used to animate a golem can be used to pull a spirit downward, and then it can be bound to whatever vessel you choose. The formulas in Sodei Razaya are phrased like commands. It's essentially evocation. You're summoning a celestial intelligence by triggering the pattern that creates and sustains him. Early mystical texts actually describe what happens when Metatron appears. His arrival shakes the palaces. Angels flee and scribes fall on their faces because the divine name is literally radiating out of him. There's a notorious passage where the angels start worshipping Metatron by mistake because his radiance looks identical to the radiance of God, and God has to strike him with 60 fiery lashes to make the point clear. In other stories, the throne room shakes and anyone unprepared is instantly vaporized or blinded because they look directly at the name shining inside him. Remember that for later. You can't look directly at the spirits. So when Eleazar hints that a single mystic with the right purity and the right permutations can pull this being down and speak with him, I mean, that's a pretty big claim. And technically, since Metatron is Enoch, a human, you could almost say this is a form of necromancy, but it's not because Enoch is the one human that was taken straight into heaven, so he never died. So Metatron is the lesser four-letter name for God, or the lesser tetragrammaton, the name angel. Well, Eleazar keeps dropping hints that if you permute the letters correctly, Metatron becomes an intermediary who has to answer to you. Earlier texts like 3rd Enoch describe Metatron giving Moses the measurements of heaven, teaching the languages of the angels, and revealing the secrets of creation because the seals of the divine name compel him to speak. He also alludes to a forbidden golem ritual that goes way past the normal levels. The regular 3rd level is already insane. If you do the circles right and chant the 231 gates perfectly, you can pull a nefesh, an animal soul, from the cosmic reservoir and bind it to the clay. So the golem feels hunger, pain, loyalty, and it acts almost human, but it still has no human intellect. But Eleazar gives a coded warning in Sodei Razaya about a different kind of soul transfer. He says if you run the ritual in reverse, the counter circles, the full 42-letter name backwards, you're not calling an animal soul anymore. You're trying to shove your own soul into the golem, or force a full human soul into that body. He never gives the whole method because it's forbidden, but he hints at a story of an ancient sage who tried it. Something went wrong, impurity or the wrong intention, and the ritual backfired. His soul got yanked into the clay, and a demon that was waiting swapped out, took his body, and walked away free. The sage's original body just collapsed into dust, and now the golem was empty, the demon let loose in the world. This is the esoteric secret of the Merkaba, or Merkaba. It's an old chariot mysticism, a vehicle. Adepts would build an astral body, and then, through ritual, would transfer their soul into this vehicle in order to explore the astral realm. But not only that, this gives you a permanent body that can be used in these other realms. Not just for the purpose of exploration, but for the use of rituals. Just like you can do rituals on the physical plane, you can also do it on the astral. And for this, you need a solid body that you can use. By chanting the divine names, you could ascend through the 7 heavenly palaces. If you haven't seen the Astral series, make sure to check that out. But essentially, the same letter combinations that animated Clay Golem are the ones that let you project your soul into a body created from astral elements. But it doesn't have to remain only a mystical experience, because there's a real possibility this has a physical side to it, or what we consider physical. It seems what the warning's about is that if you do this ritual wrong, your soul can get trapped in that vehicle and your body becomes an empty vessel, in which a demon will take over at this opportunity. Even though that is one aspect of the golem, as above so below, just as you can make it happen on the astral realm, you can make it happen on the physical through this reality manipulation. That's what these adepts would do with the vehicle. You perform rituals on the astral realm to affect the physical lower planes. In some of the more fringe corners of early Kabbalistic and post-Kabbalistic mysticism, there is a recurring idea that a perfectly righteous soul can be transferred into a vacated body through extremely narrow ritual conditions. something some texts quietly suggest may have been tied to the arrival of a messiah-like figure. One of the clearest frameworks for this is the doctrine of Ibor, the impregnation or insertion of a soul into a body, discussed by figures like Nachmanides, the Ra'avad, and later expanded dramatically by the Safed mystics. Ibor wasn't possession. It was considered a legitimate spiritual process where a soul could enter another body, especially a righteous or newly vacated one, to complete an unfinished mission. Lurianic teachings even describe cases where righteous souls descend into another vessel, empowering it, while other sources warn that calling a departed soul into a prepared body required exact knowledge of divine names, timing, purity, and intention. So, the Golem tradition starts looking like a branch of this same exact technology. The idea is that a container, a clay form, statue, a body of dust, only becomes functional when a nefesh or ruach is drawn into it through names. Sefer HaRazim even gives procedures for causing a spirit to enter a form. In the Hekhalot material, hence that angels themselves can give shape to bodies of wind, fire, or dust. It's the same structure behind the tales of mystics transferring themselves into statues during danger, a vessel, a soul temporarily displaced. By the late medieval period, this develops into a sharper idea that a sanctified corpse or a specially prepared vessel can act as a temporary housing for a descending soul if the practitioner knows the correct permutations. There are some commentaries explicitly describing the human body as a golem of dust animated only by the nefesh placed inside, and they speculate that if a soul can be withdrawn, it can be also drawn back into a suitable vessel through the proper names. And this is obviously the more extreme mystical stuff, but it's the possibility that a righteous soul, or even a long-awaited redeemer, is not going to return by reappearing in the sky, but by re-entering a prepared body, a vessel. That's exactly what Frankenstein is, and we see this exact symbolism in the 2025 version. And so in a way, the servant version of the Golem is basically a tulpa. You create this astral form or vision and embed it with energy or power. Whether that's through divine names or through trauma repetition like the creepypastas. Regardless, this is a mimetic entity that is charged and then able to perform certain tasks. Another name for this in the occult tradition is egregore. It doesn't have to be a human body shape. It can be whatever you want. This is kind of what spirit guardians are, or even animal guides. These are familiars, like black cats for witches. You can embed a spirit within an animal, apparently, according to several medieval texts. So it almost sounds like they found a way to embed an astral entity into physical matter and actually animate it. And there is an interesting history behind this idea of embedding spirits into objects. I think it's worth considering whether it's a reality that spirits can actually affect the physical realm. Just because it's not possible now, doesn't mean that it wasn't possible in the past. Our reality very well could have been at a different frequency. Our minds were completely different. But what is fascinating is this phenomena is described throughout history. The Greeks had their own version of the Golem. Their statues were embedded with divine spirits. Oracles can be people, but they can also be objects. The Dodona oracle is where Zeus lived in a sacred oak tree, but priests transferred his voice to bronze statues using special chants and spirit-binding oils from sacred springs. Pausanias from the 2nd century describes how the statue shook and whispered prophecies through hidden lead tubes connected to underground caves where fumes from chthonic spirits bubbled up, almost like a gas-powered AI with embedded daemons. Keep in mind, Victor calls Frankenstein a daemon specifically, which is not a demon and refers to this exact history that we're discussing. Even Herodotus talks about this in his histories. Egyptian priests installed Thoth's spirit into ibis-headed statues using katoptromancy, which is another word for mirror scrying. And they had a soul seal of myrrh and gold leaf, so the statue nodded yes and no by tilting on a pivot. And this was even used by Alexander the Great to consult the god before battles. This embedding was ekpharmakeia, or spirit farming, a proto-alchemy where herbs and incantations trapped a god's pneuma, breath, in metal, wood, making the object a mimetic egregore that learned from consultations. From here, we move on to Arabic magic, automata, and talismans. A talisman is another form of a golem. You're embedding a spirit within an object. There is a legend about the Sabians of Quran who during the 9th and 13th centuries were famous for building animated statues of planets that moved and spoke based on what planet was rising. This is mentioned in the Al-Masudi, 10th century, and Ibn al-Nadim's Fihrist. They describe copper mercury statues that would walk around the room when suffumigated with liquid mercury and quicksilver fumes while chanting the 28 lunar mansions. There is a section in the Picatrix about making images that receive a spirit. Book 3 talks about statues crafted under the right planetary hour, consecrated with incense, and invoked so a celestial force can descend into it. It's not an exact golem recipe, but it is the same framework. You build an image, you align it with the planets, you suffumigate it, and you call down the power that animates it. There is a version of this ritual involving Tyrael, the intelligence of Mercury, literally descending into the object and making it speak. This is the result of Renaissance magicians who merged Picatrix with Hebrew Kabbalah and Agrippa's planetary angel system. Tyrael is also a poem by William Blake, just a note for later. So it is the same architecture as the older Merkava spirit descent rituals, but now in an Arabic astrological context that has evolved into an art form of capturing images, where talismans are snapshots of the astral energies that are captured during a particular moment in time. That's still a golem, and it's the exact same Hebraic framework from the Merkava tradition. Tyrael is a Hebrew angel name. It's fascinating to see how this esoteric secret has evolved into what we're now fed in the modern day as the horror story, Frankenstein. There are other Sabians who speak about this, like Tabi ibn Qurra, who wrote De Imaginibus. And this book is interesting because he specifically ties the spirit capture art form into an electrum alloy and or a specific gem, almost like it's some technology. He also talks about embedding spirits into rings, so a ring of power. It's a book on technological spirit embedding, where you're basically making talismans as engineered devices where you then install planetary intelligences or spirits into specific metal gem matrices using precise astrological timing and alloys. The ring is interesting because he calls these portable images. They're almost superior in a way because you wear them like a second skin and it embeds you with certain powers. This knowledge later transferred into medieval Europe as the talking idols. There are a few variations of this story. One famous version is from Albertus Magnus. It is said that Albertus built a full metal servant, a full android that could open doors, greet guests, and answer simple questions. It's almost verbatim the Golem story. It's literally Frankenstein. 3 occult authors are mentioned in the original 1818 novel: Agrippa, Magnus, and Paracelsus. Paracelsus is obviously a reference to the homunculus. Agrippa mentions the artificial man and discusses spirit talismans, and Albertus Magnus himself is associated with the legend of a created automaton that was embedded with a planetary spirit. Thomas Aquinas gets tied to this story as well. Aquinas was his student, and this is very interesting. Supposedly they smashed it with a hammer because it chattered too much and was demonic. That's an interesting detail because a similar thing is mentioned in other legends. It's kind of funny because they're basically saying they did this ritual and made this thing, but then they got annoyed and were like, okay, this thing won't shut up. Aquinas ties into the story in multiple ways too. Apparently the legend is Albertus Magnus learned this from Arabic planetary magic and that the voice came from a bound spirit trapped in the brass. The same story is repeated in the famous legend of Roger Bacon's talking brass head. I talked about that in Homunculus Unveiled, but it is a well-known version. The story is similar, but he constructed a brass head that could speak when the stars align. It's the same Arabic magic of capturing a spirit using specific metals and Sabian suffumigation. As you go down this rabbit hole, it becomes clear that there's something else going on here. It's almost like during medieval times, they actually had their own ChatGPT or AI. Sure, we call it superstition now, but they actually believed in this stuff. The most prominent and intelligent figures of their time talk about it like it's a technology. They were using it for advice, for divination, for secrets. It's like an ancient mystic system involving communicating with the spirit realm, but during the Middle Ages that got translated and evolved into more advanced technological systems. It would seem the talking head legend begins with Pope Sylvester II, a Roman pope that was claimed to be a sorcerer. Originally Gerbert of Aurillac, William of Malmesbury in the 12th century records that Gerbert created a talking brass head by watching the stars and casting it at the exact planetary hour when the heavens were perfectly aligned. The device was some type of oracle machine. Ask it a question, it answers yes or no, but only within the window that its astrological configuration allowed. But I think there's a more real reality to this than modern historians will give credit. John Salisbury, in Polycriticus, 1159, complains that certain philosophers and court magicians were using rings, mirrors, bowls, polished shields, statues, and even sword blades as instruments for getting answers. He calls it Nova Necromantia, the new necromancy. But he's basically describing speculum magic, the entire class of occult techniques that use a reflective surface as an intelligence device. But what's key is the mirror is a kind of artificial being or ChatGPT. In the old grimoires, a speculum is basically a spirit house. It can be a mirror, a bowl, polished metal, crystal, a ring, all sorts of objects. And sometimes even the book itself is treated like a speculum because the book becomes the interface. The object becomes a kind of golem. Not a clay body this time, but a mirror body. An artificial shell that an intelligence can speak through. You're giving it a surface to inhabit and a way for it to answer. Necromantic texts talk about conjurations that force submission through a bond, a vinculum, like a permanent seal that chains the spirit to an object or chains it to the operator's will. The oldest and most authoritative version of this is the Bond of Solomon, in the Testament of Solomon, usually dated somewhere between the 1st to 5th century. In that text, Solomon receives a ring from the Archangel Michael with the secret seal of God, and with that seal, he interrogates demons, learns their true names, their planet, their legion, their specific power and weakness, then binds them by the ring to labor on the temple or to be sealed into vessels for later use, sometimes described as brass. The ring doesn't just summon, it compels obedience to the intelligence the moment the seal is shown, and that mechanism is a divine name or seal that overrides the spirit's will and locks it into matter. This becomes the template for the whole Western binding tradition. The names of the angels, the demons, they're all pulled from the old Hebrew naming traditions tied to Solomon lore. So in a sense, the entire Western occult system, Arabic planetary magic, Renaissance talismans, medieval necromancy, right up to the Golden Dawn and modern sigil work, is basically running on the same framework. Then when these Arabic texts hit Europe in the 12th and 13th centuries, and the Latin grimoires started coming out, they follow the same logic. The spirit is bound to a statue, a ring, mirrors, specula. In the 15th century, you get Leon Battista Alberti writing De Statua, which is just a technical book on proportion, but later writers fold it into this belief that a perfectly constructed image can behave like it's alive. Around the same time, Marsilio Ficino is translating Plato and working on De Vita, openly discussing how images, sense, planetary hours, metals, and music can draw down a specific influence. In the late 1500s, Giordano Bruno pushes the idea of vincula, the bonds that connect minds, images, and forces. There are some interesting mechanical legends. Regiomontanus gets credited in later accounts with creating an iron fly. Supposedly it flew out of his hand at a banquet, circled the room, and returned. There's another legend associated with it where a mechanical eagle flew out and greeted an emperor, and it actually spoke Latin greetings. Then around the same era, John Dee, also known as the original 007, in the late 1500s, he was the court astrologer of Queen Elizabeth, and most people know the story, but it's connected to the concept of a golem. He basically built an early spirit communication device. But not just that, they developed an entire framework of magic that would be used in later traditions like the Golden Dawn. Dee used a polished obsidian mirror and a crystal shoestone, and he worked with the medium Edward Kelly to record what they called angelic transmissions. They had an entire protocol. It kind of functioned like a machine. This was an advanced form of scrying that he developed where he claimed through the system he was able to communicate with angels. One of them being named Ave, who claimed to be the messenger of the higher angelic hierarchy and the one chosen to deliver the pure language. This angel revealed to him a secret language called Enochian. The Enochian speech was presented as the language Adam used before the fall. But something I never kind of thought about was, well, think about it. Who is this language named after? Enoch. Dee asserted that Enoch was the last one who knew this language. Who is Enoch? Enoch is Metatron. This is literally just the European manifestation of the Metatron ritual expanded into a sort of technology in which an entire mystical system was dictated by these angels. The structure of the language mirrors Hebrew logic, 21 letters that behaves like mutations of divine names, and the letters themselves treated as cosmological forces. Attached to the language were the letter grids, a 4-quartered great table. These are basically magical squares, but each quadrant is ruled by an elemental archangel. These angels said the grids were the actual architecture behind creation, just like the Sefer Yetzirah treats the Hebrew letters as the building blocks of the cosmos. It seems to be an evolved form of the Metatron ritual, mixing with scrying and spirit capture tech, binding a spirit to an interface. Here's what it's supposed to look like. This is a reconstruction of the holy table with the 7 planetary talismans. The whole purpose of this was to devise a system for use in ritual Enochian magic. This is the base system for the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn and Thelema. This is the origin of most Western ceremonial magic. They even say they use the system. The magicians or adepts, in order to travel in their bodies of light, that's literally what they do. They get together and they do these body of light rituals together. That's probably one of the main reasons this tradition still survives. They didn't believe in superstition. This is one of the smartest people in England developing a metaphysical system that was used by later occult societies for the purpose of traveling outside of their bodies together, meaning they were sharing dreams. That's one of the proofs, you could say, for knowing the reality of these things. If you both or multiple people experience the same vision, is it really just a vision? Interestingly, Paul Foster Case was a critic of this entire Enochian system. According to him, Dee and Kelly were kind of like frauds giving this dangerous and incomplete system that they also just ripped off an earlier complete Kabbalistic system. He said multiple people went insane trying the Enochian magic system. That is some of the early history of golems mixing with technology. However, there are many different variations of this. The golem secret made its way into medieval witchcraft, and there are many interesting references to this in many witch trials. There are real medieval cases where people were charged with using objects as spirit devices. In 1324, during the John of Nottingham affair, wax figures in ritual circles were treated as tools for getting answers and influencing events. In 1441, the case of Eleanor Cobham involved accusations of necromancy and image magic. Then between 1428 to 1431, we have the Todi and Bern trials in Switzerland and Italy. Multiple witches accused of making small clay or wax men and quickening them with stolen host and graveyard dirt so that they would strangle sleeping enemies. Almost kind of seems similar to the Malendanti. Sleep strangling suggests some type of sleep paralysis. The Golem is specifically referenced in some of these trials. There were accusations during the Arras witch panic in the mid-15th century saying that witches were creating mandragores, little clay men, under gallows using sperm, blood, and how they would serve as familiars. This is actually the secret of mandrakes. Most of you know the legend or have seen it in Harry Potter, but mandrakes in legend are these plants that are shaped like humans that shriek so loud it kills anyone who hears it. So how do you survive? Well, supposedly you tie a starving dog to the mandrake, throw the meat far away, the dog yanks the root, dies from the scream, and now you can get the mandrake without dying. Weird story, but how does this connect to the Golem? It's a secret occult witchcraft ritual, and this is alluded to in several forms of modern media. The mandrake is typically placed under the bed and gradually makes a person go insane. But it's interesting, because 15th century grimoires called them mandragores. So these are egregores, they're spirit entities, they're golems. Picatrix says mandrakes will answer questions. There is a ritual described where you have to dig up a mandrake that grows under a gallows at midnight. This is because the hanged man's seed would fertilize the ground. This seems coded for some type of strange sacrifice. Then they would wash this mandrake in menstrual blood, wrap the mandrake in a corpse's shroud, and this is to keep the spirit bound. You would then feed it milk and blood every Friday, which is another reference to the Golem, as you would have to deactivate it every Friday. After 40 days, the root can now move and become a servant, or in some cases, a demon that can cause harm to others. There are two main writers behind the Arras witch panic. These are eyewitness chroniclers of the trial who said that these witches had mandragores. Jacques Duchesne, in his memoirs from 1465, say that they would nourish it with blood and milk, and these mandragores told them everything they wanted to know, and brought them money every night. The other chronicler, Jean de Roy, says the mandragores told them things past and to come. Jacques specifically claimed they learned this art from the Hebrew tradition, which is a direct correlation to the Golem. This relates to the Sabbath, because think about what the Sabbath is. It's a weekly mystical reenactment of creation. It's a part of the mystical tradition. In Zohar 288b, on the Sabbath, the world returns to its state before the 6 days of creation. All the Sephirot are in perfect unity. The river of emanation flows freely. End quote. That is a reference to the Sefer Yetzirah and the Kabbalistic tradition. Friday night is the best day to create a golem because it's the beginning of the holy day. The day has been blessed by God, meaning the Sabbath or Saturday itself is a golem. Let me explain. God spends 6 days molding raw matter, right? Clay, dust, light, water, into a complete functioning world, just like a rabbi molding clay into a man. On the 7th day, he stops, blesses the day, and declares it holy. So for the mystics, entering Shabbat meant entering the same sacred space where creation pauses, matter settles, and the divine imprint is strongest. Witchcraft then got tied to this through smears, but it does seem this original mystic tradition may have transferred through Arabic mystics into Europe and then evolved into the medieval witch tradition. That's just one possible explanation, as there are other sources from this era that make similar claims. Malleus Maleficarum, 1486, discusses how witches could make images of clay or wax, and it seems to be referencing the same portable images art form of capturing spirits. This book is loaded with a bunch of insane claims, so it is important to note that these things have been distorted and captured from specific Christian tones. However, it is interesting. He talks about witches that could literally steal male organs and essentially turn it into a golem or familiar. He describes them like pets, even saying they were seen in nests and eating food. Apparently, witches had collections of 20 to 30 of these stolen members and they can move around. Malleus Maleficarum is associated with dark history. Many of the claims do seem over-exaggerated or just straight up lies. And the thing about it is also kind of a guidebook on how to bring witches to court, so it was used to unjustly kill thousands of innocent people who were not witches. At least, that's the mainstream story. And I do think that's a huge part of it. However, that doesn't mean there can't be certain truths sprinkled within, as it just showed with the spirit capture tech. He didn't just make that up. And throughout the book, he references several historical sources hinting that the writer was well read on this matter and he would have known the most popular occult texts at that time, including Picatrix. So that is something I want to highlight, but it is interesting how even in the mainstream version, certain things were said in the trials that hint towards this esoteric knowledge, even if it was being reused and exaggerated by other writers down the line. There is an interesting claim in this book that relates to the body swap folklore, and I just found it interesting. He clarified to say that it wasn't just in the imagination. Quote, "They can transport themselves from place to place through the air, either in body or in imagination." So he's saying they could astral project, but they also have the ability to teleport in physical reality. Now I know a lot of you will think that's crazy, but another claim that might actually make sense of this whole thing is this idea that witches can alter people's perception. A form of hypnosis, you could say. Kramer and Malleus refers to this as glamour, and even references Circe turning Odysseus' men into swine. And look, it may sound ridiculous to our modern day minds, but we need to take into account that this may be a lost art form of reality hijacking. It's almost as if there was a mystical practice that could alter someone's actual vision of you, so you could appear as an animal. But interestingly, Albertus Magnus even talks about this in detail. It sounds absolutely crazy what he's describing, but when you actually break it down, it almost seems like an exaggerated form of advanced hypnosis and shamanism. There are recipes by Magnus for appearing with no head and multiple heads. So apparently you could run around and mess with people like SpongeBob and go invisible. In the European witch tradition, it comes from the same mystical Arabic to Latin pipeline, and it involves psychedelics, henbane, belladonna, and mandrake ointments to create these flying ointments. Perhaps a metaphor for a psychedelic experience, but more controlled and esoteric. They would fill rooms with hallucinogenic smoke, and there would be these talismans embedded with spirits, or even candles that could change the sight of the beholder. That's what it says in the Picatrix. I mean, I won't lie, just reading some of these recipes might actually make you go insane. But I mean, think about it. You really think they're gonna give out the real recipes? They're not just gonna give this information out to the public. This could be code for astral magic performed in your body of light. The different combinations are different virtues. These different objects have specific attributes. But it's this idea of visual transformation, glamour rituals. And I do think this topic is connected to the golem. Because what if this phenomenon is tied to a hybrid state of consciousness? Something between dream and physical reality, in which something that's impossible becomes possible. And what we're looking at is the remnants of this lost shamanic art form. Real folk shamanic practitioners use psychedelic ointments and smokes to induce shared hallucinations or altered perception in a room. This is just like the Native American skinwalker stuff. You smear this black ointment all over you, you put some coyote skin on, and to everyone else you look and sound like the animal. Same thing in the European werewolf trials. But the church sees this exact same practice and screams, "Oh, the devil's altering sight," while the grimoires are quietly printing the recipe as natural magic of Venus or Mercury. But that doesn't mean it's not physical shapeshifting. It's hacking perception, or perhaps reality, with plants, smoke, and suggestion. And then there's this 15th century Latin grimoire called the Munich Manual of Demonic Magic, and it's right out of Bavaria. It has this really weird love magic ritual. It's basically a medieval predecessor to a voodoo doll. You start with virgin wax, purified beeswax, and you mold a small female figure over hot coals, mixing in the target's hair and a few ritual bristles while you shape it. The whole thing is timed for the hour of Venus, either Thursday or Sunday, under a fruit tree. You carve a circle around the working space and then take a white-handled knife and inscribe the target's name right across the heart of the doll. Then you bind it. You craft 9 consecrated iron needles, each etched with planetary characters, and you drive them into the effigy at the key points: the head, the shoulders, the heart, the navel, the thighs, etc. As you pierce the doll, you chant these pseudo-Christian Latin invocations that name Belial, Astaroth, and Paimon. It's essentially commanding the target's body and soul to burn with desire. There are versions of this ritual that involve more erotic practices. This brings us to a very specific and peculiar niche of the Golem tradition. It's essentially an artificial being for the purpose of intercourse. There's a weird side branch of the Golem tradition that involves the creation of a female golem, so the bride, where the artificial being isn't just a guard or a dumb servant, it's a female created creature tied to sexuality, or at least the accusations of sexuality. There's a story involving Solomon ibn Gabriel, one of the sharpest minds in the 11th century, and according to the legend, he actually built a female golem. The story says he lived in near total isolation because of a severe skin disease that made him avoid people. So instead of hiring a maid or taking on students, Gabriel supposedly crafted a woman out of wood and metal joints, animated her with divine names, and used her as a housekeeper and companion. She cooked, cleaned, served him food, basically the perfect servant. But local rabbis eventually got suspicious. They came to his home and discovered that the maid was moving in this weird mechanical way, and they confronted him. Gabriel admitted she wasn't a human being at all, so they forced him to deactivate her, strip off the name, and then it collapsed back to wood. There's actually a biblical story that later Hebrew mystics say is encoded with a secret about creating female golems. In the book of Genesis, Joseph goes to Jacob and reports that his brothers were doing something immoral, but the Torah never tells you what he actually saw. On the surface it kinda looks like gossip, but the mystics say Joseph accidentally walked in on a completely different type of operation. According to the Shelley, Rabbi Isaiah Horowitz, author of Shnei Lukat Habrit, in the early 1600s, he says that Joseph didn't witness adultery or any normal sin at all. He misunderstood a Sefer Yetzirah ritual. The Shelley says the brothers were experts in divine permutations, the same name combinations that can produce male creations with one set of letters and female creations with another. He literally says it's quite possible the brothers were producing female lookalikes through these permutations, and they were with them. Joseph, who wasn't trained in this level of the tradition, saw what looked like human women and assumed they were committing sexual sin. In reality, according to the Shelley, these were artificial beings created through the letter technology of the Sefer Yetzirah. Interesting, Shelley even mentions the brothers' work involved Merkava operations. Then the Shelley adds a strange detail. While the brothers were engaged in these secret permutations, the sons of the maidservants, Bilhah and Zilpah's children, wanted to join them, but the brothers refused and said, "You're the sons of maidservants." so it sounds like an insult, but in Shelley's framing, he meant you don't have access to this level of the mysteries. These rituals were reserved for the inner circle, the initiates. The maidservant sons weren't on that level, so Joseph saw the exclusion and thought they were humiliating their brothers, but he didn't understand that this was a boundary of esoteric rank. There's another interesting commentary from Shalom Hakadosh on Parshas Vayeshev. He actually expands on this, and he says the brothers weren't only creating female beings, that they were also creating artificial animals through Sefer Yetzirah. They would eat these created animals because they weren't halakhic creatures, so no slaughter laws applied. Joseph saw them eating what looked like non-kosher meat and saw them with what looked like women and concluded they were violating major commandments. But according to the tradition, Joseph simply didn't understand the technology that was being used. So now the story reads completely differently. Joseph wasn't tattling on immoral behavior. He was reporting what he thought was adultery and non-kosher meat. But he saw his brothers using the same letter system that appears in Sanhedrin 65b, the creation of humans and animals. This isn't a one-off idea either. There's an entire cluster of Hebrew esoteric sources describing constructed partners, spirit consorts, and non-human unions that blur the line between the physical and the occult. The Zohar talks about Nashim Sloliot, shadow wives, non-human women who attach themselves to men and appear in the bed, producing offspring in the spiritual realm. Egret Hakadesh has a text talking about misusing divine names during meditation can create a non-physical partner that appears, interacts, and even produces children in the energetic world. Sefer Hawazim and Hekkalot text talk about angels who form bodies in servant beings. They describe these angels and spirits who can form temporary bodies, appear as women, or descend as companions when summoned correctly. Let's not forget the Lilith traditions, where apparently offspring can come from non-human unions. In the legends, non-human females produce hybrid children who are non-human or supernatural, another reference to spirits mating with humans. In medieval halakhic discussions, there are these conversations about what counts as illicit union. Some halakhic debates outright say, if a being is not born of a woman, then sex is not technically forbidden. That exact loophole is what allows the Shnei Lukat Habrit to even entertain the idea of brothers creating female beings and being with them. And if you think about it, by the time we get to Jacob, we're still not far from Adam, the original Golem. I mean, the Joseph story is being presented as an older mystical tradition, a hidden practice involving letter-engineered beings, erotic spirit tech, and hybrid offspring that exist on the boundary between physical reality and the astral. But is that really that far of a reach according to this framework? Reality would have been thin, the realms overlapping, angels moving in and out, prophetic dreams everywhere, giants existing only a generation earlier. The whole point at this stage of history is populating Earth. They needed more wives. But what is the actual lineage of these maidservants? They're just described as handmaids brought into the household, almost like they appear out of nowhere. Which is strange when you realize that everyone else's lineage is tracked obsessively. Where did they come from? And why are they placed right next to this entire esoteric tradition about creating artificial women? Also, if this is true, then how did Joseph mistake them for real women? They must have looked real. Basically, if the Golem is a kind of tulpa or familiar, then maybe there's something deeper to this myth. Instead of viewing it as purely symbolic or inner vision stuff, it might be hinting at an older technology, a way of hacking perception and merging different realms together. Even skull divination has a much deeper history than most people realize. Across late antiquity, the medieval period, and until the Renaissance, there's a persistent ritual framework where a skull becomes a vessel through which information is transmitted. In parts of the Eastern and Egyptian magical world, skulls were prepared with inscriptions of divine names, sometimes coated in resins or oils, or used as an oracular interface. The practitioner would stare into the eye sockets or the cranial cavity until the voice of the inhabiting intelligence emerged. This appears in the Greek magical papyri and late Roman necromantic manuals, and in the whole lineage of kata desmoi rituals where spirits were bound to bones. By the early medieval period, skull oracles appear in explicitly Kabbalistic circles. Some mystical commentaries describe practitioners inscribing permutations of the name on the interior of the skull, then placing it on coals or incense so the rising smoke activates it as a vessel. It's the same structural mechanism found in Sefer HaRazim, where a physical object becomes the housing for a summoned entity. The skull is the interface, the letters are the medium, and the spirit is the answering intelligence, or AI. And because bones were considered neutral vessels, they were believed to hold transmissions even better than freshly made clay or metal talismans. Renaissance Europe absorbs this occult knowledge, and then you start seeing it in the grimoires. It's attributed to astrologers, physicians, and clerics, describing talking heads crafted from real skulls or sculpted wax models functioning like a scrying device. John Dee was accused of having a skull beside his obsidian mirror, and Agrippa did have bone scrying as a legitimate method. This is the reason you see skulls beside scholars, saints, hermits throughout countless Renaissance paintings, and they try to say it's just moral symbolism. But it's a subtle reference to an older practice. Skulls as a divinatory hardware, a physical interface for receiving answers, a vessel for a summoned intelligence. Now let's discuss galvanism. This is still technically a golem because you're trying to give life to an inanimate object, even if it's organic and through scientific means. It's still the same concept. And it's kind of crazy that experimenting with the dead led to the first battery. I wanted to talk about this because this is similar to the spontaneous generation debates, where one experiment leads to a kind of debunking of the topic, and in this case, animal electricity. But did it really? The mainstream story is that Luigi Galvani discovered that dead frog legs twitch when nerves are touched with metal. But here's the clear distinction. He said this electricity was stored in living tissue, so electricity became the aether principle, and animals had their own electric power. However, this is when the big debate comes in. Alessandro Volta responds and explains that Galvani was wrong. The electricity came from the metal contact, not the animal. This is Galvani versus Volta. For context, they didn't really have an explanation for where electricity came from just yet, or at least how it could be generated. So the theory was animals are like generators of electricity. But Volta debunked this by creating the first battery in 1800, which proved electricity could be generated chemically, not biologically. But how does this debunk Galvani? Does this debunk the notion that animals can generate their own electricity? And the biggest point that Volta just ignored is that any bit of metal contact shouldn't trigger such specific biological motions. Meaning, muscles shouldn't just wake up like that in such coordinated ways. The metal-produced current is tiny, yet it perfectly animates anatomical structures like a puppet. Meaning, the system is designed for electricity. The body is a machine, and clearly built to run off of it. This is huge because if we can start there, then it lends some weight to the idea of animal electricity, and there very well may be a relationship between that and aether, or the energetic body in Western systems, chi, and even the later Frankenstein movies bring this up. So it's really the phrasing of the debate. They centered it all on where is the electricity coming from, rather than asking the more important question, is the body an electrical device that can be activated? Volta may have won the debate historically, but we now know neurons communicate electrochemically, the heart runs on electrical pulses, and so Galvani was actually right about life containing an electrical substrate. This is further demonstrated with Galvani's nephew, who after him continued defending Galvani's theory. This is the guy who they say Victor's based off of. I think it's based off of Percy and a mix of Giovanni Aldini. Aldini did these literal Frankenstein experiments, and what we're going to see in the movies is not sci-fi or fantasy. It's old world tech, and they could do some pretty insane stuff. Aldini's most famous demonstration was in 1803 on the executed criminal George Forster. He connected his nerves to a voltaic pile, and the jaw began to clench, his eyes opened, the face twisted into expressions, and the entire body convulsed so violently that witnesses actually thought he was being brought back. Aldini also repeated these experiments across Europe, animating ox heads, sheep heads, limbs, faces, anything that still had intact nerves. Aldini also tried what they called medical galvanism. He believed electrical stimulation could restore the mind and was one of the first to apply currents to the heads of patients suffering from depression, or what they then called melancholia. I bring it up because this was the prototype for electrotherapy a century before it even became mainstream. And we can even connect this to elements of MK Ultra and mind control, as we'll see later. And then, the same year Frankenstein was released in 1818, Andrew Ure in Glasgow performed his own galvanic demonstration on the freshly executed Matthew Clydesdale. And he got a similar result, but in this one it's described as if his face was pulled into these expressions that looked disturbingly alive. I mean, people literally thought reanimation wasn't a theory, but an emerging technology. There were rumors circulating in the early 19th century that Percy and Mary had seen galvanic demonstrations. This is just a rumor, but it does confirm that this stuff was happening around the creation of Frankenstein. Around the same time, Andrew Cross is doing his electrical experiments, dripping a charged mineral solution over porous stone for weeks, and he reported these tiny mite-like organisms appeared on the apparatus, which caused a huge uproar because newspapers claimed he had manufactured life with electricity. Even though he never said that, he just wrote that he couldn't account for their origin. But that's kind of the basic stuff. I'm sure most of you have heard of that. But there is one guy in particular that seems to be the real basis for this Frankenstein story. And it's this almost forgotten German experimenter named Karl August Weinhold. He wasn't doing public theatrics. He actually had a really horrifying experiment where he removed the entire brain and spinal cord from small animals and tried to replace the central nervous system with a fabricated metal core. There's an account from 1817 when he took a living kitten, removed the brain, and packed the skull with a mixture of zinc and silver that functioned as a crude battery. And he claimed that when he sent current through this artificial cerebrum, the kitten opened its eyes and stared straight ahead with a glazed expression and then actually hobbled around before collapsing. He pushed the idea that if this metallic cerebrum could be stabilized and refined, you might be able to extend the responsive period of freshly dead animals and maybe even craft a system that maintained heat and motor function longer than biology typically allows. By the late 19th century, you start getting figures who moved on from doing corpse animation, and now they're working directly on the brains. They would open the skull, expose the cortex, and touch specific spots with electrical probes to see which part of the body reacts. What are the implications of them having this knowledge before the 1900s? In 1870, two German physiologists, Edward Hitzig and Gustav Fritsch, their work ends up developing into brain mapping, and they do it by drilling into the skulls of living dogs to reach the cortical surface and sending zinc electrode shocks into different points until the animals flex a paw or twist their head or let out a sound. And they do this across enough subjects that they build a rough chart of where movement originates. A few years later, this same method reaches a human case when Roberts Bartholow works on a woman named Mary Rafferty, who had a portion of her skull already lost to a tumor, and he uses that as an access point to apply electrical stimulation directly to the exposed brain tissue, and documents how specific touches force her arm upward or drive her into full convulsions, or push her into fragmented speech attempts. What this shows is that they figured out how to map the brain and then make the body perform from those mapped points. So this is kind of like the most advanced form of this approach. shifting from reanimation to direct intervention of the circuitry of living beings. Like I mentioned, we can't ignore how this brain stimulation moves from open electrodes on living tissue straight into the asylums and then into the MKUltra experiments built around shock therapy and subconscious manipulation. So in a way, electricity opens the door to whatever sits beneath consciousness. From here, we can now see clearly how this symbolism evolved into the modern day. There are some differences, but each adaptation has different clues that tie to these esoteric secrets. What did Frankenstein look like originally? It's a solid question. Like, how did Shelley actually imagine this thing before the flat head, the neck bolts, and the cartoon versions? I was looking into this, and I found an early depiction of Mary herself. This is basically what she would have looked like around 1816 to 1818 when she's in Geneva writing her first draft. Shelley gives us somewhat of a description. Tall, inhumanly proportioned, yellow skin scarcely covering the muscles and arteries beneath. Flowing black hair, white teeth, watery eyes the same dull color as the sockets, shriveled complexion, straight black lips. There were no illustrations in the original 1818 edition, so readers are basically stuck with this mental image of a beautiful design gone wrong. Our first real Frankenstein doesn't come from Mary, but comes from the stage. In 1820s, you suddenly get this little explosion of theatrical Frankensteins. There's the London hit play, Presumption, or The Fate of Frankenstein, in 1823, where the actor Thomas P. Crook is supposed to have been done with yellow and green grease paint, and had a wig and even blue legs. Then there are the French plays around 1826, with lithograph posters showing this tall, green-skinned looming figure over the magician. Some of these are interesting because we see the first colorized version and the creature seems to have green skin. There's even this one bizarre depiction of the creature kidnapping a child like earlier illustrations to giants. Then in the 1831 edition, we get the first illustration of the Book of the Creature. So Mary Shelley would have approved this. We can assume this is what the creature is supposed to look like. Also notice the magical square and the alchemical lab equipment, or perhaps electric equipment to the left of the scene, along with the book and the bones on the ground. The window has phallic shapes and circles, symbolic of creation. I suspect this is where the window symbolism in the movies come from. Also note the bones in the back and the shape of a square and compass. If it was just the leg of the creature, you could say coincidence, but since it's the bones in the back, that would not stay up like that, so obviously this is a symbol. And also, it's connected with the creature because why is that skeleton here anyways? Perhaps body swap symbolism? Also, there are rays of light coming off of Victor's cape. I think this is the first English version where Mary's name first appears, and we also get an illustration of Elizabeth. In the 1840s, the creature's displayed in an alchemical lab with a darker complexion, clearly tying to racial implications, but this is the first use of Frankenstein you could say for a political motive, and this continued on until the late 19th century strangely. For example, there are Frankensteins for different countries, and for me, this kind of represents the reset aspect that I was talking about. Clearly, it can be used as a symbol for representing an entire society. For example, the Russian Frankenstein. Look at the ruins in the background. There's the Brummagem Frankenstein, the Irish Frankenstein, and this one's masked and clearly more explicit. There was a new version in the 1880s that depicted Frankenstein kind of like a red-haired giant, and circus wear, which we'll tie in later. Now let's talk about the 1910 lost film. This one has a strange backstory. Apparently it was lost until the 60s, and even then it was extremely rare and wasn't fully released until it finally was acquired and restored by the Library of Congress. Watching this is kind of a trip. There are some surprisingly impressive effects in it, and the whole thing is built around the creation sequence because the movie is compressed, it's pretty short, but there's an interesting detail. Because the creature is created in a completely different way than any other version after it. It's pretty much a homunculus here, where it slowly forms into existence. Not a jar, but literally materializing inside of a cauldron. They burned a mannequin and played the footage in reverse, and somehow in 1910 it does look like some occult ritual filmed on a Victorian camera. The monster is specifically depicted as a demon, not a stitched corpse. They even stage a scene directly inspired by that famous painting, The Nightmare, 1781. And another interesting thing is that the movie uses mirrors. I assume this is a real mirror because Victor falls in front of it, but I don't know, it does seem pretty clean for that time. It's used symbolically to show that Victor is the demon. He tried to create a perfect being, but because of his corrupted inner self, he created a monster. Let's start with the history of how Frankenstein evolved into the modern pop culture icon. It really kind of starts with Universal's Frankenstein from 1931, but there are a few cult classics before that. Der Golem, 1915, only partially survives, but the famous one is The Golem, 1920. Now this film's crazy, and it's shockingly advanced for its time. I brought it up before, but it's full of early special effects, and it has this surreal German expressionist style. It's kind of a distortion of the Prague legend. It exaggerates everything. The rabbi becomes more of a sorcerer. He literally works with a demon spirit called Ashtaroth, and instead of a traditional Hebrew emet on the forehead, they replace it with a pentagram. In the movie, the Golem even kidnaps a girl in one of the climax scenes, which is basically the same emotional blueprint as Frankenstein. You could even argue that Metropolis is about the creation of a golem. But the reason I bring this up is because the roots of cinematic horror basically start right here. German expressionism feeds directly into Hollywood, and a decade later, the United States produces its own created monster icon. Now let's jump to the Frankenstein that everybody knows. And it's the first screen version, not counting the Edison one. But yeah, this is the start of the pop culture template. It's Universal's Frankenstein, 1931, directed by James Whale and starring Boris Karloff as the monster. This is where our image of the creature comes from. The bolts, the flat head, the stitched corpse look, being electrocuted in some high-tech lab inside a castle. But the story's stripped down in a way that completely changes the feel from the novel. In the book, Victor spends years studying natural philosophy, alchemy, anatomy, metaphysics, but he never explains his method. And then the 1931 movie just kind of fills it in. And it's kind of weird. They changed Victor's name for some reason. And here, it's Henry Frankenstein. And he's already obsessed when the movie opens. They also added a hunchback assistant here named Fritz. And so the movie starts out, they're grave robbing, stealing bodies, collecting parts for his project. And there are a few clues here, but it's kind of hard to catch until the next movie. For now, they get the body of a recently hanged man. And notice the lantern symbolism. It's not an accident. Then they need a fresh brain. So Fritz sneaks into the university to steal one. But there are only two, a normal brain and an abnormal brain. Fritz accidentally drops the normal one and brings back the strange brain, which apparently is why the monster goes insane. Eventually, Elizabeth and Victor show up, who in the movie are basically checking on Henry to make sure he's alright, and he decides to prove to them that he's not crazy. So then this leads to the famous scene of Frankenstein being lifted into the sky. And it's kind of crazy. I mean, it seems like they used some pretty advanced tech for this shot. Then they bring the creature down, his hand slightly moves, and we get the famous line, "It's alive." After the creation scene, which definitely has Promethean elements, we get a break while they're discussing what just happened. And then, the monster suddenly appears for the first time, and they're trying to teach it. And then, there's this weird reaching for light moment, and this is the exact same shot that we see in the 2025 version. It's Promethean in nature, because the very next scene shows the monster terrified of fire, or knowledge, and then the hunchback starts whipping him. Later, there's a scene where the monster is strapped to a table being examined, and we see some medical equipment shaped like a square and compass. Now at first, I did think this was coincidence, but we'll see in a moment that it's not. Then, the creature murders the examiner shortly after this and escapes. While everyone's planning for the wedding, the creature wanders off and finds a little girl by the lake. Honestly, this part is super creepy to me. I know it's a horror film, but this is not in the original novel. In the original, he saves her. Here it's kind of messed up because you actually feel for the monster for a second. You think he's like good, and he's playing with the girl, and then out of nowhere he throws her into the water and she drowns. Then the creature shows up at the wedding and kills Elizabeth. So in this version, there's no moral reasoning, no philosophical conflict. It's just an insane demonic creature, a creation with an abnormal brain. But a lot of this seems ritualistic in nature. Someone finds a drowned girl and the village forms a mob to hunt the monster. They chase him to an old mill, set it on fire, and it seems like the monster has been burned alive. Or has he? After the massive success of the 1931 film, Universal decided to make a sequel. And this is where it gets interesting. Bride of Frankenstein is better in my opinion. It's more occult. It's almost like James Whale finally got permission to reveal the part of Frankenstein that the first movie only hinted at. This sequel's great because it confirms a lot about the esoteric side of the story. There's a crazy scene in this movie, but in particular, there is one theme in this movie that's highlighted. The idea of creating a new race of man. This one's actually pretty crazy for a bunch of reasons, but the first thing that really made me think is the opening. I was hinting towards this earlier, but this movie starts out with a very interesting idea that's not in the novel. The movie opens and we get to see Mary Shelley. Now, there literally is not a better example in order for me to demonstrate the point that I was making earlier. And I think that's actually what Whale or one of the writers was doing here. They're hinting that Shelley isn't really the one behind Frankenstein. This is a dramatization of the 1816 summer with Percy and Lord Byron. And here, we can see that the movie seems to be highlighting that Byron is the mind behind this. This is a wealthy estate. I mean, look at how he talks compared to Mary. This has major secret society vibes here. And if you listen to the dialogue, it's exactly what I'm saying. Lord Byron immediately is discussing Jehovah in a sarcastic fashion. And what is Mary Shelley doing? Sewing. And Byron actually mocks her here. He's like, look at you, Mary, so afraid of the dark, almost admiring her innocence. But then he says, but you have written such an amazing tale that actually scared him. So she kind of giggles, and it really does seem that's what they're hinting to. Because it's literally about Byron being shocked that a woman wrote Frankenstein. I mean, maybe they didn't mean that, but it does seem like some synchronism there. And there's even more layered symbolism because this actress who plays Mary Shelley is also the bride of Frankenstein. This entire opening scene is about the publishing of the story. Mary wants to publish a story, but Byron and Percy are basically saying you can't publish a story like this, showing they would be concerned with putting their names behind it. But Mary stands behind it because she believes in the message of the story. What happens when man pretends to be God? But like I said, watch it through the perspective that I laid out, and Byron does seem like this secret society member, the way he's talking. And then he actually breaks down all the secret symbolism from the first film. It definitely feels more Masonic here. Specifically, Byron's now breaking down the first story. It shows the church burying the body with skull and bones in a ritualistic fashion. Frankenstein and the hunchback then steal this body, then cut the hanged man. It shows the lantern. Then we get the creation of the monster, and it actually has this interesting shot of the AETHER-TECH from outside on top of the castle. And then it shows the medical tools from earlier with the hidden square and compass. Like I said, at first I thought it was a coincidence, but now hearing Byron give this symbolic breakdown in these back-to-back shots, I mean, it kind of confirms it. He creates a creature, and then a murder, a child drowned, and then the burning of a monster. It's a pretty good scene because it's kind of like a trippy vision. After this, Mary tells them, well, that's not all to the story, there's more. But the way they surround her feels a little strange, and why did they even choose to do the sequel in this manner? Like, what's the point? If not to highlight how strange it is that a woman came up with the story, and she's fascinating two elite aristocratic men, you could say. Okay, but then she starts telling her story. Frankenstein survives in a pool of water under the mill, and then he ends up drowning someone in there that was looking for him. Interestingly, when he does this, there's an owl in the scene, which again, ties it to secret societies. What are the reasons why you have that there? Well, Henry Frankenstein survives too, but he's hurt. He's in the bed when he's talking about how he has the power to create man. Or who knows, in time, he could have trained it to do his bidding. Okay, so sleeper agents. It seems that was his original intent, kind of like the Golem. What he specifically says here, I could have bred a race. I could find the secret to eternal youth. Whoa, what does all that have to do with Frankenstein? Well, that is in the original novel. It's just more coded. But Henry does have a fear about this. In the movie, they're highlighting this because it's the undertone of the novel. They understand the implications. This is about creating a new race of man. This is going to get into Cabbage Baby territory pretty quick. It's about to get pretty crazy. So later, Dr. Pretorius shows up. This is something that happens in the adaptations, is the original university professor that didn't condemn Victor for studying the occult is turned into a variety of different characters. But this guy shows up wanting to talk to Henry. He tells Henry that it's time and they must work together. But Henry's very resistant at first. He says he'll have no more of this hell spawn. Interestingly, it's Pretorius who somewhat threatens Frankenstein instead of the monster into working on this next experiment. Obviously, it has something to do with the bride. But not just yet. Pretorius wants to show Henry something that he's been working on. So they take her right over to his place, which looks like an alchemical lab. They take some shots, and this is my favorite part, honestly. Dr. Pretorius pulls out this large case, opens it, and then pulls out multiple homunculi in jars. And these effects are pretty crazy. For them to do this in the 1930s is extremely impressive. One of my favorite early composites for sure. This is a clear reference to the homunculus in the alchemy tradition. You have a queen, king, archbishop, and then he has this other guy that looks like a magician or something. One of the reasons it's great compositing is because there's this one scene where the king gets out and starts running around, and then he picks up the king, and I honestly think they would have had to have done some type of tracking for the shot in order to get him to follow the tweezers. Pretty interesting, but think about it. So they're talking about building a new race of man, discovering immortality, and Pretorius is like, look, I can create life, but the problem is the size. How do you fix that? He wants to work with Frankenstein specifically for recreating Adam and Eve, be fruitful and multiply. Okay, so we are talking about cabbage babies and resets. They want to be the rulers of this new race of man, to create a race, a man-made race on the face of the earth. Word for word what he says. Now we start following the monster again. He's out in the wilderness, and he's starting to become aware. This part is actually loosely based on the original novel. Interestingly, this may be a reach. I'm not sure actually. But the monster gets shot and chased, and a mob catches up to him and puts him on a stake. But it kind of looks like he's in a cross position. Maybe that's just me, but when you compare that to Del Toro's version, maybe. The monster then goes through a series of events. He gets locked up, and eventually he escapes. Then he ends up at the cottage with the blind man. And this is interesting. So it seems this scene in the novel was later translated as basically the hermit scene. He's out in the wilderness, he meets this blind guy, and this is when he becomes enlightened. But in this version, the creature just ends up smoking a blunt. This scene is more fast-paced in the movie. In the novel, it happens over a longer period of time. But the hunters come back, see the creature, and so they leave with the blind man, and the creature burns the whole cottage down. It then goes to a graveyard, and there's a specific cross with a triangle atop with rays. I mean, it's clearly a stage prop, so why would they do that? Looks like a secret Eye of Providence symbol. Oh, and in this scene, Jesus is on a cross in the graveyard. So it's most likely that is what they were doing with the creature earlier. They just didn't want to make it obvious. The creature hides in a crypt and meets Dr. Pretorius. Pretorius is in front of a skull drinking in the scene when he explains to the creature the concept of a wife. So Pretorius ends up using the creature like a servant to do his bidding. He knew that Frankenstein was going to change his mind, so he uses the creature as blackmail. So he gets the monster to kidnap Elizabeth in order to persuade him to create this bride. Pretorius is determined to create a new race of man. Then we get to the creation scene. She's wrapped in bandages like a mummy. there's all sorts of advanced electrical equipment. But this time it's kind of interesting. We see this device in more detail, with 7 rings. Clearly this is some advanced atmospheric electricity tech used to gather a high amount of power. When it rises at the tower, you can see it. The body isn't being electrocuted, there's some type of antenna and coil. This is based on real atmospheric tech, because it even shows the kites. But a weird detail is that in this charging scene, the monster shows up and throws someone off the castle for no reason. So almost like a sacrifice ritual. They unwrap the female monster, and now she's alive. However, she's horrified when she sees Frankenstein's original monster. She starts screaming hysterically and denies him. This sends him into a rage, where he decides to destroy the lab, Pretorius, and the female creature so he can put an end to all of this. Elizabeth and Henry escape, and the whole place blows up and gets destroyed. I think I've brought this up before because of the homunculus scene, but after studying it within the right context, I kind of missed the entire premise of the movie. It's all about creating a new race of man, which directly ties into elite themes of eugenics and creating a controlled society like Brave New World. And I bring that up because the next adaptations are going to confirm that. Then in the 50s, we finally get our first full-color Frankenstein film, in Christopher Lee's The Monster. So Hammer comes in with a totally different vibe, and here the whole story does seem coded. It kind of has Wizard of Oz vibes, but this is where they started using that color coding to hint towards symbols. In this one, Victor's in jail telling a priest his story. We're introduced to Victor when he was younger. He's wearing blue, and Elizabeth and her mother are in black. This movie really does kind of look like a painting. They exaggerated the colors or they feel more saturated. Then Victor hires a tutor, and this kind of becomes his initiation, his introduction into knowledge, science, and then over the years, it becomes more electrical and more advanced. But then it develops into a more alchemical laboratory, where they literally bring a puppy back to life in a tub of charged fluid. Almost like an inverted baptism. Then out of nowhere, Victor decides he's going to create the perfect man. And suddenly he's buying hanged bodies. In this one, he has this obsession over finding the finest hands, which kind of has that devil motif. Here's Elizabeth with some interesting color coding. She's wearing black and a red cross, and later she even has a red rose on her outfit. It's almost as if they're hinting that she's a potential sacrifice or the missing piece that he needs. Now I'm just saying, there's even a Professor Bernstein. I'll talk about that later. But Victor straight up murders this guy and pushes him down the stairs just to steal his brain. In Hammer codes this, Elizabeth is in white and pink when Paul Kremp warns her. Her innocence doesn't realize that she's in great danger. She doesn't listen, and when Paul goes to sleep, he's now wearing a bright red robe. And there's also a bunch of weird one-eye symbols in these Hammer films. They're clearly referencing that. And then in this creation scene, they changed it up, and this one it's a freak accident. The lab gets struck by lightning as if it were fate, and this ends up charging the creature, bringing it to life. But this is almost like Hammer's intentionally flipping it, so where God or the demiurge is responsible for this creation, not Victor. In this one, the monster gets shot right in the eye. And this happens in the 2025 version, but it's a little bit above his eye, but it's the exact same shot. And in this one, he's chained and treated like an animal. By the end, Victor's entire story might not even be real, because apparently, Paul refuses to admit that any of it happened. So they're kind of doing like this he's just crazy thing. Maybe Paul's lying to protect Elizabeth, maybe he wants her for himself. But the idea is, this story is a confession of a rambling crazy man who lost his mind. But Hammer leaves it open-ended. So, is this a corrupted memory, or is this a ritual that someone's trying to deny ever took place? And then Hammer follows with The Revenge of Frankenstein in 1958, which is already on another level, because somehow he escapes the guillotine, and there's this masked bandit right at the start of the jailbreak. He suddenly reinvents himself as Dr. Stein. But apparently there's like this local order of surgeons who are whispering about him, and he's this unwanted outsider who's doing all these interesting experiments. Interestingly, they have this kind of moving eye experiment. We'll see this again later, but clearly this is the origin of it. But this one's different because there's an eye, there's a hand, there's a brain. They're kind of kept in these separate tubs. So now, Frankenstein, or Dr. Stein, has a way more advanced lab. It's full of animals, organs, electrical rigs. He's kind of like a Dr. Moreau in this one. So with each Hammer film, they kind of take a different approach on how they're going to reveal certain esoteric symbolism. In this one, it's straight up body transfer. There's a man donating his brain who has a lazy eye and a ruined hand that just so happens to be frozen in this pose on the cover. Frankenstein literally grows him a perfect body, an atom body, the elite vessel. And in this one, he's showing it off like a scientific trophy. He wants to reveal this to the world of these serious doctors. There's another color-coded scene, or it seems like it, but there's a Miss Conrad. She's wearing purple and white with a basket. Well, she was the nurse of the previous patient, and now this new body, Adam, instantly recognizes her. So this isn't just resurrection or reanimation, this is memory transference. They're transferring the soul. It's not just about bringing back to life a stitched together corpse. But it's also this idea that memories travel with parts of the body. And in this one, eventually this perfect Adam ends up just being like his old body after a fight. He even has the one-eyed shut. So it's like his attributes from the original self were transferred over into the new flesh, not just his soul. So what they're saying is that personality, trauma, and even physical quirks will follow wherever the mind goes. The implications of that are pretty insane, because real surgeons back then were already debating head transplants. And if we take this into context with Hammer's future films, it's essentially dramatizing these secret experiments. By the end of the movie, the other doctors finally figure out who Dr. Stein is, Frankenstein. And then the patients turn on him and beat him nearly to death. But this is an interesting detail. He tells his assistant Hans to preserve his brain, and that's what they leave us with. So in this movie, Frankenstein goes undercover, basically hijacks a hospital, swaps bodies, and every time he fails, he somehow gets away, and then the story continues. Okay, so now we're in the 60s, and suddenly we start getting major MK Ultra vibes with these Frankenstein movies. Clearly, it's now being tied to themes of hypnosis, programming, and being used as a mind-controlled asset. In The Evil of Frankenstein, 1964, Victor just shows up alive again, and they don't really explain it, but it makes you wonder if he did a body swap procedure off screen. So anyways, I guess we have to assume he did a body swap somehow. And there's a scene at the beginning of his lab where it seems he's now growing things in jars, perhaps a homunculus reference. They don't explain it though. Anyways, in this one, Universal's now teaming up with Hammer. The creature suddenly has that rough square head look again. I don't know, I think it's kind of bad, it doesn't look good. But the point is, it's more horror film-like in this one. But this movie is actually interesting for a bunch of reasons. The lab is much more advanced now. He has some cool AETHER-TECH and some proto-energy machine. I think it's the first time that we see it on this level. In this one, there's a mute red-haired orphan girl, and she lives in the caves and she's bonding with this creature. I'm not exactly sure why they added her in, but there is this point in the movie where they're trying to wake the creature up. And so what they do is they get this carnival hypnotist named Zoltan to hypnotize and activate the monster. So it's just like the Golem story. He says, "Wake up." And they can control the creature with hypnotic commands. So he's using him like a sleeper agent. He sends him into the village to steal gold. And he literally uses the creature as a programmed assassin. So in this movie, Zoltan is the creature's handler. Pay attention to this, we're going to see more of this. But I think this is the first Frankenstein film where the creature is controlled through hypnotic triggers. And so, this is where the MK Ultra Manchurian Candidate stuff really starts. And yes, this was a popular topic at the time, but once you see the other topics that's connected to this, I don't think we can just brush it off as that. Alright, now let's talk about Frankenstein Created Woman, 1967. This is probably the craziest Hammer film on Frankenstein. It's honestly kind of scary once you realize what they're hinting to. This movie's very occult, and the whole plot's wild. This one is literally just about soul transfer. Basically, there's a young couple, and this man gets falsely accused and sentenced to death. But now, Victor has a machine that can capture the soul after death, and he puts the man's soul inside his lover's body. So now it's this weird situation where they're merged identities. It's Hans, but his consciousness is traumatized by this transfer experience. And you see this theme throughout the Hammer films. However, in this film, and this is the scary part, but this is the first time that I've seen MK Ultra tied to satanic cults under an occult context with these Frankenstein films. So it's the same MK Ultra sleeper agent stuff, but in this one, basically the woman becomes a femme fatale, a demon who seduces and then murders the people who wrongly accused Hans. But what I find so insane, and this is the craziest part, she takes hypnotic psychic commands from Hans' severed head that's serving as a sort of oracle. But to me, this is a nod to satanic cult killings. Then they did Frankenstein Must Be Destroyed in 1969, and this one's okay, it's kind of boring, but I have been watching a bunch of these. What's specific about this one is he does a brain transplant on hospital patients. But again, there is some secret MK Ultra stuff here, because they're reprogramming someone's mind and overriding a man's identity. So it's essentially about forced programming, memory trauma, and at this point, Victor almost represents secret government projects because the series is still going. How is he not dead yet? Okay, so those were the Hammer Frankenstein films that go into the 70s. But there's one Hammer film in particular that I never even knew about until this project. And this movie, well honestly, it exposes the whole thing. You guys should check it out if you haven't seen it. It's from the same director and studio as the Frankenstein movies. It's called The Devil Rides Out from 1968. And it's connected to Frankenstein for several reasons. This is an insane movie. I would actually call this a metaphysical movie. It's basically like an earlier Eyes Wide Shut, but it predates it by 30 years and shows the inner workings of the cult. And there's a Bohemian Grove-like scene. This is only 2 years after the Church of Satan was formed. Yet somehow, we're getting this inside look into a satanic cult with real-world esoteric knowledge in England. Christopher Lee's in this movie, which keep in mind, he plays Frankenstein's monster in the first 50s version. This is Saruman, so they purposely picked him for that role. But the important part is that in this movie, Terence Fisher reveals that he's fully aware of ceremonial magic. Terence Fisher is the same director of Hammer's Frankenstein films. So there's definitely some insights here. And we can even see similar film techniques in this film, like hypnotic and occult cinematography that was used in the Frankenstein movies. But here it becomes more revealing. This is the first movie to actually show real rituals and references to Golden Dawn style workings. During the protection ritual scene, they show them laying down, and that is a real Golden Dawn astral projection ritual. But in this one, Christopher Lee evokes a spirit and makes it possess this woman. This movie literally has a child ritual sacrifice scene where she's being prepared as a vessel for spirit transfer. So this is Frankenstein behind the scenes, and we see the exact same themes. Christopher Lee plays Duc de Rislo. He plays an elite ceremonial magician with knowledge in protective rituals, hypnotism, astral defenses, and you can see the exact same type of hypnotic filmmaking that you see in the Frankenstein films, but it's now placed in a satanic esoteric MK Ultra context. So now we can see that throughout Hammer's whole history, this stuff was kind of alluded to. But then suddenly, they decide to release a film like this? Releasing this movie in this era, it's way too detailed and too knowledgeable to not be bizarre. Because you'd almost have to be an insider to get this information. Especially because Wheatley's novel, which they adapted, already drew on real occult orders. And Fisher filmed that with an accuracy that's never before been seen in film. But there's some crazy esoteric stuff. Specifically, there's a scene where a demon appears and it has the ability to hypnotize you. He's like, don't look at it, don't look at it. The film's very hypnotic and surreal, but it's showing you a world between good magicians and bad magicians. And apparently that's what these elite barons are up to. The movie exposes occult powers and presents them in a very unique way. So there's this black magician named Mokata. In the movie, he's an elite, but he has a secret cult where he has the ability to hypnotize his initiates. He's the leader of a satanic cult that's trying to use one of the girl initiates as a vessel, almost like a moonchild experiment, for the possession of a demonic spirit. There's some crazy scenes where Mokata shows up in a mirror and he can communicate and control things astrally from a distance. He can just control people by looking at them and focusing his will. But it's showing you in a surreal way what psychic attacks are like, and they even show you real-world protection rituals. But yeah, I bring it up because it's one of the first films to openly portray an inner elite of good and bad magicians using real ceremonial magic rituals, specifically one that involves spirit transfer and soul displacement. That's extremely rare for cinema. The movie's end is very bizarre. Richelieu has to call down some angelic force into Mary's body. I don't know which angel it is, but this being saves the child and tells her to recite this angelic seraphim tetragrammaton style spell. Very surreal. And then the ritual altar is struck by lightning and the girl is saved. Well, we don't really find out what happens to this cult. But it's an extremely trippy movie, and I see it as an inner look into the minds behind Frankenstein. It's the same director in the same studio making Frankenstein movies for almost 2 decades. It's worth mentioning, they clearly knew exactly what they were doing. Then, in 1973, there was this British TV movie with a bizarre documentary introduction. And what's strange is they literally wrote Polidori into the story, played by James Mason. And they're not subtle about it. He basically functions like a MK Ultra handler. Even in the first scene, he's standing at Mary Shelley's tomb and they're channeling her spirit before starting the story. Well, that's what it seems like. It's a 3-hour film, so I'm not going to go scene by scene. But the important part is that Henry is the one who initiates Victor into the scientific mysteries. In this one, Henry is the one who's inspired by Prometheus. But the craziest part of this movie is there's a scene where Henry asks Victor to join the Brotherhood of Prometheus. And this is right before they decide to start their big project, proving everything we've discussed isn't just background symbolism. It's direct Luciferian initiation, complete with the candles, lanterns, and all the other coded symbols that we've been seeing in other films, but now it's spelled out. It kind of proves that wasn't a reach. Interestingly, they have a completely different technology charging the creation scene here. It's kind of like an Archimedes death ray, and they have a few scenes showing a solar furnace. It looks like very advanced tech, but specifically, there is a moment where they make it clear this is actually esoteric tech, not just solar energy. There's a scene where Henry creates an artificial black sun and talks about making the sun obey him, showing they understand talismanic knowledge, the Promethean idea of bringing down fire. So they're drawing the spirit of the sun into this body. Then the movie's filled with MK Ultra stuff. You probably wouldn't have noticed it if you watched it a long time ago or without the context of the Hammer films, but it's pretty blatant. Elizabeth comes to visit and asks Victor what experiments he's working on. And there's this line where she's asking if he's bound to secrecy by some terrible oath. So they're admitting this is secret society stuff. But it even goes deeper here, because we see all sorts of butterfly symbols. And there's one scene where a butterfly lands on the Bible and Elizabeth drops into a hypnotic trance. But notice how it's the same exact hypnotic cue music that you hear in the Hammer films when the mind control scenes kick in. This is monarch symbolism. It's not an accident. And then they finally introduce this Dr. Polidori, so they add him to the story and he's a hypnotist, which proves the butterflies are symbols. Okay, but towards the end of their experiment, there's a scene where Henry calls his notebooks the Bible of the New Age, explicitly connecting the experiment to the idea of a reset in a new world where he becomes the architect and they worship him like a god. So this is just another Brave New World reference and this idea of an engineered humanity. But they even have this handler stuff with Henry and Victor. Henry's like the mind behind this, the one with the secret tech and forbidden knowledge. And Victor is the surface personality being steered. Which becomes obvious because they have a scene where Henry performs some type of mirror scrying, and then he says, the second Adam. So this is right before the creation of the monster. We see this a lot. There is a ritual-like death right before the life transfer process. And the floor does look like it has sigils on it, so it's kind of like he's this sacrifice before creation. But there's another interesting detail here. They have the same body elite swap stuff, because right before Henry dies, he writes in his notes and tells Victor to use his brain for the second Adam. So it's the same exact elite transfer again. After Henry dies, Victor continues to work with a massive solar generator powering the ritual, creating a perfect elite being who quickly adapts to high society, until the process begins breaking down and this perfect creature becomes diseased. Polidori steps in and he hypnotizes the woman at Victor's lodging and uses her like a sleeping agent. So it's the same MK Ultra stuff. And then the creature goes mad and jumps off a cliff. That's basically part 1. In part 2, he survives and meets the old blind man in the woods. And in this one, they even do a Masonic handshake, which isn't a reach because this film proves the story is framed around initiatory brotherhoods and secret knowledge. The next part is essentially the cottage scene. The creature learns language, and in this version he falls in love with the Turkish girl, but here she's called Agatha. Eventually the monster confronts her and accidentally scares her, but then she goes onto the road and gets run over by a horse and dies. So the monster then takes her body back to the laboratory, but weirdly, Polidori is just like waiting for him, and so this is when it becomes a cult. It almost feels like Polidori's the leader of a cult, kind of like Makata. He has these Chinese assistants or something. But in this movie, he hypnotizes the creature, puts him in a trance, and he's like interrogating it, asking, "Who are you?" And the creature responds, "My name is Legion, for we are many." So it turns this whole scene into a possession ritual, just like that scene from The Devil Rides Out when Richelieu does this evocation ritual on Mary. Polidori is talking to a higher spirit through the creature. Legion is the demon-possessed man in the Bible. So it's essentially saying a fallen angel is speaking through the creature. But keep in mind, this is not only biblical demonic possession. This is linked to monarch-induced fragmentation, multiple spirits in one body, multiple personalities. The symbolism is all there. Then from here, the film gets very alchemical, because Agatha becomes the bride. But the creation scene's very unique. She's recreated through this color-coded chemical bath, representing the alchemical stages. And Polidori is the master alchemist guiding Victor through the correct procedure. And they even name this being Prima, as she emerges like this perfected mystical entity. This Prima is superior to Elizabeth in every way, and Victor ends up falling for her. So it becomes this love triangle. Polidori and Victor end up trying to destroy the original creature by hypnotizing him and ordering him to lay in a vat of acid. So that's kind of crazy, but Victor hesitates and saves the creature. Well, the creature eventually kills Agatha as Prima, first by accident, then resurrects her, and then he finally rips her head off at the ball when she rejects him. Now let's talk about the 1994 version, which I guess is the most accurate to the original novel. There are some major differences, but it follows the closest I feel like. This one might be the best. It's not my fave, well, it's one of my faves, and it's definitely one of the best. It has Robert De Niro, Helena Bonham Carter, and I think it's very well done. It's immersive. I call this one the reset one because there's some pretty heavy reset themes here. I'm not going to break that down in full, but if you watch the movie, you'll see it clearly. The movie's called Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, so it's an attempt to come back and retell the story more according to the novel. This one starts in the Arctic. Walton's a little younger, but it's the same meetup scene in the north. This may be my favorite Victor in this one. So he starts telling the captain a story. That starts when he's a child. He meets Elizabeth for the first time. They grow up together. Also note that this movie has the same color coding symbolism, but it's not as emphasized as the 2025 one. However, I do think Del Toro got this from earlier movies. Victor's mother is pregnant, and we get the mother death story, which in the movies evolved into this failed pregnancy. In the book, she dies of scarlet fever. So we get a similar scene to the 2025 one. The mother doesn't make it through the birth, and we get this first coded sacrifice. The color coding does seem implicit because she's wearing a pinkish red and he's wearing blue, so it's kind of reversed here. I forgot to mention, this movie is pretty gory. There are a few scenes that are actually pretty gross. So 3 years later, now he's wearing red, he's showing off some of his gadgets, and then he ends up showing Elizabeth this kind of Ben Franklin experiment with a rod. The kite is yellow, serving as a warning for what's to come. Victor then kind of gets initiated into this surgeon thing, and then he heads out for university. He rents out a building to be his lab. This is like the book, they specifically took out the castle here, but notice the triangle. That proves that Del Toro studied this film and is using earlier symbolism. There's a scene where he's in class and he feels like the teacher is being limiting because he says that we must stay within the limits of physical reality. But Victor's like, "Professor, are we just going to disregard philosophical approaches?" But what he means is, what about occult techniques? Because right after this he brings up Paracelsus, Albertus Magnus, and then Agrippa. He's like arguing with the teacher, and the professor thinks this is all nonsense. But another mysterious professor hears him say this and knows that Frankenstein is unique. Henry Clerval is in this movie, and he's going to the university here, which by the way is in Ingolstadt, and weirdly, Henry makes a reference to life being a sacrifice. But you have to do it, and this mysterious professor is looking off in the distance. This is obviously the more occult teacher from the book. Here he's giving lectures on anatomy, science breaking into the inner mysteries. And so Victor gets inspired and starts arguing with the other professor. We don't know when life begins or ends. Hair continues to grow after we die, so do the fingernails. He says we know that even if the brain is dead, they can continue to keep a heart beating. He seems to be referencing some experiment here. And the professor's like, "Frankenstein, I'm warning you. What you're suggesting is illegal and immoral." But this is key because it shows the kind of more anti-occult professor actually knows about these experiments. He's not denying their existence. It's that it's against his faith. Well, the occult professor shows up at Victor's because Victor was trying to use him as proof in that argument against the other professor. So he shows up at his house saying, "What's the deal?" And Victor says, "I came here to learn a new science, galvanism, Franklin's experiments, a combination of modern disciplines with ancient knowledge to protect and create." And then he kind of leaves us empty. Create what? But it will be clear, this is connected to the idea of new races and resets. It's about to get pretty crazy. So they team up and the professor brings them back to his lab and he tells them about the secret Eastern knowledge of Qi, or Nen. He's comparing the human body to a machine, which is true. It's just the occult perspective. But specifically, I like how the movies kind of implement this energy system motif. They kind of all do it. But another thing is we're getting a glimpse at what this old world tech was like. This actually seems completely possible and is not in the realm of sci-fi. He has the arm of an ape connected to an electrical machine with needles connected at certain nodal points. But what I find interesting is he has this multi-switch setup where each button controls different reflexes of the muscles and tendons moving the arm around. But specifically, he can control it like a puppet. I mean, obviously it's a creation of the movie, but this seems entirely within the realm of possibility during this period. Elizabeth is writing to Victor, and we get some more color coding in this film. She's wearing white and red, unknowing what's about to come. Now this next scene is what I was alluding to earlier. So Victor and the guys are at the bar talking about their plans. But what's so unique about this film is the narrative somewhat revolves around getting, well, injections. But specifically around the creation of new life is what makes it weird because it does seem explicitly connected. Victor says these new medical breakthroughs involving He says they were practically unheard of 30 years ago, but now it saves lives every day. Imagine what we can do. We can cheat death and we can create life. This is the reset creation of a new race stuff. Because he starts his argument saying if we can swap a heart of a person, then we can swap any part. And that would mean we can design our own being. A being that will not grow old or sicken. So again, it's not, oh, this guy wants to bring the dead back to life. It's specifically creating his own race or a new kind of human, a better one. I think that's a symbolism of why he's typically represented by scale or why he's a giant. I mean, I would say that's the exact secret meaning. Someone stronger, more intelligent, more civilized. It's kind of symbolic of eugenics at this point. Apparently the professor got really close to achieving this goal, but instead it resulted in an abomination. So not only do they connect the reset new man stuff in this scene, they do it again in this next one. Okay, so listen to this. Basically, there's a plague going on, and they got to get this new code upgrade. But this one guy's fearful because he doesn't trust the government or these doctors, so he starts freaking out, and it's the professor who's trying to inject him. So this is mandatory. And they try to restrain him and force him to take it, but the guy defends himself and pulls out a knife and murders the professor. Well, this is actually a huge part of the movie, because not only is this the kind of push for Victor to proceed with this project, but the guy who was just hung, the dude who didn't want it, right, is used as the body for Frankenstein's monster. Which is crazy, because they're linking the two subjects twice. The idea of resetting a population and creating a newly designed version. Victor takes the professor's notes and starts telling Henry how this is the chance to fix death, I guess? Like when you hear him describe it, it doesn't even make sense, so people just live forever now? Is that your goal? Well, it's symbolism. They end up even using the professor's brain, the finest brain. So this movie takes a really weird turn with the spark stuff. In this movie, there's this theme of electric fluids, or in this case, amniotic fluids. It's actually kind of gross, so he steals these buckets of fluids from live births, and in the movie, the subject is injected with this, and then it's charged through these acupuncture needles at energy points, and then it shows a toad coming back to life. This fluid is what holds the charge, just like the concept of a Leyden jar. He's like, that's the combination. But then you look at his lab, and it looks like an alchemy lab, and he's reading from an old grimoire. Okay, so I like this movie, but this is my least favorite part. It's not bad, but it's just kind of weird. So he fills up this metal tub with these birth fluids, finishes sewing up his creation, and then we see a bunch of alchemical flasks. Well, Victor's been working on this for some time now, and he's almost finished, but Henry shows up one day, and the city's been placed under martial law from the plague. Elizabeth shows up in red and white, and it's interesting to see how this color symbolism evolves through the movie over time. She's extremely worried about Victor, and Victor essentially has to choose between her or the project. He chooses the project. Elizabeth is trying not to give up, but Victor has to complete this. So she leaves, and he looks over at what he's doing. He's like becoming aware. He's like, this isn't even me. So in a way, he's being possessed by this ambition to create life, and it's taking him over. So the city's in panic right now. Victor realizes he needs to do this now, and so this is the charging scene. And this is the weird part that I was talking about. So now, the body's on a table, hanging from a chain in the shape of a triangle. That's important, the Trinity. And as he's lifted, you can see his hands hanging in the shape of a cross. And there's a white circle. So that proves that Del Toro didn't even come up with that. And the circle is another reference to the Golem creation. There's a lot coded. Because that shot's not really for any reason, he's just lifting him up so that he can swing him inside this tub. And it's an interesting concept. I probably would have never imagined it this way, but it does seem feasible. So he injects it with this electrified amniotic fluid into specific chakra points, and there's a lot of interesting tech here. But the main reason I wasn't a fan of this part is because, well, the way they do the charging in this movie is through electric eels. I don't know, I mean, it seems like an interesting idea, but the electrical equipment is for nodal points on the body. The entire tub is what's charged by the eels. And I mean, come on, is Robert De Niro really the best choice for the monster? At first he doesn't think it works. Then he opens the tub and this liquid gets all over the place. They then awkwardly slip around and slide in the slimy fluid for about a minute or two. And then we get another hanged man reference. But the creature isn't talking, it's not really doing anything, it's just hanging there in that cross pose. But this is when Victor realizes that his creation is an abomination. He writes a bunch of mean things in his journal about it, and decides that tomorrow he's going to destroy everything. This part's similar to the book. He goes to sleep, and when he wakes up, this creature's just standing at his bed staring at him. Victor then runs around the lab trying to get away from it, and then the creature feels betrayed, like his father doesn't want him. And so he steals Victor's coat, which has the journal in it, and then runs away from Victor's apartment, right before Victor comes out with an axe to kill the creature. Now the creature's on the streets, somewhat disguised, but someone notices him, and a mob forms and they chase him down. He ends up getting away and ventures off into the wilderness. Victor now wakes up and makes up with Elizabeth, and it's almost like he thinks that was all a dream, or maybe he hasn't fully considered the consequences of his actions. We now follow the creature just like the book. The creature shows up and hides on the side of the cottage, where he learns the basics of knowledge and language, and the monster learns about his origins and what his creator thinks of him through his journal. He starts to feel very connected to this family, and he starts doing these good deeds for them. The spirit of the forest part, which isn't in the novel, but we will see this in all the main movies, so they are working off of each other. And in all of these, the blind man or the hermit is aware from the beginning. Eventually, the creature meets the blind man, and in this one he has one eye, which again is some more one-eyed symbolism. It's not an accident. And the creature can talk now. And they're connecting, but the family comes back and thinks the old man is hurt, and so they attack the creature. The creature's heartbroken from this. He finds a red flower and then goes back to the cottage, but the family is left. He starts to get mad and learns the true nature of what he really is, and out of rage, he burns the entire place down. Now the creature seeks vengeance on Victor. They even have the William and Justine scene in this movie, but it's weird though. The monster lures the kid through the flute, which he learned from the one-eyed hermit. So he kills the kid, and Justine is out looking for him, but she gets tired and then falls asleep in a barn, and the creature plants her with this locket and frames her for the murder. I always thought that was weird to include in the novel. So the creature, after getting initiated essentially, murders a child and then frames it on someone else? If you think that's a stretch, then why is William wearing red? He represents sacrifice. But it gets even worse. Justine is hanged for this. We'll come back to that in a moment. So now Victor's back at his family's house, realizing something isn't right, when the creature shows up and tells him to meet him on the mountain. Victor then climbs this huge mountain when the creature jumps on him from behind. This part's actually kind of funny. He pushes Victor in slow-mo into the secret underground lair, which does feel like some type of secret meeting. Victor finds out that the creature's smart now and clearly evil. It killed his brother, and now he has his single request. This is when the creature asks Victor for a bride, which is in the book, but it's framed as if the creature just wishes for life to have a loved one, someone like him, a companion, and if he can't have that, then he'll have to take pleasure in rage and take Victor's love. But if you consider the secret society connections and the Bavarian Illuminati, so Victor creates the Illuminati, the creature. It becomes powerful and knowledgeable on its own, brings back the original creator, and essentially blackmails him to do his bidding. Sure, the surface is he wants a partner, but why is Victor even scared? It's because he's worried he might create a race of monsters. Earlier in the movie, it showed them unpacking his lab, so now he has to go back to the lab, unpack everything, and start all over to create this bride. But this is the weird part. The creature chooses Justine, the one that was framed and got killed by hanging. he brings her body to Victor for him to turn her into his bride. But this shocks Victor and he can't do it. And then the monster tells him, "If you deny me my wedding night, I will be with you on yours." Victor ignores the warning, gets married, but he's so paranoid he can't fully enjoy it. So that night, while they're making love, he hears a flute outside and knows that it's the monster. So he goes outside, leaving Elizabeth alone, and during this, the monster sneaks into the room, and we get this strange connection between the two. The creature's in love with her slightly, but this one's crazy because he then just rips her heart out in front of Victor, and the movie shows this. So Victor now then picks her up while she's covered in red, and now he's ready to create the bride for real. Instead of Justine, he decides to bring back his own wife from the dead. This part's not in the novel, but it's weird they included it because it shows her connection as the bride of the creature as well, and obviously as a sacrifice. Why did Victor go through with the wedding? He knew this was going to happen. Or is this wedding a reference for something else? Well, Victor now cuts off Justine's head and Elizabeth's head. He uses Justine's body and stitches Elizabeth's head on. And now we have a double circle, so that proves that was on purpose. And she's in the same cross pose as earlier. This time we can see these flasks or what appear as spheres around the circle. This part's just creepy. So this is the Bride of Frankenstein part mixed in, and Helena does fit this role perfectly. She was a good choice. But what I find weird is, why would Victor do this? So you end up creating the bride anyways, but instead of Justine, you use your own wife? And now the creature swoops in and is like, "Thanks, she's perfect." I don't know about this part, but she remembers Victor and she's like, "What did you do to me?" So yeah, she freaks out, puts herself on fire, burning down the family home, and we get a similar ending to the 2025 one with the Arctic. Victor finishes his story, dies, and the creature feels remorse. But in this one, he sets himself on fire and drifts off, as Walton and his men decide to go home. So that's the 1994 version. It's pretty cool, some weird parts, but it's good. But like I said, that reset quarantine stuff is an interesting take, and at first I thought it just came from the movie. But I didn't mention it earlier. Mary Shelley actually wrote more novels after Frankenstein. Interestingly, almost all of them on their first publication don't mention Mary Shelley, they just say, "author of Frankenstein." Which I do find to be bizarre, like you want that to be your whole essence for the rest of your career, even if you're writing different types of novels now? Well, one in particular made me really think about this whole false author thing. Now I don't think Percy wrote this one, since supposedly he drowned mysteriously a year before this book's publication, and apparently Lord Byron died mysteriously too. And I want to be clear, I'm not saying this is true, but what if they faked their deaths on purpose to avoid being associated with all this stuff? Again, I'm not saying it's true, but I read that and I was like, what? Percy just randomly dies mysteriously in a shipwreck? And the weird part about it is there were conspiracies at the time about it. But anyways, there's this novel by Mary Shelley called The Last Man, and it's an insane topic. The fact that it's even associated with Frankenstein through the author in this 1994 movie alone is pretty crazy. This is the first dystopian novel, or at least one of them. Which is interesting because I did notice the eugenic undertones, but that was more as symbols. Well, here it's the premise of the entire story. And the story wasn't even well known at its time. It was obscure during its publication, and it wasn't until 1960 that it resurfaced and became more known to the public. Have you ever heard of this novel? And by the way, it starts with a quote to Milton, again, just like Frankenstein. The novel is an encoded warning about engineered societal resets, the creation of a new man, and elite manipulations towards a new world order. It revolves around an orphan protagonist, interestingly. He's basically the lost child archetype that was abandoned. The world is set in a futuristic Republican England, and in this government, she actually created characters for the elites, one of them being Adrian, who is Percy Shelley, and it tells you this on Wiki if you want the source, and Lord Raymond is Byron. So in 2092, a bubonic plague erupts globally, which is triggered by a black sun and mega storms, kills everything, bypassing all boundaries of race or class. America falls to barbarism. A false prophet in Paris builds a cult hiding the truth, so it's kind of like this counterintelligence or controlled opposition. And then the survivors, which are Lionel's circle, who flee England and then start wandering. But the idea is that Lionel is mysteriously immune? I wonder why. He becomes the last man by 2100, and he's alone in a depopulated Rome with a loyal sheepdog. So is this I Am Legend too? But it's not just that. It's coded for something that made him immune, obviously, and it's not described in the novel, but whoever wrote this would have been aware of that. So what if Lionel represents a secret society group, Lion-L, who survive a plague that's activated by a black sun through a cure they create for themselves? What's weird is the whole novel is opened by the author discovering this futuristic writing in a cave in 1818. So the book is a found manuscript from the same year Frankenstein came out? Okay, now we get to the Harry Potter Frankenstein movie. And look, I'm not going to say Mandela because I know some of you will get mad, but I've never heard of this movie. And this is 2015, Daniel Radcliffe stars in it. I feel like this should have been promoted way more, or maybe it's lesser known because it was a flop. But look, maybe I'm crazy, but I think this is my favorite version, possibly. It depends on what you like, but for me, this movie felt more modern cinematic, right? Before movies got really bad. It does have some good writing and good build-up. There was a lot of effort put into this movie, and I honestly think they were probably a little rushed at the end. But yeah, I think it's one of the best versions. The only reason why I would say it's hard to say that is because, well, it's weird seeing Harry Potter here, and it's not like the book at all. They made a bunch of weird writing changes where the assistant from the 1930s film and the young Frankenstein Igor is now this clown hunchback played by Daniel that helps Frankenstein, but in the movie he's the real mind behind making the creature. It's interesting for a few reasons, but they even added a Sherlock Holmes component. I think it's really well done, and there's a crazy amount of secret symbols. It's kind of strange when you think about what they put Daniel through in this movie. Kind of feels humiliation almost. And it's the same symbols we've seen in other movies. But this one specifically goes hard on the AETHER-TECH and even reset clone stuff. The movie's called Victor Frankenstein from 2015. The whole film encodes a secret society creation myth structure. The movie starts off saying everyone knows the story. We see the circle with the cross pose, and it starts off in a circus. Daniel plays the hunchback clown, and Elizabeth is this Lorelei girl? Lorelei. So Igor is basically an orphan too. He's the property of the circus and kind of trapped here. But in this one he's a clown scientist, or kind of like Leonardo. But the circus is an initiation point where Victor goes looking for an assistant. And keep in mind, in real life, clowns are associated with Freemasons. Here it's called Lord Barnaby. I do love Harry Potter, but it's kind of weird seeing him here. But yeah, so there's a main event going on, and Lorelei is swinging, and she falls. Clearly fallen angel symbolism there. And don't even get me started on the clown Nephilim stuff. But the hunchback is somewhat skilled and saves her. Victor sees this and is impressed. So they escape and go back to Victor's, and immediately they start wrestling. He manually removes out the fluid sac on his back, and he picks him up, but he's really just snapping his back into place and putting a brace on him. He's resetting his life. He then receives a name, Igor, and he's no longer a hunchback. This strange man is changing his entire life and rescuing him from the circus. There's an investigator looking for the hunchback. When they escaped, someone got killed on their way out by accident. But this is used to show a battle between faith and this Luciferian secret agenda. I think it was smart adding this because it's basically an outsider discovering a conspiracy. Igor is adjusting to becoming Victor's assistant, learning everything he can about this more wealthy style of living. They live in a large building with this soap advertisement on the outside, but I noticed this monkey man with the top hat. some foreshadowing. This takes place in Victorian London. I think they did a great job with the environment and making it feel like the right timing. Igor explores a bit and discovers Lorelei is in a disease-ridden hospital, and that he and Victor are wanted for murder. Now Igor and Victor are getting close, and I mean, this guy's really giving him everything. And Igor's confused, why? And so Victor tells him that he's going to school and that his professors are limited, and he saw Igor and just knew that there was something special. He tells Igor he went to Mr. Barnaby to collect dead animals, and then shows him this interesting galvanic device involving two rotating eyes. We saw this in the Hammer films. The battery is some type of Wimhurst machine, and there's a part where he talks about his method. You have to convert electrical energy to bioelectrical energy using a device he calls the Lazarus fork. It even shows a square and compass reference here too. And something about this conductive jelly. Well, it works, but Igor corrects him and tells Victor that he didn't correct the nerves right. Well, this really impresses Victor and tells Igor he wants him to help with a scientific enterprise that will change the world, but doesn't really want to tell him what it is just yet. We get a montage scene of them working on different anatomical experiments, and notice the window is in the shape of an eye. In every version, the window in the lab is a triangle or an eye. There's a scene where they're at dinner and Victor is showing off for these two ladies, and he literally starts talking about the homunculus. He's like, yeah, I'm trying to inform them that fertilization doesn't have to happen in the womb. He is kind of going into IVF here specifically, but Elizabeth and Lorelei are here, and she has a bright green-blue dress now. They're doing the same thing with the colors to represent different stages of the film. Well, just in case that fallen angel reference wasn't obvious, Victor shows up and calls Lorelei a fallen angel. But get this, and I know you guys hate Mandela, but you have to agree, it's kind of weird. Lorelei literally says Mr. Frankenstein, and he's like, it's Frankenstein. And obviously that's young Frankenstein. But still, what kind of coincidence is that? Berenstein? Just saying. But yeah, this is similar to Del Toro, where Victor likes Igor's girl, even though Lorelei doesn't seem to like Victor. Del Toro ripped a scene where she's talking about natural order, so it's the same thing as the Elizabeth and the Victor scene. Nature versus man, or science versus nature, how science can save lives. And these arguments are just being used to justify their crazy experiments. There is a scene in the lab and we see some blimp tech. This will be referenced later. But Igor walks in on one of Victor's horrifying experiments, and it's a monkey he calls Gordon. It's basically Monkeystein, or one of these pre-Frankenstein examples. He ends up bringing it to the university to show it off to a few people. And he's kind of embarrassing himself because it's not really working. But in the scene he actually does say homunculus this time, so they are fully aware of how this connects. So the experiment's not working at first, but then it comes alive, and everyone including Lorelei is horrified. Igor throws fire at it, so a Prometheus reference, and then the creature goes insane. Well, there's a rich student there named Finnegan, who comes from the third richest family in England. So this is kind of like the Erlander character, but also kind of like Lord Byron, or a benefactor interested in Victor's project. And then we find out, which I would argue is literally the main plot of the movie, Finnegan is interested in this project, but not just to support this mad experiment of restoring life within the dead. No, Finnegan wants to be behind the technology like a business, so similar to Edison. But why? Because this technology is about creating a new race of beings, to create a man in their image. Victor literally says that he's willing to create an entire zoo of homunculi. That ties Frankenstein directly to cloning newly designed beings once again. Remember, it's typically presented as just bringing the dead back to life. That's a huge distinction. Igor is like disgusted at this, but Victor's like telling him, oh, you're from the circus, what do you know? And this is a weird part. Igor then has a nightmare where guess what? Victor is using him as the experiment. This is the new circus, and Igor is some type of sacrifice? I know this one's really different and weird, but there are some interesting writing themes. Like I was saying with this investigator, there's another level to this. I think this is kind of referencing Volta versus Galvani, He's onto them, and he knows that they're up to some sick experiment. It's just Luciferian themes under the guise of atheism. Victor calls religion a primitive belief system. Igor's wearing a top hat now, and Elizabeth is in a dark green dress. She's trying to warn Igor. Here, Lorelei has a more nurturing, Sophia-like archetype. She's trying to tell him that he's a sacrifice. Interestingly, Victor's dad in this one is the same one in the new 2025 movie, which is crazy, 10 years apart. That kind of proves Del Toro studied this version as well, obviously. They even make reference to the Prometheus symbolism in the original novel, showing they're fully aware of its meaning. They start planting the human body on the ground in chalk, and so they're using their clay or molding their man. What I love about this movie specifically is how they explain that they get this free energy from the atmosphere, so it's AETHER-TECH. He says it sucks it from the atmosphere, and they even show designs for it. It's based on that bloom tech that I showed earlier. In this one, they decide to give it 2 hearts and 2 lungs because it's going to need extra support. So then they get drunk together, things start getting occult, and then they design this thing on the floor. Notice all the candles that they have. It's almost like they're in a magical circle. And this part's kind of bad. It starts going off the rails here, but it's almost as if they're making a mockery of the whole thing. But we move on a few days, and they're getting ready to try out their design of Prometheus. So that's what they're calling it here. The new human is Prometheus. Well, right after saying that, Igor says he's going to a ball with Lorelei. Now she's in bright red. Her and Igor fall in love. And while this is going on, Victor's turning on all his machines and going insane. The Catholic investigator is coming to search Victor's house, but is locked out. Igor sneaks in, and we find out that Victor actually has another earlier human experiment whose name is Igor Strassman. So Victor gave the hunchback the name of a dead man who was the previous experiment that he'd been preserving in ice. There's an interesting scene here where the investigator tells him that he'll be forgotten. So it's a hint to secret experiments, the ones that never make it into the history books. It's real, but it won't be recorded in history. He's a madman. While they escape with Finnegan, whose family crest is a phoenix eagle. So now we're in Scotland at Finnegan's, and Igor's kind of defying Victor now. He's done with all this, but the symbolism is clear. This is another creation reference. Igor is clearly the monster. He was a hunchback, a monster, and Victor morphed him into his current Igor form. But that's not the only level of it. Interestingly, there's a green man on Finnegan's door, so all 3 of the movies I referenced have some kind of nod to that. Well, Victor leaves, and so Igor thinks that he's just gonna chill out with Finnegan, but he's like, yeah, you know too much. So it's just like a secret society. They tie him up and then throw him in a river, kind of creepy, but luckily Igor survives. But I would say another reason Finnegan does this is it's a sacrifice for his vision. He wants his family to be behind this technology, and he knows that Igor won't approve of what he has in mind, meaning the creation of a new race of humans that do not die or are better or superior in some way. Lorelei is in purple now, taking care of Igor. Interestingly, Igor has the locket. So wait, that ties him to William from the novel, directly to sacrifice? Interestingly, the movie actually says a conspiracy to defy God as the investigator continues to piece this together. And I think this scene right here might be why I like the film, because the investigator is kind of like us, right? I mean, it's a personification of the writer looking through symbolism of everything and trying to find the conspiracy behind it. There is a castle in this movie, and this is where they plan on creating this new human. They even show a diagram. Igor and Lorelei show up, and now she looks like Red Riding Hood, so representing sacrifice and danger ahead. Interestingly, the investigator shows up with one eye and says Frankenstein is in allegiance with Satan. But another reason this one's cool is because the creation scene here is how I feel like it should be depicted, because Victor has a whole team behind him, so it's like an operation. Also note that they're wearing aprons. So Igor shows up, tries to stop him, and Victor almost changes his mind, but decides to do it anyways. But this is interesting, because Igor even says no one will remember Frankenstein, only the monster. Again with the forgetting name stuff and memory manipulation. They even expand on the William death stuff. Well, in this one, it was his older brother Henry, so they're mixing William and Henry Clerval into one character, and we essentially find out that Victor sacrificed his brother in the snow in order to live. Not really, but he abandoned him, and that's why he's insane. I think this is probably the craziest creation scene. For one, they have the same cross pose, so coming out of hell, some type of false messiah, and it's in this old circular round tower, so another circle, and look at the grid. This is about immortality, a race that can live forever. Remember, this is the same as the 2025 one with Erlander. The character is the same thing. He funds the project, but really he just seeks immortality. That's an elite reference. Remember, they come from rich families. Now the craziest part of all is we get to see this atmospheric electricity tech with the blimps. It's like this hot air balloon aether technology gathering energy during a storm. This one is specifically not a lightning rod. It's collecting stored up charge in the atmosphere, which is crazy to reference in this context of resets, but in the movie it's his Lazarus Fork technology. They then raise the creature and he literally says, Prometheus ascending. Then they gather an insane amount of power, and then everything starts overloading and the place explodes, including the balloons, and we see another Hanged Man reference with the monster. This is the work of Satan himself. Now this part's a little rushed and bad. I honestly think this is probably not even the real ending. But come on, this has to be the best monster. It's either this one or the Van Helsing one. But that's the issue with all the other movies, like the 1994 monster is okay, but it's Robert De Niro. And the 2025 one looks too much like the Prometheus alien movie or a costume. This one's actually pretty awesome. I don't know, you tell me your favorite version. In this one, Victor tells the monster, I am your brother. Kind of a weird change in this context. It's usually the father. Well, the monster goes crazy and starts destroying everything. Igor saves the day by stabbing the creature's second heart. They obviously rushed the ending here. Victor writes Igor a letter, and it kind of alludes to this being a series where he has some ideas where they went wrong. But the point is that Igor is Victor's greatest achievement in the movie, his greatest creation. But that's not true at all. Remember, Igor is the first monster's name, and he planned to use the Hunchback from the start. That's what that prophetic dream was about. I don't think I'm going to be able to cover literally every single Frankenstein version, but to quickly go through some, there are some older Universal sequels that we didn't cover, like the Son of Frankenstein, Ghost of Frankenstein, House of Frankenstein, all the way up to Abbott and Costello Meet Frankenstein, which is where the monster gets turned into like a comedy prop, and then they have these shared MonsterVerse crossovers with Dracula and Wolfman. Interesting, there is a part of the movie where he stands right in front of a griffin. Then you've got Young Frankenstein in the 70s. I feel like a lot of you probably remember this one. It's pretty good. I don't really think it's that funny. There is one funny scene where after he says, "It's alive," and the monster does like a gym and looks at the camera. That was pretty good. It has Gene Wilder, so Frankenstein is Willy Wonka. And I like Gene, but he's just a little too much sometimes. I'll say a few things about this one, because there is a little bit of an esoteric layer. It just gets buried under the comedy. The whole movie's about bloodlines, and the Frankenstein crest is a double-headed phoenix. And look, I'm just saying it ties back to Mandela again, because he goes by Frankenstein in this movie. I know it's dumb, I'm just saying it's a joke they do multiple times throughout the movie. Frankenstein? No, Frankenstein. They have the Gothic secret society castle. There are some strange demonic sculptures and even secret passages. Oh, and another good part is after mentioning immortality, they do show tunes together. But other than that, I mean, there is this really weird scene with Elizabeth and the monster. Has some pretty big implications there. And there's even a body transfer scene where Frankenstein swaps souls with the monster. So body swaps again. Then they end the movie with the same weird monster joke that's covering the esoteric race stuff with some bizarre marriage humor. Hammer has some more movies too. They have the horror of Frankenstein, basically a black comedy remake of Curse. But the weird part is the monster is played by David Prowse, meaning Darth Vader was Frankenstein before he was Vader. Then they do Frankenstein and the Monster from Hell, which throws this whole operation into Asylum again. Then there's Reanimator, which is just Lovecraft's version. And then there's, well, the Rocky Horror Picture Show. Unfortunately, we have to talk about this. I really don't like this film. I don't like anything about it. It's just pure torture. Sorry. Honestly, it's kind of scary. It's basically a mind control movie with him from Powerpuff Girl vibes. Well, I'll say this. It does kind of prove what I've been saying. This is one of those why does this movie even exist versions. Don't get me wrong, I get it. Another 70s movie with this dry, almost British-like humor where they make fun of these Masonic stories and tropes and mash them together, but they still hint towards these secrets in a way, but they're just covering it up with humor. That's kind of the essence of the film. I'm not going to fully break it down, and there are some familiar faces here. Crazy that this is Tim Curry's start, but it's important for showing the framework that we've been discussing. Basically, there's Frankenfurter, who's supposed to be Victor, but now he's something else, and he has like a whole cult behind him. He builds this perfect man, which is the same eugenics stuff, but in this case, it's kind of like a gender fever dream. I don't know, I get bad vibes from this movie. There's a couple things. First off, he has like this pink triangle on his suit, and all the colorful stages does make it feel MK Ultra. And then get this, the narrator telling us the story is Mokata from The Devil Rides Out. So this directly ties this film to satanic cults right there, and I would assume whoever casted him knew that. There's some crazy stuff in here. The creature or Adam becomes a slave, and then there's a scene with blackmail references. Well, kind of, not really, but in this context, it is kind of that. Basically, there's a male and female, and they're kind of representative of the experiment, which is the torture of whatever this movie is. Well, at some point, Tim Curry sneaks into each one of the couple's room, pretending to be the other, and they get this caught on camera for some type of Truman-like TV show. There's another scene where Mokata's telling the story, and there's a book that says martial law. Complete abomination of a movie. But the point is, it's all based on this esoteric framework of Frankenstein. Moving on, you have the extreme goofy action ones, like I, Frankenstein. I don't know who thought of this, but it's not very good. In this version, it's Adam, an immortal warrior trapped in an angel-demon gargoyle war. And let's not forget Van Helsing. I love that movie, and they did a great job with that monster in that one. Then you have the cartoons, and consider the implications of how this was promoted to the youth. I mean, we're talking about some insanely dark concepts. Yet, why does every child know this story? Well, Frankenstein had a comics era, even with Marvel, kind of merging the story with superhero lore. In Frankenstein Jr. and the Impossibles, it's literally about a boy genius with a crime-fighting robot called Frankenstein Jr. So now the monster's a superhero mecha? Scooby-Doo does a version of this with Scooby-Doo Franken-Creepy. Who would have known that Velma was a Dinkenstein? It's basically what if Velma was from a cursed Frankenstein bloodline. But it's all the same stuff, even hypnotism and MK Ultra sleeper agent references. I mean, there are a crazy amount of one-off Frankenstein appearances. Simpsons, Futurama have some episodes on this. It's all the same themes. They even have a 1981 anime called Monster of Frankenstein, which is surprisingly violent and more adult-oriented. Then you have the Empire of Corpses, a 2015 steampunk anime where AETHER-TECH has basically gone global. Necro-engineered labor corpses, governments weaponizing reanimation. And then there's a whole genre of just what the heck unhinged X-rated Frankenstein movies. Lady Frankenstein, 1971 is the big one. This girl, Tanya, actually creates a new creature she can bond with. Someone stronger, smarter, and shaped exactly how she imagines her ideal companion should be. So she takes her loyal assistant's brain and puts it into the body of a handsome young man, literally designing the better version. Then there's Flesh for Frankenstein 1973. And this one's more explicit with the race stuff. He wants to design these ideal humans, and he turns it into a full-scale experiment. He's not making one creature, he's building a matched pair, a male and female prototype meant to be the foundation for a new Serbian perfected human race. I mainly bring it up because these are lesser known, but it still highlights the idea of Frankenstein being symbolic for the creation of a new race. There's actually another genre of movies that we have to talk about. We talked about this earlier with the weird 1816 ghost story competition. The one where Frankenstein and the vampire supposedly materialized in 3 days out of nowhere, while Percy, Mary, Polidori, and Byron were stuck together. Well, I wonder what they were doing. Well, it turns out they made some movies on the event, and they're very strange. There are 3 main films. Gothic 1986 goes full occult nightmare with demonic hallucinations and possession. If you have any doubts about what I've been saying, go watch this movie. It's not very good. It's another what is this movie? But it exposes this group as a satanic cult. So they get together, start tripping on some hallucinogens, and they literally do a seance. They call it a demon summoning ritual with a shadow entity. They even make sleep paralysis and demonic possession references. There's a really messed up scene where Polidori gets taken over and there's this weird miscarriage scene. But basically, this whole thing is one psychotic occult ritual. Byron even has an artificial female erotic machine in his basement. And there's even a scene where Claire uses her breast as mind control tools. There are literally eyes on them. I can't show it, but it's a crazy scene. Like I said, it's not very good, it's just revealing. Haunted Summer is more dreamy, but still frames the villa like a psychic greenhouse where something unnatural gets seeded. And Rowing with the Wind has the same thing. Mary actually opened a door at this event, and it's almost like this is a reference for her being a controlled, possessed puppet. Now let's talk about Lucifer for a moment. As we talked about Frankenstein being Luciferian propaganda, meaning a group of people were trying to secretly push this information on the public, even if it meant they had to censor a few things and anonymously publish the info. The idea that these radical circles during this time, from the Illuminati to the feminist movement to poetry circles, literatures, basically secret societies, were using Lucifer as a role model. See, if you say these people were Luciferians, historians or the mainstream perspective is to immediately assume that you mean the Church of Satan, they literally wore robes, worshipped Lucifer in a religious structure. But that's not necessarily the idea. Most of these people were atheists. They didn't worship a god. They used Lucifer as an example of how they viewed themselves and the future of humanity. I wanted to highlight this with William Blake. So if you're an artist and you've taken an art class, you've definitely seen his work. You probably know the Ancient of Days with the old figure holding a giant compass. His artwork is extremely surreal, and it shows his knowledge of esoteric secrets. Blake himself was surrounded by the same radical group in Johnson's shop where Mary Shelley's mother was hanging out. It's not directly clear if William Blake was a Freemason, but they do this a lot with historical figures. It's clear that he had secret esoteric knowledge and was definitely around Freemasonic circles. But what's crazy, or the reason I bring him up, he illustrated Paradise Lost, basically the Bible behind Frankenstein. He has an entire surreal visionary series of Milton's work, and even wrote his own work morphing it into a visionary cosmology. At the core was Albion, obviously the name for ancient Britain, but he's using that as a symbol to represent a universal human, the eternal perfect man. It's basically a divine androgynous being. This is a mix of Gnostic lore and Kabbalah, but essentially, Albion goes through a fall, similar to Sophia, but it's a fragmentation process in which this being divides into materiality, male, female, reason, passion, self, object. He has this illustration called the Four Zoas. They're like Sephiroths representing different aspects of the universal soul. I think if you've been following along, we can all agree that Milton is the template here. But why are they all obsessed with Milton? Mary Shelley includes quotes from it, Frankenstein, Last Man, Blake illustrated Milton's work more than anything else. So what's going on here? Well, I brought it up earlier, but let me expand on it because it'll shine a light on everything. Paradise Lost represents a secret tradition of becoming enlightened. It's the very first Lucifer novel. Let me explain. John Milton was an English poet who in 1667 wrote the epic poem Paradise Lost. So this was written right after the fire of 1666. 1 year after 666. I mean, that's strange on its own. But the point is, before Milton, there was no story of Lucifer really. It was mostly a few vague Bible quotes. All we know from the Bible is that Lucifer is the son of the morning, he was casted out of heaven, and that there's this war in heaven where Michael fights a dragon and the dragon is cast down. That's pretty much it. Because keep in mind, there really is no explanation on why they use Paradise Lost. This is the answer. This is why these romantic authors were referencing him. It's because Milton took these scarce biblical references to Lucifer and for the first time in English wrote an entire cinematic origin story for Satan that actually ended up making people think some of this stuff is in the Bible. The point I'm making is that it's kind of like a fan fiction. Sure, in the end, God wins. But remember, this is a poet. You have to be able to read in between the lines. He never directly praises Lucifer, but it's the context itself that exposes the Luciferian undertones. Milton essentially invented a charismatic, proud, freedom-obsessed angel from nothing. Gave him these huge, memorable lines like, "It's better to reign in hell than to serve in heaven." Even though God wins in the end, all the poetic weight is actually on Lucifer's side. That's why Percy and these other rebels praised his work. They were secret Luciferians who admired the heroic version of the devil. Let's talk about Percy again, just to make sure that we're on the same page. So Percy Shelley, Mary Shelley's husband. Now, this guy's an interesting character because he was literally a wizard. He does actually seem like the perfect archetype for Victor, because when Percy was like 9 to 12 years old at Eton College, instead of doing what normal boys did, he was spending candy money on treatises on magic, demonology, and witchcraft, literally ordering grimoires through the mail and hiding them from his teachers. His classmates called him Mad Shelley because he was obsessed with alchemy and the supernatural. And apparently he did mix this with the brand new science of galvanism. He actually did the same experiments of shocking frogs and other small animals. But what's crazy is there are letters about him raising spirits, and even a biography where it describes him performing candlelit rituals, circles on the floor, chanting incantations, and then completely freaking out because he thought a demon was chasing him through the halls. And then there's a story where he spent whole nights in graveyards reading Pliny and Agrippa. So apparently this is a part of his early history. He actually tried to summon spirits. So before he was a poet, he was already a proto-occult scientist doing these hybrid magical electrical experiments, exactly like Victor Frankenstein. When he was 17, he wrote Zastrozzi in 1810. This was his debut novel, which is a revenge tale about an occult villain who was a black magic sorcerer plotting through astrology and poisons. But it has all the weird stuff that we've been talking about. First publication is anonymous under PBS. And yes, that's Percy Bysshe Shelley, but still it was anonymous. And then we get another Paradise Lost reference. I just wrote down how that's basically their code. It's on the front piece. So the basic premise is Zastrozzi is the mastermind villain who has sworn a lifelong revenge oath because his mother was betrayed and ruined by the father of a guy named Verezzi. Everything in the novel revolves around this generational vendetta. He stalks Verezzi across Europe, manipulates everyone around him, and basically treats the entire cast like chess pieces. He's psychologically destroying the Verezzi bloodline. I'm not going to break down the story, but at the end, Zastrozzi finally reveals that he engineered every step of the disaster as a part of his oath, and he even brags about it, so it's all just one dark ritual. I'm bringing this up because it's clearly a template Percy or whoever wrote this keeps recycling. Zastrozzi is the personification of this Luciferian worldview, a character built around the belief that fate and divine order can be overridden by sheer will and calculated intention, a philosophy that treats rebellion as a sacred duty and destruction as the proof of his own power. This is the same base idea. Then a year later, he comes out with Saint Irvine in 1811. I'm going to break this one down a little bit because it's absolutely insane and it's pretty good. It's literally about a guy named WolfStein. Have you ever heard of this? Honestly, we're just going to call this novel WolfStein because that's what it should be called. Maybe not, because Saint Irvine is important to the story. It's actually called Saint Irvine or the Rosicrucian. But I definitely think it would have sold better if it was called WolfStein. But I think they did that on purpose, because they actually didn't want this book to succeed. I'm going to break it down, because it kind of proves exactly what we've been discussing. I've been saving it for the end because there are also a few secrets exposed in this novel. Remember how we were saying Frankenstein's all about secret society initiations and all those symbols in the movie? This story shows that that's not a reach at all. This novel, Saint Irvine, is a really good point to bring up because no one seems to have made this connection. There's not even a video on the novel. Well, there's one, but it's like AI, so doesn't seem like anybody knows about this. The work is mentioned in academic works, but mostly in reference to Percy's early works. However, once you see the Luciferian template and the secret initiation angle, it's basically Frankenstein, but in reverse. And once you know what to look for, it exposes so much. Again, published anonymous. This time it's by a gentleman of the University of Oxford. And there's an epigraph for chapter 3 that's straight out of Paradise Lost. I mean, at this point it's obvious they're using Milton as their template. We talked about it briefly earlier, but I wanted to save it for now because it's just so obvious. What is it about? Well, it's a weird Gothic story about alchemy, and the story follows a wanderer named WolfStein. I mean, come on. This is gonna blow your mind if you've been following along. So the story is connected to Frankenstein through the name alone, and obviously this is Mary Shelley's husband, but it shows that this idea was tested 7 years before the release of Mary Shelley's novel. So the story is basically about a WolfStein, I'm not sure what sounds better. But we don't get his first name, he's just presented as a wanderer, similar to Victor when he's in the north running from his past. WolfStein fled society and is wandering the Alps. And by the way, that's another common theme in all these stories. Victor meets the monster in the Alps and learns his side of the story there. That just shows that they have like a base template that they're all working with. Another thing is the entire setting of the time frame is not really clear. It seems like it's after a shattered Europe. You have these bandits, occult wanderers, collapsing noble estates, ruined abbeys. It's almost like this is after a reset with no chronology. So it starts after a violent storm. WolfStein's ready to die when some monks in black carrying a corpse are chanting. This actually reminds me of the beginning of the 1930s movie, but imagine in the mountains during a storm. The monks find WolfStein and assume he's dead, but then he comes alive. So kind of like a death and rebirth ritual. Then these bandits appear. They rob the monks, but WolfStein's not afraid. The chief is impressed and wants to initiate him into their secret society. So kind of crazy. WolfStein gets taken into an underground cavern where he goes through a solid rock door. So they go through these tunnels inside of the earth into a secret society hideout, and they're actually underground, like it's an initiation chamber. This is a Rosicrucian reference, a secret door in the rock. Perhaps this is one of the reasons for Stone or Stein. We learn a little bit about WolfStein's past. He's a fallen aristocrat from Germany. He did something horrible that exiled him. He's essentially in this bandit cult society in the Alps of Europe. Well, basically a girl shows up named Megalena, and there's a love battle between WolfStein and Cavigny, the bandit leader. But WolfStein tries to poison the leader, but a mysterious man stops Cavigny from drinking the goblet and gave WolfStein a look like, "I know what you did." This is Ginodi. He has like this aura about him, and WolfStein says something interesting. He says that he contains great secrets. Then there's this strange part where one of the bandits named Steindolf tells his German ghost story, and it's a ballad about reanimating the corpse of a nun named Rosa. So they have a story about playing with resurrection, some kind of forbidden art of animating the dead. Well, basically WolfStein's plotting to kill Cavigny with poison again, but he's been waiting for the right moment, and right as the story's being told, Ginodi leaves the room, almost giving permission for WolfStein to go through with it. He then poisons Cavigny, and everyone becomes suspicious of Ginodi since he left. But because he's so calm, they believe he's innocent. WolfStein then admits that he did it, and the bandits are going to kill him, but Ginodi tells them no, and he orders them to let him leave. So, his life is spared. This is kind of like the first stage of a pact. Ginodi even says if tomorrow's rising sun finds him, he'll hand him over to the bandits. WolfStein is told by Ginodi never to return, and he runs off with Megalena, who becomes his lover. And they basically descend into this unsatisfying, collapsing relationship. But Ginodi shows up a month later, randomly as a masked man in an inn, wanting a favor in return. He tells WolfStein, "I saved you from the bandits. I allowed you to escape and get the girl. And what do I get in return?" He basically tells him that, well, you're gonna need to listen to a story later, and when he dies, WolfStein must bury him, and to suffer my soul to rest in the endless slumber of annihilation. So to quickly break this down, Ginodi literally stalks WolfStein through Europe, appearing in places he shouldn't be able to appear, knowing things he shouldn't know, and every time WolfStein tries to break free of this past, Ginodi materializes out of nowhere like some metaphysical debt collector, saying, "You still owe me." Eventually, Ginodi corners him in the castle in Bohemia and finally sits him down to reveal the truth. So he tells WolfStein his life story. Basically, Ginodi explained how he sought the ultimate knowledge behind nature itself, trying to break the barrier between life and death. And then you get this insane dream sequence where Ginodi, as a 17-year-old prodigy in Salamanca, falls asleep under an ash tree and encounters this luminous being. This being basically tempts him, offers him transcendence, but Ginodi refuses, and that triggers this nightmare inversion where the being appears in monstrous form, drags him to the precipice, and forces him to submit. This dream is the symbolic pact. It's Luciferian without saying Lucifer. It's the same dream stuff with Victor. And it's just like the creation method with Frankenstein. They don't really explain it, but at some point, Ginodi becomes immortal. He discovers the method by which man might exist forever. But the method requires a successor, a disciple, someone to take the curse from him so he can finally die. And that's why he's been circling WolfStein. He was chosen. WolfStein's the next vessel. And then we get straight to the St. Irvine scene, which is a ruined abbey ritual scene. This is the scene where WolfStein shows up with the alchemical ingredients that Ginodi demanded. Midnight strikes, and Ginodi starts the ritual of transferring his own curse. Everything gets dark, lightning goes off, and a demon literally manifests, the frightful Prince of Terror. I mean, that's straight up Luciferic. And he promises Ginodi eternal life. But WolfStein refuses the final step. Ginodi says, "Deny your creator." And WolfStein, who has murdered people, betrayed everyone, and is morally shredded at this point, still refuses. That refusal breaks the pact. Ginodi's body collapses into a gigantic skeleton with flames burning in the eye sockets. WolfStein dies instantly from shock, which is symbolic. If you reject the Luciferian transmission of immortality, you can't continue to live. He was told a great secret. Okay, so basically, Ginodi is this immortal Rosicrucian. It's called St. Irvine or the Rosicrucian. So it's all about Ginodi and this immortality ritual passing on to WolfStein. But it's even crazier than that. Honestly, this novel's better. It's incomplete, there are missing chapters, but it's so much more layered and mystical than Frankenstein in my opinion. This is 1811, and they're telling us Percy wrote this at 18, which is ridiculous. The amount of knowledge and experience needed to craft this novel is way beyond a student publishing anonymously. It's literally a time travel story, well, not in the sci-fi way, in a more occult sense. That's kind of the secret of the novel. Geneva is the wandering Jew. It even makes reference to this in the novel. Saint Irvine could be a reference to Saint Germain. His name starts with a G. We know he's immortal, but he has other abilities. Remember the body swap thing we were discussing? I think the best way to explain it is Genode's almost in between worlds. He can disappear at will, appear randomly, and he always knows where WolfStein is. He possesses foreknowledge of future events, such as with the goblet, but it's crazier than that. Apparently, Genode's almost detached from time, or he can see all the events that are going to occur throughout multiple people in the story. And he reveals at the end that he's been controlling every aspect of WolfStein's life. Genode is Nemperi. I didn't cover this because I didn't want to go too much in detail, but there are some romance elements. Eloise is a character in the story that we follow temporarily, and she is seduced by a mysterious man named Nemperi. Well, at the end, we find out Eloise is WolfStein's sister, and Genode created a fake identity in order to impregnate her and mess up the entire bloodline. So we basically have two options. Either Genode went back in time and manifested as his man, or he knew at the time before even meeting WolfStein. It's most likely the latter. He made a pact with this luminous being, and it's almost like he was given a special type of body that can operate on astral and physical realms. But not just that, he can see how a set of linear events will unfold, and that's why he slapped the goblet, because he knew it wasn't time to kill Cavigny yet. So, Genode has not only controlled WolfStein's entire adult life, he literally infiltrated his bloodline and manipulated the events that led WolfStein to the Alps, to Megalena, to the bandits, to the escape, to the castle. Everything was engineered. He says, every event in your life has occurred under my particular machinations. So, it's like metaphysical predestination, which is technically a time loop in a way, just like that Predestination movie. But Genode isn't a sci-fi time traveler. He's a supernatural consciousness that exists outside of linear time. He moves through European geography like he moves through chronology. This is some high occult knowledge, and it almost feels like Percy didn't write this. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I would say it's probably more likely to be Godwin or Byron, which would make sense because they would be fully aware of this deep esoteric lore. Okay, but now we can understand the symbolism of Stein. Genode is the wandering Jew, passing this knowledge of immortality to WolfStein. Frankenstein has this exact same motif. The monster is immortal and chases Frankenstein, almost as a pack. So WolfStein, Frankenstein, Steindorf, all these Stein names that Shelley uses across both books are pointing to the same hidden theme. Immortality, the stone of the alchemist, the forbidden extension of life. It's Hebrew mysticism filtered through Gothic fiction. The wandering Jew myth transformed into the alchemical philosopher's stone. Perhaps that's the true meaning of Stein. Think about it. WollStoneCRAFT? It does make more sense now. Once you see it, it's pretty obvious. Frankenstein's about immortality, the philosopher's stone. Today, Percy Shelley's framed as this early rational atheist, like he was some proto-Reddit skeptic reading philosophy in a candlelit dorm room. But think about it. He rejected Christianity, he wrote an atheism pamphlet that got him expelled, and at the same exact time he was doing occult experiments, summoning spirits, shocking dead animals with electricity. He literally was treating Prometheus as a personal hero. So, if you look at his behavior instead of the biography, I mean, what is he? He's not an atheist in the modern sense. He's someone who denied the creator while seeking the hidden architecture underneath reality. Someone who rejected God, but chased the fire. That's not atheism. That's the exact same Luciferian Promethean thinking that was dressed up as early romantic philosophy. I wanted to talk about Frankenstein and how all of this ties back to Tartaria for a second. Because there are a lot of themes in Gothic literature that just seem to be referencing a reset. You have the ruins, the broken architecture. I mean, there's just a pattern that's beyond just one story. In the movies, it's obvious. The creation of a new man, the artificial being, the reset always happens inside of an old Gothic castle. The new world is born inside of the ruins of an old one. And let's not forget about all the AETHER-TECH involved in bringing the monster to life. The story is telling you about this old world knowledge. But Frankenstein is just the tip of the iceberg. The entire Gothic revival era in literature is ruins, abandoned fortresses, lost knowledge, secret societies living inside the remains of an older world. It's basically survivors of a civilization nobody remembers anymore. I mean, what actually is Gothic and Gothic revival literature? Gothic literature is basically the fiction of a broken timeline. The whole movement is built around forgotten castles, missing histories, forbidden technologies disguised as occult arts, characters who inherit curses from another age, supernatural elements, and elites who possess secret knowledge. It's literally a Victorian genre where the setting is telling you that something happened before the story even starts. You start with a found manuscript or a lost diary or someone recounting events that they barely survived. Something big happened, something erased, and now these characters are trying to piece it together. It's almost like these ideas were being intentionally fed to the public as means of programming false memories. And what's crazy is how the whole Gothic tradition in literature even got started. Horace Walpole publishes The Castle of Otranto in 1764. The book's considered the first true Gothic novel, and he literally launches the entire genre with a lie. It's kind of a weird part of the history of Gothic literature. So he pretended that this was a real story. Walpole pretends he found an old medieval manuscript, so he's recovering a text from before the reset, before the collapse, before these missing centuries. And then he later admits that he just made the whole thing up. But the whole template is, this story belongs to an older world that you've forgotten. And it gets even stranger. So Walpole goes and builds what we're told is his own Gothic castle, Strawberry Hill, constructed between 1749 and 1776. And the official explanation is that he just commissioned this thing because he liked the medieval vibe. But this doesn't look like an amateur passion project. The narrative insists it's this whimsical novelty that he patched together, but I don't know, the building looks like it could be something inherited and then reworked. Anne Radcliffe basically builds on the Gothic template in the 1790s with giant abandoned monasteries, secret passages, aristocratic families cursed by events buried in the architecture, and landscapes full of ruins from an earlier age. She basically tells you that the present is a distraction. The real story sits in some lost manuscript, or a dusty portrait, or a sealed chamber, some leftovers of a world that went under. Matthew Lewis follows with The Monk in 1796 and pushes the whole thing into open occult territory. It exposes hidden power structures behind the Catholic Church. This novel's crazy because the characters go into secret tunnels and vaults beneath the monastery where the real hierarchy operates. But it's almost hinting at a Luciferian elite running things from the underground while the public sees only the church above. Percy might have even taken the name Matilda and Zastrozzi from here, which says a lot. It's basically the same archetype. In The Monk, Matilda is Lucifer, disguised as a woman, the ultimate femme fatale, a kind of initiation test wrapped in seduction. Then Beckford releases Vathek in 1786. It's the same thing. They pretend that it's a translated ancient Arabian manuscript. It's basically the Victorian version of found footage, but they actually want it to be convincing. The story is a ruler obsessed with secret wisdom who ends up in a vast subterranean kingdom filled with immortal beings and the leftover knowledge of a collapsed ancient world. Then Charles Maturin drops Melmoth the Wanderer in 1820. This is another found manuscript novel, where it's basically stitched together from discovered journals, forgotten letters, and testimonies. It's revealing how Melmoth, a man who sold his soul for extended life, keeps reappearing unchanged across multiple eras. Europe breaks, reforms, collapses again, and Melmoth survives every version of it while trying to pass his pact to another host. It's the same story as Ginodi and Saint Irvine, passing on immortality to the next vessel. So the Gothic literature movement is essentially aristocrats presenting found stories, translated manuscripts, underground kingdoms, ruined architectures, ancient orders, immortals, and resets. I mean, it sounds like an operation to feed this idea of a dark ages, while at the same time, they're promoting their doctrine of light. But what's interesting is that Tartaria is directly referenced in a handful of these Gothic works. Early Gothic writers would use Tartary as a shorthand for the edge of the known world. In Vathek, there are Tartar princes and a Tartar lineage specifically to anchor the story to a much older Eastern forgotten empire. Radcliffe does the same thing in her travel notes and character backstories, treating Tartary as a distant frontier that nobody's fully mapped. Byron follows the pattern and sends characters into the Tartar waste whenever he wants them to leave normal civilization behind. But Frankenstein gives the clearest example. When Victor imagines disappearing forever, he says he will flee into the wilds of Tartary and Russia. So wait, after creating the monster, which represents the Illuminati or New World Order, he becomes an outcast, a forgotten memory in Tartaria? Once we take away the whole monster movie aspect from Frankenstein, it's clear that this story is an initiatory template, a Masonic allegory that just keeps getting rehashed and put together all the way through up to the modern day. At first, if you were new to the subject, you probably thought some of this was a reach. But what are the implications of a Luciferian network of radicals working together to release classic stories or propaganda to a society at large? To a society after a reset? I mean, really think about that, because if Mary didn't write this book, that would change history. It might not seem significant, but it is. It would mean our most famous stories were actually written by groups with deep esoteric knowledge. I mean, you could literally call it a cult. Clearly, the history of Golems is tied to Hebraic mysticism and the Western system of ceremonial magic. But to see this so clearly laid out across multiple adaptations confirms that these are not just interpretive symbols, but that these are actually a part of an archetype, a secret that's been spoon-fed to us as a monster horror story. It's not just esoteric secrets, but esoteric ideals, the creation of a new man, a reset of society, a newly designed race of men. Another aspect to this isn't even in the realm of sci-fi, but this is reality. When you look at modern science, it's clear Frankenstein isn't fiction at all. We literally have xenobots now, programmable little living organisms stitched together from frog cells that form an entirely new species. You have brain organoids in labs firing electrical patterns just like premature infants. And then there are researchers that are trying to revive pig brains hours after deaths. We're controlling animals with optogenetic light pulses, literally turning on and off behaviors like a remote, and even reanimating dead spiders to use their bodies as robotic grippers. It's all the same idea, but it shows that this was never metaphorical. It's referring to secret scientific experiments that were occurring in the Victorian age. But not just that, it's also embedded with deep esoteric knowledge, even implanting the secret of immortality and the creation of a body of light within the story. It's a story about elite body mind transfer, esoteric powers, and the Philosopher's Stone. Frankenstein, in a weird way, became a template for how we even talk about artificial creation. The entire idea of stitching things together and building a new man out of the old world, rewriting nature, and resurrecting the dead upgrading humanity. But once you see it, it's not just a story. It's kind of an operating system that got installed into our collective memory, shaping how we react to progress and shaping how we think about the body. You start to realize how much of our worldview was engineered long before we were born. Hope you guys enjoyed that. Not gonna lie, this project was intense and took much longer than expected, but I had fun. I'm sure there's probably a lot I missed, so forgive me if I didn't mention something. Please do let me know what I missed and tell me your thoughts. What do you think? Is there something deeper to Frankenstein? Or is it just a story? Anyways, thanks for watching, and let me know what you want me to break down next. All we can hope is that our minds may be unveiled.
Let go of everything you think to be true. Relax the mind and ask the question, do I truly understand what this reality is?